The story kicks off in the grand square of the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor, perched on a high dais under the morning sun, gazes down upon his assembled court and soldiers. Among them was one who had received a direct command from the Absolute One, the very same ruler who first unified the continent, tasking him with a quest to uncover the secret of immortality. This man was convinced that no matter where his journey took him, he would inevitably, and he vowed not to return until the Absolute One had passed, and the empire itself had crumbled to dust. Over time, his memory faded from the minds of the people, leaving behind nothing but a tapestry of countless rumors. Then, after an age of unknown length, somewhere within a sprawling mountain range, jagged peaks lay hidden, shrouded in a sea of clouds. Atop one of these peaks stood a carriage and two figures, gazing into the distance with a sigh. "Man, it's been a long, long time," the old man said to the youth carrying him on his back. "Look over there, Asura. That's the Central Plains continent. That's the place your leader, yours truly, left a long, long time ago on the Emperor's orders to find the secret to immortality." The young man followed his gaze, staring silently into the distance for a moment, before suddenly letting out a dejected sigh. "Leader, I'm starving." The old man shot back in anger. "Damn it, kid, you completely killed the mood. It's not every day I get to take a trip down memory lane." The scene shifts. Now, in the pitch-black darkness, the sound of ragged, desperate breaths echoes endlessly. The gasps come from a young woman sprawled on the ground. A faint voice whispers in her ear, "Run, Villa Master. Take the ghost-faced divine sword and get out of here, now." She looked up in shock, only to see head steward Haya, her ever-present guardian, lying before her, his life fading away. With those last words, he breathed his last and was gone. The young woman lifted her head to see her remaining men being torn apart by a pack of grotesque monsters. Agonizing screams and the stench of fresh blood filled the air, painting a truly gruesome scene. The woman's eyes widened in horror, beads of sweat rolling down her face. A middle-aged man seized an opportunity, raising his blade to strike one of the beasts. He unleashed his signature move, the jade-shattering slash, pouring every ounce of his life strength into the blow. But even that mighty strike couldn't put a scratch on the monster. Instead, the moment his longsword connected with its hide, the blade was instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. The monster opened its massive maw and lunged. The man had no time to react, and just like that, he was caught in its jaws. One by one, the men were quickly dispatched by the monstrous horde. Not far off, perched on a tree branch, someone was watching the whole thing unfold and laughing with utter delight. You really should learn to have ambitions that match your station, don't you think? What could a bunch of worthless trash like you possibly do with the ghost-faced divine sword? But in the middle of his gloating, he suddenly froze, realizing something. He whipped his head around, his mind racing. Wait a second, where's the ghost-faced divine sword? Then he saw her. The woman, clutching the sword, was already making a break for it at top speed. She had used the chaos of her men fighting the monsters as a distraction to flee with everything she had. The young man, still hanging upside down from the branch with his arms crossed, watched her fleeing figure and let out a mocking laugh. "You really think you can get away?" Then, two small green apparitions materialized from his body. They immediately shot off after the woman at incredible speed, phasing through the trees as they went. In the blink of an eye, they were right behind her. Sensing the sudden change, she whipped her head around to look. She then whipped out her sword, aiming a clean strike right at their heads. In an instant, both of the baby Na creatures were decapitated. But then, the unthinkable happened. Despite being sliced clean in two, their bodies still twitched with life. Lunging forward to sink their fangs into her arm, the woman shrieked in terror as a potent venom coursed through her veins from the bite. In her panic, she lost her footing and tumbled right off the rocky ledge. The baby Na's toxin took hold instantly. Her vision blurred and her eyes rolled back into her head as her limp body plummeted from the cliff face. The scene shifts to some crumbling ruins deep within the forest, where the bright light of dawn soon breaks through, chasing away the gloomy darkness of the night. Perched atop a lone pillar, a solitary figure sits. This is none other than the leader Asura was carrying on his back yesterday. He sits there, soaking in the sunrise while reciting a poem. All the world's affairs are but a long spring dream, and to watch a video without liking it is to live without a soul. After a moment, he let out another sigh. There's nothing worth watching around here. Looks like I'll have to check the Google review channel for some drama elsewhere. Just then, Asura returned, slinging another person over his shoulder. The leader turned his head, intrigued. "And what might that be?" Asura replied, "A body. Found her passed out by that cliff over there." Hearing this, the leader swiftly hopped down, making his way over to the body. "Let's have a look then. This is the woman from yesterday, the one who fled with the demon-faced divine sword. The poison has already ravaged her body, leaving it withered and twisted. It's hard to tell if she's alive or dead. The leader placed a hand on her wrist, checking her pulse for a moment before speaking. At first glance, she appears to be dead, but there's still a faint pulse. Humans are certainly more resilient than I give them credit for. This is convenient. We need someone to question. Anyway, let's heal the girl and see if she can point us in the right direction. With that, he stood up. He reached inside his robes, fumbling for something. After a moment, he produced a paper talisman and then quickly clapped his hands together, sandwiching it between them. The talisman immediately began to curl and spin, forming a tiny vortex right in the palm of his hand. It grew larger and larger until, a moment later, a vial of medicine materialized in his hand. For an external wound like this, there's nothing better than Dragonbone True Essence. Asura looked puzzled. Dragonbone True Essence? The leader nodded. That's the one. You probably haven't heard of it. You know of the North Sea Dragon King's daughter, don't you? Asura chimed in. You mean the mermaid? The leader elaborated. Precisely. The mermaid. You see, the Dragon King owed me a great debt long ago. Back then, one of his mermaid daughters had fallen deeply in love with a human man, but, being a mermaid, she couldn't show herself to him on land, and this brought her immense sorrow. Taking pity on the poor girl, I used a special technique to transform her tail into a pair of human legs. In gratitude, the Dragon King gifted me this very vial of Dragonbone True Essence. It's made from the marrow of a deep-sea dragon, making it an unparalleled remedy for external injuries. The moment it's applied, it seeps into the wound and new flesh begins to form instantly. As he spoke, he uncorked the vial. Asura knelt beside the woman, his eyes fixed on her as he asked, So what happened to the mermaid? Did she marry him and live happily ever after? But the leader's reply was not the one he'd hoped for. No, as a side effect of the transformation, she lost her voice and could never confess her love. I heard that eventually, the man married another woman, and the girl, well, she ended her own life. Hearing this chilling conclusion, Asura couldn't hold back his outrage. What the hell? What kind of messed up story is that? Why did it end like that? What did you even do? The leader sighed. Such insolence. Enough of this foolish chatter. This kid's wounds are extensive. I need your help over here. After a short while, the leader's voice filled with excitement. Look at that, the color's returning to her face. It's working. At this rate, it's like she's been given a new life. The kid's going to pull through. The young woman's eyes fluttered open in a daze, while the two men sat silently, staring at her, waiting for her to fully awaken. The second she regained consciousness, the girl bolted upright with a startled cry. Completely ignoring Atullah and the leader, she frantically scanned her surroundings, yelling, The divine sword! Where is the divine sword? She then scrambled onto their cart, tossing their pots and pans everywhere as she searched for the demon-faced divine sword. The two men standing behind her were completely baffled. The demon-faced divine sword? That sounds like the name of a blade, doesn't it? The sound of their voices startled the girl, and she spun around to face them. The leader gave a disarming smile and raised his hand. Hello there, miss. Atullah, completely uninterested, turned away to call for his horse. All right, you beast, get over here so I can tie these reins. The young woman's face was a mask of tension as she scowled at them. The leader spoke again. It seems the young lady had a terrible nightmare. You need to take a moment to compose yourself. He hadn't even finished his sentence before the girl lunged, pinning him to the ground. You filthy bandits. Where did you hide my divine sword? Spit it out. Hand it over, now. Atullah couldn't believe what he was seeing. Leader! Hey, what in the world are you doing, you crazy woman? A short while later, Atullah was now busy scouring the tall grass, searching for something. Meanwhile, the girl held the leader in a chokehold, refusing to let go of her hostage. She shouted towards Atullah, You still haven't found it? Atullah grumbled in frustration. Does this so-called divine sword even exist? I've been looking this entire time and there's absolutely nothing here. In response, the girl tightened her arm around the leader's neck, his face flushing a deep crimson. Stop your whining and find it. If you don't want to watch your precious leader's life slip away, you'll hurry. If you don't find it in the next 10 minutes, this old man's life is forfeit. Atullah angrily tossed aside the handful of weeds he was holding. Damn it all, this is the thanks we get for saving her? Just at that moment, his warhorse trotted over with a sword clamped in its jaws. Atullah excitedly grabbed the blade and raised it in the air. Hey, I've got something that looks like a sword. Could this be it? The young woman's eyes widened with pure elation upon seeing the demon-faced divine sword. She immediately released the leader, snatching the treasured blade and hugging it tightly. Atullah quickly ran to his leader's side to help him up. The two men quickly gathered their belongings and loaded the cart, preparing to depart. Is everything packed and ready? If so, let's move out. I think I'm going to have nightmares about that girl. But contrary to their expectations, the young woman had, at some point, silently climbed aboard their cart. Completely ignoring their stunned expressions, she issued a command. You will take me to Heavenly Martial Valley. The leader was so furious that a palpable aura began to radiate from his body. Since her back was turned, the girl was completely unaware and nonchalantly continued her orders. Heavenly Martial Valley. I must get there. The leader's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint of killing intent flashing within them. Excuse me? I've been more than tolerant because you're the first person we've encountered in Guxiang. But for you to have the audacity to act this way, get off this cart now before I'm forced to kick you off. Atula quickly restrained him from behind, preventing him from doing something he'd regret. At that very moment, a sickening cackle echoed from above. The young man had caught up to them and was now hanging upside down from a tree branch, looking down on the group below. Well, so here you are. I must admit, I'm rather surprised to find you still alive, knowing full well that I, Zatuan, am hunting for you, and yet you're just casually strolling about in a place like this. It's almost too bold to be believed. The woman looked up at her pursuer, cursing under her breath. Damn it. I really thought I'd lost them for good. Atula and his companion also looked up, completely baffled. What the hell is that? A talking monkey? No, that's not a monkey. It's a person. Look, he's even wearing shoes. Hey, maybe we should toss him a banana. Leader, where the hell are we supposed to get bananas out here? Hey you! Stop wasting time with this pointless crap and let's move. And as for that little brat, get the hell down from there, now. Zatuan leaped down from the tree, blocking their path. Hey, you two meatheads over there. What was that nonsense you were just spouting? How about I let my snakes swallow you whole? Let's see if you can keep running that mouth of yours from inside their bellies. The two men stared at him with contempt, saying nothing. Atula glanced at the old leader for his take. That guy over there. I'm pretty sure he's insulting us. Let me teach him a lesson. The old leader nodded without a moment's hesitation. Go ahead. Just then, the two were startled and whipped their heads around. The woman, who they couldn't get rid of, had actually gotten off the cart on her own. I can't let civilians get dragged into the affairs of the martial world. I'll face him and buy you some time. You two need to get out of here. Run as far away as you can. The two men were completely stunned by my unexpected act of heroism. I stepped forward, taking a deep breath. My hand tightened around the hilt of my sword as I thought to myself, I have no idea how long I can hold him off, but I have to hold my ground, no matter what. At least until those two get away. If only I could borrow the power of the divine sword right now, that would be perfect. Just then, Atula stepped in front of me, wielding a long staff. He told me to stand back. It's not often the leader lets me have some fun. Who is this weirdo getting in my way? I yelled in a panic. I told you to get out of here. What do you think you're doing? You're no match for him. Suddenly, I flinched, my eyes drawn downward. The ghost-faced divine sword in my hand was vibrating intensely. As Atula stepped forward, he suddenly froze. Startled, he saw massive, monstrous snakes materializing and coiling around Zatuan. Staring at the giant serpents, Atula started to believe the guy's earlier threats. So, that talk about being swallowed by snakes wasn't just a bluff after all, huh? Zatuan let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. The price for running your mouth is a death filled with hellish agony. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his pets to attack. The great serpents shot forward, slithering toward Atula at incredible speed. Atula raised his staff to defend himself. But just then, my ghost-faced divine sword flew through the air and smacked him right on the head. Atula never expected an attack from me, so he couldn't dodge. The blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Even the charging serpent froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The leader on the cart just sat there, his jaw on the floor, with no clue what was going on. He finally snapped, lunging forward and grabbing me by the collar. What the hell do you think you're doing, you reckless brat? I didn't even flinch, just swatted his hand away and yelled, Use the sword! Nothing else can get through the scales of those monster snakes. In the distance, a look of genuine tension finally crossed Zatuan's face. Is that the ghost-faced divine sword? A huge lump was already forming on Atula's head. He sat up, staring blankly at the sword on the ground. So this is that divine sword thing, huh? Zatuan roared at his great serpent. What are you gaping at? Get him! Quick, stop him! The great serpent lunged, its massive jaws snapping at Atula, who couldn't have cared less. He remained seated, slowly tearing the cloth from the demon-faced divine sword. The moment the fabric parted, two other eyes on the blade itself began to glow. It unleashed a blinding white light. Atula himself couldn't help but be taken aback by the sight. The leader, watching from afar, was also startled by the flash and turned his head. The woman thought to herself, they say the demon-faced divine sword chooses its own master. It's reacting to that kid. But how could a punk like him possibly be chosen by the demon-faced divine sword? Before Zatuan's horrified and disbelieving eyes, Atula slowly unsheathed the demon-faced divine sword, then spun around and unleashed a single slash. The great serpent, mid-lunge with its jaws wide open, was struck clean by the blow. Its scales, harder than forged steel, were like a thin slice of meat before the demon-faced divine sword. Its body was effortlessly cleaved in two by Atula's swing. Witnessing this, the woman's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The leader beside her, however, remained perfectly calm, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. That one strike was so monstrously powerful, it shredded the great serpent into a bloody mess of 8 pieces. Sweat poured down the woman's face like rain. At this moment, she was completely certain Atula was the true master of the demon-faced divine sword. After dealing with the great serpent, Atula glanced down at the longsword. Yeah, I'm really starting to like this sword. He then swung the blade back and forth again, his gaze fixed on Zatuan. Let's go another round. His eyes narrowed coldly as he channeled his power. In his hands, the demon-faced divine sword actually began to grow larger. The woman was once again left completely stunned. The sword. Its size has increased. Atula then leaped into the air, swinging the massive blade with a roar. Zatuan was terrified, thinking the attack was meant for him, but unexpectedly, Atula acted like a total maniac, bringing the sword down again on the serpent's already dead corpse. He just kept hacking away at it, relentlessly chopping the serpent's body from head to tail. The serpent's corpse was quickly reduced to countless small chunks. In the middle of his frenzied chopping, the demon-faced divine sword suddenly snapped in two. Everyone present was completely floored by this turn of events. The woman collapsed to her knees in despair, clutching her chest and wailing, "Oh my God, my heart." Atula stared at the broken sword in his hand for a moment, then decisively tossed it aside. What the heck? Was that a single-use sword or something? The woman couldn't hold back any longer and screamed, "Hey, you idiot! Do you have any idea what kind of sword that was? I'm going to end you right now, you miserable punk." The leader grabbed her from behind, trying to calm her down. "Just bear with it, come on, bear with it." Across from them, Zatuan watched the whole spectacle, his entire body shaking with laughter. I'm alive because of your stupidity. Ha ha." Atula paid him no mind and walked over to pick up his club. Zatuan then waved his hand, urging the remaining snakes forward. Although he felt a tinge of regret for the demon-faced divine sword, the time for games was over. "Go, my children. Avenge your brother who was so brutally slaughtered." Atula watched the swarm of snakes rush towards him without a hint of fear, standing his ground proudly. The woman in the carriage, however, had completely given up hope. She frantically grabbed the reins, trying to make the horse bolt. "This is all wrong. If we don't run now, it'll be too late." But no matter how hard she urged it on, the horse refused to move even a single step. She couldn't help but scream in frustration. This stupid horse. The leader, sitting behind her, reminded her, "It's useless. That one doesn't listen to anyone but us." Hearing that, the woman spun around and grabbed him by the collar. "Then get this cart moving. Now." The old man angrily slapped her hand away. "This kid is unbelievable. My boy is still in the middle of a fight." The woman grabbed his face again. "We can look for the body later. If we don't get out of here now, we're all going to end up dead." Suddenly, a thunderous impact echoed from behind them. Startled by the shockwave, the woman whipped her head around to look. Behind them, Asura had swung his staff, caving in the head of a giant serpent. That single blow drove the serpent's head deep into the ground, splattering gore everywhere as the earth itself cracked under the force. Zatuan was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. What in the world? Another giant serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide open, snapping at Asura. But before it could even get a bite in, Asura's staff smashed directly into its snout, sending half its fangs flying. The sheer force of the blow launched its body backward. The colossal serpent was sent soaring into a distant cliff face. Another one down, buried in rock and rubble by Asura. No sooner had that one fallen than another lunged, jaws agape, seemingly without a shred of fear. Asura shot at a cold, hard glare. A moment later, fresh blood sprayed into the air. Zatuan stared intently, hoping that his serpent had finally torn Asura to pieces. But to his utter disappointment, the blood was gushing violently from the serpent's own body. Like a god of slaughter, Asura relentlessly swung his staff, battering the serpent's body into a mangled pulp. As he finished obliterating the serpent's corpse, he charged straight for Zatuan. Caught completely off guard, Zatuan took the hit head-on. Asura's staff struck him square in the chest, sending him flying backward. The young man sailed through the air until he slammed into a tree, which should have stopped him. But the moment he made contact, the tree trunk shattered into splinters. Several more massive trees behind it snapped and collapsed in a chain reaction. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation, with the corpses of 4 giant serpents strewn about. Asura looked at the distant wreckage and sighed in disappointment. Nothing special. all bark and no bite. The woman on the cart was frozen solid, a cold sweat pouring down her face. Jia Tuan lay motionless amidst the debris, unconscious, his fate unknown. On the ground, the hilt of the demon-faced divine sword was still vibrating intensely. Asura and his group then urged their horse on, pulling the cart away from the scene. The woman traveling with them had undergone a complete change in attitude. She sincerely bowed low to the two of them. I am Shi Xiaoming, the master of the Shi family manor. I failed to recognize your greatness and have deeply offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. The leader, his face as dark as a thundercloud, waved his hand dismissively. You're forgiven. Now please, get off my cart. Shi Xiaoming didn't get off, but continued. If you would grant me a chance to atone, I wish to host you both at Tianwu Valley. The leader fumed. I already said it's fine. Shi Xiaoming replied. Then I'll take that as your agreement. I shall lead the way. The leader yelled in exasperation. Hey, are you deaf or something? I said we're not going. Get off the cart, now. Unable to get rid of her, the helpless leader tried to negotiate again. Let me say this one more time. I will only take you as far as Tianwu Valley. That's it. The woman nodded. I understand. The leader pressed on. Once we get to Tianwu Valley, we part ways. No more strings attached. You got it? The woman nodded cheerfully. Got it. Asura, who was driving the cart, suddenly turned his head and asked, And what if you change your tune then and decide to cling to us for dear life? Shi Xiaoming shouted back, infuriated. Listen here, you bastard. I was willing to let the broken ghost-faced divine sword slide, but now you're talking about who's hunting who. You want to see what it looks like when I'm the one doing the hunting? Huh? The leader frantically waved his hands. No, I'm good. Just let me go, please. Kids these days are always so cranky, you'll have to forgive him. He then whipped his head around to shout at Atullah. And you shut your trap. All right then. It's settled. Let's get going? Man, we've been on the road for what feels like an eternity. And just like that, the three of them followed the trail, making their way toward Heavenly Marshall Valley. Sometime later, back at the scene of the battle, two new figures arrived. Zatuan, having somehow survived, crawled out from the wreckage and knelt before them. After he recounted the entire story, the two newcomers were stunned. A grumpy old man and some punk in a horse-drawn carriage, you say? They're the ones who left you and the Wei clan's iron-armored guards in this state, and even managed to shatter the ghost-faced divine sword? Zatuan struggled to sit up, replying, That's right. The hooded figure bent down, picking up the hilt of the sword to examine it. To dare to destroy a divine weapon like the ghost-faced divine sword. Just who in the hell are these absolute monsters? The silver-haired man then asked, Could they be associates of the Thick clan's master, Thick Tudan? Zatuan shook his head. I don't believe they're allies, sir. The silver-haired man slowly rose to his feet. I see. Leave it to me to take care of them. Seeing him about to depart, Zatuan called out, I remember their faces. Please, allow me to track them down. But the hooded figure stopped him. Absolutely not. You need to stay here and recover from your injuries. Zatuan turned and pleaded with him. This is nothing but a scratch. Please, just give me the chance to avenge my fallen brothers with my own two hands. The hooded figure placed a hand firmly on his head, his voice turning ice cold. Are you deaf? You lost all of the iron-armored guards. You couldn't even protect the ghost-faced divine sword, and you have the audacity to ask for another mission? As he spoke, his grip tightened. Zatuan's life force was then violently drained from his body. The silver-haired man walked past, observing the scene. He looked down at the tracks on the ground. Asterisk, carriage tracks asterisk, he thought to himself. Asterisk, they're headed towards Yellowwood Mountain. Asterisk, he stood there, lost in thought for a moment, before turning to look back. By now, the hooded figure had drained Zatuan, leaving behind nothing but a withered husk. The silver-haired man asked doubtfully, You're saying that by absorbing his essence, you've gained his ability to control the iron-armored guards? The hooded man replied, That is correct. However, with no surviving iron-armored guards left, I'm afraid there's no way to test it. The silver-haired man added, Regardless, since it's come to this, we might as well deal with those two suspects before we head back. The scene then shifts to an inn nestled deep in the forest. Atullah's carriage was parked outside. It seemed they had stopped to rest and cool off with a drink. Soon after, a group of men approached. Every last one of them was carrying a sword, and they all had the distinct look of seasoned martial artists. They made their way toward the inn, their intentions unclear. The innkeeper didn't seem particularly surprised to see them enter. Their leader leaned in and asked in a low voice, The master of the Thick clan, Thick Tudan, did she bring the ghost-faced divine sword with her? The innkeeper replied just as quietly, She wasn't carrying it when she came in. I haven't had a chance to check thoroughly, but it's most likely hidden in the carriage outside. The man let out a cold snort. We'll find out soon enough. His men then spread out, taking up positions around the establishment. They didn't make a move immediately, instead choosing separate tables to sit at. Meanwhile, Atullah and his two companions were at a table in the corner, enjoying their meal. After listening to Thik Tiodan's brief explanation, the leader remarked with admiration, "The martial world, you say? Guaranteed autonomy by the royal family and the imperial court. What a truly unique worldview," Asura commented as he ate. "Sounds a lot like a divine cult, doesn't it?" The leader reached into his robes, searching for something. A divine cult is a completely different beast. That comparison isn't quite right. He quickly pulled out a small cloth pouch and handed it to Thik Tiodan. "Anyway, this is for you. My original plan was to just drop you off at Heavenly Marshall Valley, but you were so earnest with your explanation. Consider this a token of my thanks." Thik Tiodan took the pouch, eyeing it with suspicion. "What is this?" the leader explained. "Those are seeds I tried to modify with the immortality herb, but I failed. Used correctly, they could be even more potent than that one-time use green ghost-face divine sword." The moment she heard him mention the ghost-face divine sword, Thik Tiodan flared up and shouted, "Who said it's a one-time use item?" Hearing the name Ghost-face divine sword, everyone else in the tavern immediately turned to look. Did he just say Ghost-face divine sword? Yeah, I heard it clear as day. After a moment, Thik Tiodan calmed herself and let out a sigh. "All right, I get it. I'll be careful. It's not like I know the first thing about planting anything, anyway." The leader exclaimed in alarm. "What did you just say? If you try to plant those, people will die. Are you even listening to me?" Thik Tiodan didn't seem to pay him much attention, casually sipping her tea. Yeah, I got it," Asura said with a hint of exasperation. "Should we maybe take that back from her?" Thik Tiodan changed the subject. "Anyway, back to what we were talking about. What's the name of the person you two have been searching for all this time?" The leader replied, "Who said we were looking for someone? I certainly never mentioned a name." Hearing this, Thik Tiodan's face was a mask of confusion. Just then, a hand shot out from behind and violently slammed Asura's head down onto the table. Those men had finally made their move. Seeing the commotion, Thik Tiodan shot to her feet, but before she could react, a long sword was pressed against her neck. "Easy there, little lady. Getting all worked up won't solve a thing, and that old man better behave himself. I hate beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to it. I know you're holding the ghost-face divine sword. Hand it over nicely, and I'll grant the three of you a painless end." Thik Tiodan's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face like rain. He stared intently at Thik Tiodan for a moment, and when she failed to respond, he continued, "Didn't I say I hate wasting time? It seems Master Thik here doesn't quite understand. Perhaps taking one of her arms will make things clearer." The leader, sitting beside them, was startled. "What was that?" Asura, still pinned to the table, suddenly spoke. "Leader, I've had about enough of this. Permission to deal with them?" The leader calmly sipped his tea and gave a nod. Hearing their exchange, the gang's leader gritted his teeth. "You damn bastards." With the leader's approval, Asura, who was being held down, instantly surged upward. He effortlessly shrugged off the burly man holding him down, then swung a powerful fist straight into the man's face. The punch carried immense force, not only sending teeth flying but also knocking over a whole crowd of his goons standing behind him. In that single blow, 1/3 of the bandits were sent sprawling to the floor, completely unable to get back on their feet. Thik Tiodan seized the opportunity to land a solid punch on the thug holding a sword to her throat. Asura raised a cloth to wipe his face, then tossed it aside, looking incredibly imposing. The remaining bandits scrambled to help their leader to his feet. "Boss, are you all right?" "Ugh, my face. That damn scoundrel." He scrambled to his feet, pointing at his crew and roaring, "Get him! Kill every last one of them for me." Atullah showed no fear. On the contrary, a smirk played on his lips. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Thik Tiodan grabbed a longsword, sighing. "Well, it looks like I have to step in." The leader just waved a dismissive hand at her. "Miss, just sit down and have some tea. That guy, Atullah, despises it when people meddle in his affairs. Let's just stay put and enjoy our drinks." The remaining thugs immediately swarmed towards Atullah in a single wave. Atullah had absolutely no intention of dodging, standing his ground with an air of complete indifference. The corner of his mouth curled into a grin, his face alight with pure excitement. Outside, his warhorse stood before two of Za Tuan's top men. After observing the carriage for a moment, the hooded figure spoke up. "Judging by the wheel tracks, this has to be the carriage. To think they'd dare to stop and rest just a stone's throw away. They've got some serious nerve." The silver-haired man added, "You think they figured the demon-faced divine sword was broken, so no one would come after them?" As they were speaking, they suddenly heard a huge commotion from inside the inn. The entire building was shaking violently. Tables and chairs were sent flying out from the inside. The two of them rushed in to see what was happening. The moment they stepped inside, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. Everyone in the inn had been taken care of by Atula, all lying in a heap in the corner of the room. He stood there, a towering figure, like a god of carnage. Meanwhile, the leader and Thictiodan sat off to the side, casually sipping their tea. She was startled to see the two newcomers, and when they laid eyes on her, they couldn't help but smirk. Finally, we found you. Thictiodan of the Thick clan, and two suspicious characters. With that said, the hooded man shot forward. Atula, slightly taken aback, glanced over at him, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Atula. So, you're the ones who broke the demon-faced divine sword? Let's see just how tough you really are. Thictiodan slammed her hands on the table in alarm, jumping to her feet and shouting, "No! Don't let him touch you." But her warning came too late. His hand was already clamped onto Atula's head. The man's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. He then prepared to drain Atula's life force, the same technique he'd used on Aksatuan. But then, the unthinkable occurred. Atula suddenly whipped his arm up, smacking the man's hand away from his head, and immediately followed up by planting his fist squarely in his opponent's face. Just like all the others, the man was sent flying into a corner by that single punch. Blood gushed from his mouth without stopping. The silver-haired man, watching from the side, was utterly horrified. As for Thictiodan, even though she had seen this power before, she still couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Atula, looking annoyed, took out a cloth to wipe his face. "How dare you touch me with that filthy hand?" The hooded man scrambled out from the pile of bodies, retching violently in excruciating pain. The arm he had used to touch Atula's head was now grotesquely misshapen. He couldn't believe it. His arm had been completely crippled just from being swatted away. A piercing scream then echoed through the entire inn as Atula let out a cold snort. "So, you're not just a bunch of random travelers after all." At that moment, he seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked toward the door. The silver-haired man, who should have been standing right there, was nowhere to be seen. Atula froze. Where did the other one go? Did he run off? Just then, a few of the men from the beaten-down mob began to stir, groggily coming to. The moment he came to, his eyes shot wide open as the meridians all over his body started bulging uncontrollably. And then, his face contorted, showing signs of being drained of all life. A chorus of blood-curdling screams from the others immediately echoed through the air. One by one, their bodies began to wither at an alarming rate. Hearing the commotion, Atula whipped his head around to see what was happening. The area was now shrouded in a deathly aura, and in a flash, everyone had been completely drained, leaving nothing behind but their empty clothes. Following that, a hulking, shadowy figure slowly rose to its feet. The hooded man, having absorbed the life force of the others, had now transformed into a monstrous giant. Even the arm that Atula had just broken was now fully functional again. Atula, his expression utterly unfazed, shot a glance at the creature. The monster's eyes narrowed, glaring right back. Atula then asked, "You devour others to get stronger, is that it?" The creature then turned its head to look at the leader. "It looks like," the leader said, setting down his teacup, and nodded. "That's right, it's him." From behind, Thictiodan spoke up. "It's the star-sucking devil technique." The old man turned to her, confused. "The what-sucking what now?" Thictiodan repeated. "The martial art he's using is the star-sucking devil technique." The old man asked again. "You mean the dark evil god?" Thictiodan retorted angrily. "No, it's the star-sucking devil technique. It's the signature martial art of the iron-blooded brain smasher, an assassin from the Ji-Wang star, which allows him to absorb an opponent's life force and internal energy to power himself up." The old man still looked completely baffled. "So that's what that martial art is called, huh?" Thictiodan continued her explanation. "They say that once a practitioner of the star-sucking devil technique reaches a certain level, they become immune to all blades and weapons, and the more internal energy they absorb, the closer they get to immortality." The old man turned and scoffed. "Immortality? Who does he think he is?" Atula turned his head once more to look at the monster. "Immune to blades, you say?" The old man held out his hand towards Thictiodan. "Perfect timing. Hand me those. They're the seeds we genetically engineered from the immortal herb." The monster immediately began to lumber towards Atula, each heavy footstep causing the very ground to crater beneath it. Atula bent down and picked up a sword. "Let's see just how big you can get. I was starting to think this martial world was getting boring, but it looks like I was wrong." The monster raised a massive fist. "I will pulverize you." This only made Atula more excited. "Now this is interesting. The martial world is definitely interesting." Just then, the leader walked over, smacked him on the face, and told him to get out of the way. He held up a cloth pouch and said, "All right, let me show you all how this thing works." Thictiodan screamed in terror, "Are you crazy? Now is not the time for that. We need to run, now. But just as she said it, the monster's fist was already bearing down on the two of them. The old man quickly pulled a single seed from the pouch and, without a moment's hesitation, flicked it right at the monster. The seed shot through the air and stuck to the monster's hand. Immediately, a terrifying suction force erupted from it. In the blink of an eye, the monster's entire hand vanished, followed by its entire arm. The creature's body then began to warp and twist as it transformed into countless roots, all of them shooting upwards towards the ceiling. Tiktudan's eyes went wide with terror, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. The inn fell silent for a moment, and then the entire roof was blown to smithereens. The seed, feeding on the monster's body, grew at an incredible speed, erupting into a colossal tree that pierced the heavens. Its roots tore through the inn, spreading outside and anchoring deep into the earth. The massive tree was so unbelievably tall, it towered over the nearby mountain peaks. And just like that, amidst the dense, overlapping mountains, a colossal tree suddenly shoots up out of nowhere. The leader gazes at it and sighs, "Good grief, what kind of modified seed from the immortality herb is this? It's completely useless." And me. Did you see that? In a critical situation like this, all you need is one seed. He stops mid-sentence. Where'd the kid go? Asura looks around, confused. She was right here a second ago, wasn't she? Just then, a curse echoes from above. "You bastards." The two look up to see the silver-haired man standing there. He's got Tiktudan captured, held tight against his side. He glares down at the two of them menacingly. "I'll remember your faces." The moment the words leave his mouth, a blade materializes and embeds itself right in the center of his forehead. The one who threw it was none other than Asura. The leader explodes in anger. "I was planning to take him alive for interrogation, but you just had to ruin my plan." Asura stammers out an excuse. "Whoops, my hand slipped. I was just aiming for the hem of his robe." As the two bicker, they fail to notice the silver-haired man's body slowly turning translucent. He wasn't actually killed by Asura's attack. He utters coldly, "We will meet again." And just like that, both he and Tiktudan slowly vanish on the spot. Asura and the leader stare in shock. A moment later, Asura scouts the surrounding area before returning to report. "Leader, he's gone. I've searched everywhere, but there's not a single trace left. I have no idea where they went. How about we use the bronze artifact to find them? It'll be faster." He was referring to their golden-maned warhorse. The leader strokes his beard, remaining silent on the suggestion. That kid is nothing but trouble. The scene shifts elsewhere. Deep within the mountains, at some fortified base, Tiktudan has been brought in, bound and captured. They show no mercy, tossing her roughly into a prison cell. Before leaving, the silver-haired man doesn't forget to remind his subordinate, "I'll be back shortly, so keep a close eye on her." Tiktudan's face is flushed red, her body coiled with tension. The silver-haired man quickly exits the cell. He heads towards the main hall up ahead. The scene cuts back to the foot of the giant tree. The leader sighs, looking at the warhorse. "Cleaning up this mess is exhausting. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to borrow this little guy's power. But with things as they are, we have no other option." He then pulls out the same bag of seeds he'd given to Tiktudan and lets the warhorse take a sniff. "Can you get a scent from this and track that kid down?" The warhorse sniffs for a moment, then lets out a powerful snort. The two men quickly leap onto the carriage. "That's more like it. Let's move out." As soon as they're on board, the warhorse rears up with a mighty neigh. Asura sits at the front, gripping the reins tightly, and the horse bolts forward like a flash of lightning. The space ahead of them quickly begins to warp. A black hole slowly materializes and expands. The larger the black hole grows, the stronger the pull emanating from within. The leader, sitting behind Asura, grips his robes tightly as the carriage charges straight into the black hole, tearing through the fabric of space itself. The scene shifts back to the silver-haired man's base. He has now entered the main hall, bowing respectfully to another person inside. After hearing his report, the figure seated on the throne exclaims in disbelief. The ghost-faced divine sword was shattered, Za Tuan and the Iron Armor Squad were killed, and the Blood Thunder Iron Tablet was transformed into a giant tree? Am I hearing you correctly? This individual is the Corps Commander of the Assassination Corps, under the direct command of the Imperial City, the white-tailed fairy, Chu Hong. The silver-haired man nods. "Yes, my lord." Chu Hong presses on with another question. "But you're the esteemed head of the Assassination Squad's intelligence unit. You let your subordinates face those freaks, only to secure a single hostage, and then flee back here?" The silver-haired man replied, "I prioritized reporting the intelligence over engaging in a battle we weren't guaranteed to win." Chu Hong's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. He just sat there, staring intently at him, while the silver-haired man stood perfectly calm, awaiting his judgment. After a moment, Chu Huang finally spoke again. While I'm not pleased, I can understand why you had to make that call. For you, delivering the intelligence report is the #1 priority. But about the hostage, Thick Tu Dan. Isn't she from the Heavenly Martial Valley, a remnant faction of the Martial Arts Alliance? The silver-haired man responded swiftly. That is my understanding, sir. I will investigate it thoroughly. After we persuade Thick Tu Dan, make her give up the identities of those freaks and her relationship to them, and find out just how deeply the Heavenly Martial Valley is involved in this matter. Chu Huang then added nonchalantly, just eliminate them all. The silver-haired man was taken aback. What? Chu Huang continued. The demon-faced divine sword is all the proof we need. Why drag this out any longer? After you're done with Thick Tu Dan, and factoring in the loss of our 2 elite men, and pin everything on the Heavenly Martial Valley. If those freaks are truly involved with them, they'll have no choice but to show themselves before the valley is wiped out. The silver-haired man stammered, concerned. But the Imperial City forbade any overt military action against the remnants of the Martial Arts Alliance. Chu Huang calmly poured another cup of tea. That order doesn't apply to traitors plotting a rebellion. The rumors about the Heavenly Martial Valley secretly collecting legendary martial artifacts. The demon-faced divine sword proves them to be true. Doesn't that confirm the treasonous plot of those we once dismissed as mere rumor-mongers? We'll crush this rebellion with a swift and decisive strike. It must be over before they figure out our true intentions. At this, he raised his voice and called out, Someone, get in here. Summon Than Ma and Shichenguyet. Meanwhile, inside a spatial rift, Atula's group and their warhorses were still charging forward at full speed. Soon, a light appeared up ahead. It looked like they were reaching their destination. With a grim expression, Atula tightened his grip on the reins. The scene shifts to the prison cell holding Thick Tu Dan. She replayed the moment that silver-haired bastard captured her. She seethed with rage. She was always so careful, she wasn't the type to just get caught. But one moment of carelessness was all it took for him to nab me. It's so infuriating. In a burst of frustration, she strained against her bonds, and the ropes suddenly snapped. Even she was surprised at how easily the ropes gave way. What the? Were these ropes rotten or something? Why did they break so easily? Suddenly, she sensed a presence and whipped her head to the side. Atula's warhorse was emerging straight from the adjacent wall, the entire carriage materializing right inside her prison cell. They were moving so fast they couldn't stop in time, causing the carriage to skid and slam hard against the far wall. The leader started yelling in frustration. Hey, can't you stick the landing a little better? It wasn't my fault, it was the momentum. Or is this horse just out of it? Thick Tu Dan's jaw dropped at the sight. She absolutely could not believe what she was seeing. What in the world? How did you guys even get in here? The leader sighed. You're in a spot like this and that's what you're curious about. Atula moved to the iron gate to get a look. What is this place? A prison? The leader yelled for the group to hurry onto the carriage. Let's move. We have to get out of here before the bronze energy runs out. Atula yelled back. But there's no room to build up any momentum in here. We have to get outside first, just outside the prison. The guards on watch heard the strange sounds from within. One of them volunteered to head inside and check it out. But before he could even take a step, the prison was blown to smithereens. The one responsible for this mess was none other than Atula. They all walked out, taking in the scene. Man, it feels good to be in the open air. The leader sighed. I thought I told you to make a quiet exit. Panicked voices immediately erupted from all over. What's going on? Where did that tremor come from? Which direction was that sound? The scene shifts to the Grand Hall. 2 new figures were present, both looking like professional assassins. Chu Hong began to issue his orders. And so, I will assign one of you to take care of the Thianvu Valley. Which of you 2 will go? The young man with the scar, Thanma, captain of the pursuit squad, spoke up as soon as Chu Huang finished. He immediately volunteered for the mission. If you entrust this to my pursuit squad, then within 10 days, every last one of those rats hiding in the Thianvu Valley will be exterminated. Chu Huang seemed less than impressed. 10 days, huh? The other man, Shichnuyed, captain of the flying assassination squad, finally spoke up. The Thianvu Valley is a much larger and more treacherous place than you think. Unlike the pursuit squad, which excels at fighting on flat ground, my flying assassination squad specializes in combat in exactly that type of environment. Just give me 3 days. Every single living creature in the Thianvu Valley will be completely wiped off the map. Thanma's face twisted with anger as he glared at Shichnuyed. Chu Hong raised a hand. 3 days, you say? Just then, the entire Grand Hall was rocked by a violent tremor, shocking all 4 of them. What was that? Outside the prison, the ground was a smoldering wreck, thick with dust and smoke, with bodies lying everywhere. The remaining men, seeing Atula's immense power, no longer dared to charge forward, choosing to observe from a distance. Chu Huang and his group rushed outside to see. Looking down from their high perch, they could clearly see the devastating scene below. The silver-haired man gasped in horror. It's them. The ones I warned you about. They killed the armored serpent and the iron platoon. Down below, the leader sat in the cart, angrily scolding Atullah. I told you we had to go now. Atullah pointed at the men in front of them and replied, I'm trying to, but these guys just keep coming at me. The leader furiously grabbed the reins. This is no good. We're leaving. Seeing this, Atullah frantically ran after them. Hey, wait up for me. At that exact moment, an arrow flew in from behind. Atullah stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced back over his shoulder, a look of confusion on his face. To everyone's utter shock, an arrow was now sticking out of his behind. Unable to get close for hand-to-hand combat, the enemy had switched to bows. Everyone, stay back. Just keep your distance and shoot him. Atullah wailed, tears of pain streaming down his face. The old man tried to reassure him. Hey, just hang in there. I, your leader, will get that thing out for you right now. Atullah just spun around and lifted his staff. He brought it down with a single, incredibly powerful strike, slamming it directly into the ground. The impact caused the earth to shake violently. In the next instant, the entire plaza was completely leveled. Even the grand hall where Chu Huang's group was standing was annihilated. Those grunts couldn't fire another arrow, tumbling one by one into the chasm below. The warhorse pulling the carriage immediately leaped clear, dodging the shattered earth. This entire place was reduced to a desolate ruin by a single strike from Atullah. Chu Huang watched them, his heart pounding with terror. Who in the hell are these guys? And where did they come from? He roared orders to his men nearby. Capture them. I don't care if they're dead or alive. Mobilize every last soldier we have if you must, but take them down. Having blown off some steam, Atullah jogged back to the two of them, arrows in tow. Chu Huang was still there, bellowing his offer. Aside from the Thien Vu Kok, whoever captures them first, I'll make you my vice commander. Hearing this, Thon Ma and Shich Nguyen, thrilled by the promotion, leaped down to join the fray. The leader, still rattled from the tremor, was so furious his eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, You're going to be the death of me. I told you to get us out of here as quietly as possible. How many times do I have to repeat myself? He punctuated each word by kicking Atullah repeatedly, who tried to explain. But, I did what you said. After a moment, he finally calmed down and hopped onto the carriage. Just wait until we're clear of this place. You and I are having a talk. Get this carriage moving now. Atullah scrambled aboard. Yes, leader. Just then, Thick Tu Dan, who was in the back, spoke up. Hey, this box was just rolling around back here. Was it supposed to be open? It's completely empty. The other two whipped their heads around in shock. A box? What box? After inspecting it with the leader for a moment, Atullah blurted out, Wait a second. What is this thing? I feel like I recognize it. Just then, a strange chirping sound reached their ears. They both looked up to see a small, red salamander perched on the carriage roof. Seeing the look of sheer terror on their faces at the sight of this tiny creature, Thick Tu Dan couldn't help but look completely baffled. The other two were in a total meltdown. Ah, run! No, wait, we have to catch it. The salamander, however, paid them no mind and quickly leaped from the carriage, scurrying away. It stopped after a short distance, glancing back over its shoulder. By now, Atullah had already jumped down, trying to coax the little creature. Kai, my boy, you remember your big bro, don't ya? Come on home with me, I'll be nice. Haha. The salamander just stood there, staring at him intently. Just as Atullah moved in to grab it, something whizzed past from ahead. An axe sliced clean through the salamander's tail, and it let out a piercing shriek of agony. Atullah's eyes widened, turning bloodshot with pure rage. The leader on the carriage broke out in a cold sweat. Thon Ma then flicked his wrist, the chained axe flying back to his hand. Chain's too short, he grumbled. Atullah roared, You damn fool! But Thon Ma ignored him, yelling for his men to charge forward. At the same time, Shich Nguyen was leading his own squad in from the other side, grumbling, Damn, he beat me to it. Suddenly, the warhorse sensed something was terribly wrong, and bolted. It grabbed Atullah by the collar with its teeth, and dragged him away. The salamander, its tail severed, had now flown into a complete frenzy. A terrifying golden light began to radiate uncontrollably from its tiny body. Thon Ma's charging men were instantly engulfed by the golden light. In the next moment, they were all annihilated, blown into nothing but a red mist. Shich Nguyen's unit suffered the exact same fate. From his high perch in the distance, a horrified Chu Hong could only stammer, What? What is that light? And in the next instant, the two commanders were also consumed by it. The terrifying golden light expanded rapidly, completely enveloping the entire mountain fortress. Next, the entire surrounding valley was consumed. And it didn't stop there, the devastation spread across the whole mountain range. Wherever the golden light passed, the trees were scorched to ash. After what felt like an eternity, the light finally began to recede. The area had been flattened into a deep crater, shrouded in smoke and dust. Below, the embers still glowed fiercely, refusing to be extinguished. On a nearby mountain peak, Atula and his group stood watching the crater. The two of them were completely silent, when suddenly, the warhorse whinnied weakly, staggered, and then collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Seeing Thik-Tu-Dan about to run over, Atula waved her back. "It's just sleeping, leave it be. It's just exhausted from teleporting twice." The old man buried his face in his hands and sighed helplessly. How did everything turn into such a mess? Atula walked over and patted his shoulder, and for a moment, the old man thought he was trying to comfort him, but when he turned around, Atula had his rear end pointed right at him. "Hey chief, just pull the arrow out. One quick, satisfying yank, then slap some medicine on it so it stops hurting. That dragon bone essence would probably do the trick, too." The leader, who was already miserable, was now just plain furious. With a furious grunt, he yanked the arrow out, causing a fountain of red to erupt from Atula's backside. "Fine. Here's your dragon bone essence." After that, the group continued on their journey. As they were walking, a long spear suddenly came whistling through the air. It slammed into the ground right in front of them, blocking their path. From a distant fortress, a warning voice echoed. "Halt! This is a restricted area. Advance any further and you'll face the consequences. Turn back immediately." Atula snarled in anger. "They dare block our path? Should I just deal with them, chief?" But Thik-Tu-Dan stopped him, panicked. "Don't," she pleaded. She then put 2 fingers in her mouth and let out a sharp whistle, before decisively hopping off the cart and telling the two of them to wait a moment. Neither of them said a word, just silently watched her retreating figure. Once she was out of sight, Atula finally spoke up. "I bet you she's arranging for us to be held up here for a few days with some grand feast." The leader agreed 100%. These grand feasts are always such a drawn-out hassle. It's the tradition in these parts. I used to get roped into them all the time. Atula sighed. "I can't stand this kind of formal nonsense." The leader continued his explanation. "The people here have no concept of moderation. Pigs, chickens, you name it, they'll drag it home to roast, stir-fry, and deep-fry." Atula started drooling. "Well, that does sound pretty tempting. Maybe we could just stay for one meal and then go?" The leader scoffed. "You greedy pig. Fine, we'll just grab some food for the road and slip out of there as fast as we can." Just as the two of them were wiping the drool from their chins, Thik-Tu-Dan came running back out. "My apologies for the delay. It took some time to convince the people of Thienvu Valley to let you pass. To be honest, I truly wanted to insist that you both stay. But a promise is a promise. I will not trouble you any further." The two men had been expecting a massive feast. Hearing this, their faces fell, and they just stood there, stunned. Thik-Tu-Dan's expression turned serious as she clasped her hands. "If fate brings us together again, I wish you both the very best." She then went over to bid farewell to the warhorse, before turning decisively and heading back into the valley. Atula and the leader were silent the entire time. After a long moment, Atula finally burst out in frustration. "So, should I just deal with them now, chief?" The next day, Atula's group was resting by the bank of a stream. The warhorse was collapsed on its side, looking completely exhausted once again. The leader sat nearby, poking at something with 2 sticks, when he suddenly exclaimed, "Are you getting senile or something? How the heck are we supposed to follow a trail like this?" Asura grumbled from behind, in the middle of his meal. "And where the hell did Zala go? I'm starting to really miss that thing," the leader snapped, furiously throwing something at him. "I wanted to seal it away back then, but you were the one who insisted on raising it. Cut the sappy act, clean up, and let's get a move on." But as they argued, neither of them had a clue that a young man was watching them from not too far away. As the young man was intently observing the two, the person ahead of him spoke up. "Guard-jang, what are you doing? Our rest is over. Let's move." The young man jumped and turned around. "Yes, sect leader." The sect leader asked quizzically, "Was there something worth staring at?" Guard-jang explained, "Oh, no, it's just, I saw some people in strange attire, that's all. What's so shocking about that? We need to reach the Ghost Soul Forest before dark, and I mean times before times the sun sets." Darkness fell with unnerving speed. Deep in the forest, those other two were still on the move. The young girl who was the sect leader, despite her age, seemed incredibly calm. Guard-jang, on the other hand, glanced around nervously and exclaimed, "This Ghost Soul Forest. Hardly anyone dares to come here, even during the day. They say an immortal over 100 jang tall, a master of 108 divine power. Master Taishan is said to be in seclusion here, but we haven't seen any sign of life. It's probably just a stupid rumor." Maybe we should just go back, sect leader. The girl shook her head decisively. No way. Guard Zhang continued to plead, but we could easily get lost if we go any further. The girl was clearly annoyed. You're so frustrating. We've come this far, and you want to give up now? I'm going to meet Master Taishan, and that's final. Guard Zhang just laughed nervously and stammered. Maybe we could come back tomorrow morning? The girl sighed in defeat. You're so incredibly stubborn. If you want to leave, then go on your own. Just at that moment, a strange sound echoed from afar, and then, a giant stone figure materialized right in front of them. The sight left them both completely stunned, their mouths hanging wide open. What is that? What in God's name is that thing? Could it be? Master Taishan is actually real? The girl immediately bolted, running straight for the stone figure. I found him. I found Master Taishan. Guard Zhang, sweating bullets, shouted after her. Sect leader, be careful. From within the mountain range, a massive, booming explosion suddenly erupted, followed by countless more, as if a fierce battle had just begun. A large section of the forest was now a flattened, desolate wasteland. Through the thick cloud of dust and debris, the stone figure's silhouette could be faintly seen. Its body was battered beyond description. Countless cracks began to spread across its form. Then, it shattered into countless fragments. Not far from the rubble stood a figure holding a staff. It was none other than Asura. He was about to strike again, but the leader approached and told him to stop. Step aside. He walked over to the stone creature's remains. A supposedly extinct species still exists? Palos, did you think hiding in here would keep me from finding you? The moment he finished speaking, a cold snort echoed from within the stone remains. I heard the messengers had all disappeared. I'm surprised to see there's still one of you left. The leader scoffed back. Who'd you hear that from? Did you happen to meet someone who called themselves a messenger? The voice replied. No, I just heard it through the grapevine. The leader narrowed his eyes, staring intently. After a moment, he asked again. Anything else you want to say? Just at that moment, a loud voice echoed from the distance. Master Tai's son. It's those two girls who've arrived. She gasped in horror at the devastating scene before her. Master Tai's son. Those monstrous thugs. They've killed Master Tai's son. Guard Zhang, you deal with those two. I'll see to Master Tai's son. The two Asuras shot them a confused glance. In a flash, Guard Zhang blurred past the two of them. No one even saw him draw his blade. The next thing they knew, the two Asuras and the old man were cut down in a bloody mess. The girl watching from behind was thrilled. Excellent work, Guard Zhang. But this was all just a figment of their imagination. In reality, both of them were sprawled out on the ground, each with a massive lump on their head from a whack by Asura's staff. Asura stared at them, completely baffled. What's with these lunatics? They just rushed in, spoiling for a fight. I had no choice but to knock them out. So, are these two together? Seems so. Before long, dawn broke, with sunlight peeking through the leaves. Guard Zhang came to and called out to the girl. Sect leader, time to get up. It's morning. She sat up drowsily, rubbing her eyes, as Guard Zhang reminded her, we need to get to the ghost-painted forest today. We have to get an early start. The girl jolted awake. Huh? Oh, right. The sun is already this high in the sky? Why didn't you wake me sooner? What took you so long? I wanted to, but you were sleeping so soundly, sect leader. Afterwards, the two of them continued on their way down the path. Let's stop at the first inn we find on the way to the Bai Cao estate to rest. Not far off, Asura watched them. Are those two going to be all right? The leader replied, I've erased their memories of the last 24 hours. They'll be fine. Now, it's our turn to leave. The protective amulet of the celestial realm. This treasure was bestowed upon the first patriarch of my clan by a blue-eyed immortal. Using it grants phenomenal power, but it can also unleash an irreversible catastrophe. Remember this well. Unless your very life is on the line, you must never, ever use this artifact. As two travelers made their way down the road, they suddenly stumbled upon a man buried in a pile of rubble at the wayside. The man was covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. The middle-aged man on horseback couldn't possibly turn a blind eye. He immediately hoisted the injured man onto his horse and led him away. Soon, they arrived back at his estate. The burly man rescued by the estate's master had now regained consciousness. Though still covered in bandages, he was already strong enough to help his host chop firewood. The master and a servant, who were bringing medicine, were startled by the sight. He hurried over, urging the burly man to stop. He then set the medicine on a table, told him to drink it, and struck up a conversation. The two of them talked with great cheer. They were like long-lost brothers finally reunited. After a period of recovery, the burly man's wounds had finally healed completely. Then one day, a hawk was seen circling high above the estate. A group of men, each with a long sword strapped to his back, arrived outside the estate. They pushed open the gate and strode inside. The moment they saw the burly man, they all bowed their heads in unison. The burly man then bid farewell to the master of the estate and departed with his brothers in arms. The estate's master, completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him, cheerfully saw the man off. The burly man glanced back at them with a smile, and the group proceeded to follow the mountain trail. Just then, up ahead, a young man was seen rushing towards the manor. The large man, Dae-han, recognized him instantly, raising a hand in a friendly greeting. This was none other than the manor lord's personal attendant, and the moment he saw Dae-han, the color drained from his face. He was utterly terrified. Forcing himself to calm down, he quickly bowed in respect to Dae-han, who exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Afterwards, Dae-han led his band of brothers on their way. The portly attendant waited until they were gone, then, in a renewed panic, sprinted back towards the family estate. As they walked, Dae-han suddenly came to a halt, glancing back at the attendant's retreating figure with a thoughtful, suspicious look on his face. A short while later, the attendant arrived back at the estate, rushing to report something urgent to the manor lord. What he carried was a wanted poster, and the face on it was Dae-han's. He was a notoriously vicious criminal, wanted for murder, arson, and prison breaks, a man who had done it all. The bounty for his capture was a staggering 300 gold pieces. The attendant explained all this, gesturing wildly in his terror. The manor lord, however, remained calm. He folded the poster, handed it back to the attendant, and then gave him a quiet, pointed instruction. Just at that moment, a knock came from the main gate. When the attendant went to open it, his jaw dropped in sheer horror. Standing there was Dae-han and his men. They had returned. Now aware of his true identity, the manor lord and everyone inside were on high alert. The tension in the air was palpable as Dae-han stepped forward, his expression grim and foreboding. "I only wanted to leave on good terms," he said. "But what a shame, my friend." And with that, a brutal assault was unleashed upon the estate. The grounds were soon littered with the fallen, a scene of utter carnage. The manor lord, grievously wounded, dragged his broken body towards a secret chamber, consumed by regret. "This is my fault. My kindness in saving a nameless murderer has brought a gruesome end to my entire family." He crawled toward a box that held a divine artifact from an immortal. Gazing at the collar inside, he recalled the warning given by the one who bestowed it. The time had come to make the ultimate sacrifice. Slowly, he lifted the collar and placed it around his neck. The moment it touched his skin, the collar tightened violently. He convulsed in agonizing pain, trembling and groaning uncontrollably. Soon, Dae-han's voice echoed from outside the chamber. "My friend, I know you're in there. Don't prolong this any longer. You're only making it more painful for yourself. Stop being stubborn and open the door." Having said his piece, he stood there in silence, waiting for his victim to surrender. After waiting a moment with no response, he gestured for one of his underlings to step forward. The axe-wielding man moved to the front. He raised his weapon high, but before he could bring it down, the door creaked open on its own. Seeing this, the axe-wielder's lips twisted into a smirk. "I honestly can't tell if you're naive, or just plain stupid." The words had barely left his mouth when something lunged out, tearing him to bloody ribbons. Dae-han and his men stood frozen in shock as they watched their comrade fall. From within the chamber, heavy footsteps began to echo. Then, before their horrified eyes, a monstrous creature emerged. The sight of it sent an involuntary shudder through the group, forcing them all to take a step back. "What in the world is that thing?" The monster roared, a single thought consuming its mind. Kill. In a burst of rage, it completely obliterated the secret chamber. His men outside, who were tormenting the other residents, paused at the sound. They turned just in time to see Dae-han himself get sent flying out into the courtyard. The monster then stepped out from the wreckage of the chamber, holding a lifeless body in each of its massive hands. It even had a third clenched between its teeth. Dae-han's face was a mask of indescribable terror. All his fighting spirit vanished in an instant as he turned and fled for his life. Seeing him in such a frantic state, his men shouted in confusion, "What's going on, chief?" Before the burly man could even reply, the wall behind him shattered, and the colossal body of a monster emerged from the smoke and dust, appearing right before their eyes. "What in the hell is that thing?" The burly man didn't waste time with words, just bellowed at them to get back. The men scrambled to follow him, turning to flee just as another powerful explosion erupted. The entire stretch of wall was demolished by the monster's rampage, and his men were being torn apart by its claws. The beast's frenzy grew with every kill, and it let out a skin-crawling roar at the crowd. Not far away, Asura and an old man stood on a rooftop, observing the chaos. "Found it. That's the one, isn't it, old man? The collar of the hellhound that guards the underworld?" The old man confirmed it was the one. Down below, the burly chief had been beaten bloody, left crawling on the dirt. His men, who were further ahead, stared back past him in absolute terror. Seeing their faces, the chief turned his head to look. The monster had appeared right behind him without a sound. His men screamed in terror and scattered. "Help! Somebody! Help me!" The hellhound bared its sharp fangs, glaring down at the chief. At that very moment, Asura dropped from above, slamming its head into the ground with a powerful palm strike. The burly man was saved from certain death, but Asura couldn't pin the beast down for long. The hellhound was back on its feet in an instant. Asura called out to it, "It looks like you haven't fully transformed yet. I'm telling you, man, if you don't stop right now, you'll never be able to turn back into a human again." The hellhound's eyes widened as if it understood, but the moment it saw the chief behind Asura again, its eyes went wild with fury once more. It completely ignored Asura and charged straight for the burly man. Pinned to the ground, the chief watched the monster lunge toward him, completely unable to fight back or dodge. All he could do was raise his arms, shut his eyes, and scream. But before the beast could land the fatal bite, Asura sent it flying into a nearby wall with another punch. The force of the blow sent it crashing through several consecutive walls, finally coming to a stop inside the building behind them. This time, the monster couldn't get back up immediately. It just lay there, writhing. Witnessing the terrifying strength of the young man before him, the chief was utterly stunned. Asura stood there inside. "Seems like I might have hit him a little too hard," the chief stammered from behind him. "Thank you so much." Asura turned his head and shot him a glance. The other men were all standing there, trembling as they stared at him. Asura watched them for a moment, then said, "If you don't want any trouble, get lost." With that said, he turned back to look toward the monster. The spot was still covered in rubble. There was still no movement. Beneath the pile of rubble, the monster's bleeding body was visible. All that could be heard were its painful groans. Asura slowly walked closer. "No matter how stubborn you are, you can't change what's already been done. You're just going to get yourself killed. Give it up. Now, if you let me remove that collar, you can turn back into a human." As he stepped inside the wreckage, he was startled by the sight of bodies piled up in a corner. There were old people, children, and women among them. Asura suddenly understood why the creature was so determined. The collar around its neck began to glow brilliantly once more. The hellhound got back up, growling, its eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. The hatred in its eyes was unmistakable. In an instant, all the rubble and wooden beams pinning it down were blasted away. It had now fully transformed into the shape of a massive black hound. Even the pupils within its eyes had warped into something inhuman. Seeing this, Atula knew the situation was beyond saving. Outside, the mountain bandits were still scrambling to escape in a mad panic. They had barely made it to the exit when the shadow of a black hound loomed over them. The divine hound landed right in their path with terrifying speed. With their escape route cut off, they could only freeze in place. The hound's eyes glowed a furious red, brimming with murderous intent as it stared them down. The men were paralyzed by a terror beyond words. With a single stomp of its paw, the divine hound crushed several men instantly. It showed no mercy, its claws lashing out again. More men fell, their bodies torn to shreds. The big Han could only stand and watch as his brothers were, slaughtered one after another in the most gruesome ways. At that moment, he completely abandoned any thought of running. He knew there was no escape, no matter how fast he ran. After dealing with the others, the divine hound approached him. It didn't strike immediately, instead choosing to watch him tremble. Faced with the divine hound's horrifying gaze, he couldn't hold it in any longer and started to beg. "Little brother, that's you, isn't it? I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, spare me, little brother." The divine hound showed no mercy. It opened its massive jaws and lunged, sending a fresh spray of crimson into the air. The others were simply put down, but the big Han was devoured alive. Its vengeance complete, the beast tilted its head back and let out a long, haunting howl. Only then did Atula slowly approach. "I've been waiting for you to finish. Now, you can finally take off that collar." The divine hound turned to face him, not with obedience, but with a ferocious growl, making it clear it wouldn't submit to Atula's will. Atula's expression remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed. "You've taken too many lives. I doubt you can ever go back to being human now. I wonder if this was the right choice after all." The divine hound, completely indifferent, let out a deafening roar. In response, Atula drew his staff. "It seems you can't understand a word I'm saying anymore." Meanwhile, the leader sat silently on the rooftop, observing the entire scene without making a move. Seeing Atula ready to strike, the divine hound leaped into the air, roaring as it lunged with its jaws wide open. Completely unafraid, Atula swung his staff. Before the hound's jaws could even snap shut, he smashed it right across the snout. He didn't stop there. Atula swung his staff again, this time bringing it down hard on the beast's legs. The blow instantly crippled both its legs, sending it crashing to the ground. Atula raised his staff once more, aiming straight for its head. He brought it down with immense force, slamming the divine hound's head into the dirt, but it didn't end there. The shockwave from the impact continued to ripple outwards. In the aftermath, half the entire estate was leveled, leaving the divine hound and Atula at the center of a massive crater. The leader, who had been leisurely watching from the rooftop, was suddenly sent plummeting as the entire building collapsed beneath him. After a moment, once the dust had settled, nothing remained but a field of rubble. His warhorse then appeared from out of nowhere, holding the fuming leader by the collar in its mouth. Damn it all! I'll never understand that kid. Why can't he ever learn to hold back? Down in the crater, the divine hound had reverted to its original form, the lord of the manor. Atula stood there, watching him in silence. A faint smile crept across the man's lips. With his family's honor avenged, he was finally at peace. His form then began to slowly fade into nothingness. As he vanished, the divine dog collar clattered to the ground. Atula quickly scooped it up and approached his leader. Seeing him, the old man asked, "Is that the collar?" "Then what happened to its master?" Atula handed the collar over. "He's gone now." The old chief took the artifact, gazing at it for a moment in solemn silence. He then produced a talisman and placed the collar upon it. In an instant, the collar vanished into the paper charm. "There were once 3 collars like this in the world," he murmured. "And now, only one remains." The 2 of them then proceeded to give last rites to all the bodies. The manor and its inhabitants were consumed by a single, purifying flame. Watching from a distance, Atula remarked, "Before he passed, the man thanked me." The leader looked at him, puzzled. "Who are you talking about?" Atula clarified, "The man who wore the collar. He thanked me for freeing him from the monstrous existence he was trapped in." With their task complete, the 2 resumed their journey, as our scene shifts elsewhere. Here, a murder of crows picks at the carcass of some fallen beast. Not far off, a figure cloaked in black stood observing the scene. This was the very spot where Atula had slain the giant serpents. The cloaked man surveyed the area for a moment, before his gaze fell upon a set of tattered clothes on the ground. He moved swiftly, picking up the fabric to examine it, then noticed the distinct tracks of a horse-drawn carriage. Following the trail left by the carriage, he soon arrived at the ruins of the tavern. The great tree, a parting gift from the leader, still stood tall and imposing. The man in black observed it for a moment before turning to leave, taking no further action. Meanwhile, the assassin's former stronghold was now completely submerged, flooded by the mountain spring that had been unleashed upon it. This, too, was the next stop for the dark-robed pursuer. He had meticulously followed the trail Atula and his master left behind, visiting all 3 locations in succession. By the time he arrived here, a look of grim tension was etched onto his face. As night fell somewhere deep in the forest, Atula and his companions were resting, asleep beside a crackling campfire. Suddenly, the warhorse caught a scent on the wind and bolted awake from its slumber. Something was emerging from the very flames before it. It was the salamander, the one whose tail had been severed. It scurried towards Atula, crawled right onto his face, and let out a cheerful squeak. Then, it playfully nuzzled against his cheek. Atula, deep in sleep, was clearly annoyed by the creature's antics. The little salamander, however, seemed to be having the time of its life. The warhorse, seeing it was no threat, paid it no mind and went back to sleep. The scene cuts to a desolate, snow-covered mountain peak. Here, fresh blood stained the pure, white snow, where a lone figure stood, clutching a splintered, blood-soaked staff. He was surrounded by countless bodies, and emblazoned upon his back was the unmistakable image of a spider. The image was so vivid, it looked as though a real arachnid was lurking just beneath his skin. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, glancing behind him. His irises were a terrifying blood-red hue. The scene shifts once more to a rooftop where a one-eyed young man stared intently at a piece of paper. "Damn it all," he muttered. "It's been over 12 years. But every single time I think about that bastard, the wound where my right eye used to be aches like it was yesterday." In his hand, he held a map. "After all the trouble I went through just to find a lead on that thing. But by the time we got here, it was nothing but a pile of smoldering ruins. I wonder if the item we're looking for is buried somewhere in this mess." Just then, a voice called out, "Captain!" One of his underlings approached from below to give a report. "Sir, I've completed a full sweep of the area. This is the exact location of the manor where Atula's people recovered the divine dog ring. Aside from the bodies of the manor's residents, which Atula cremated, the corpses of the mountain bandits are still strewn all over the place." One Eye leaped down from the rooftop. "You've all done good work." "Yes, sir. But there is one thing. I previously sent a carrier pigeon back to headquarters, reporting on the situation here and our next steps. But for some reason, it's been over 10 days, and we still haven't received any word back from headquarters." One Eye was taken aback. "So you're saying it's been a full 10 days with no reply?" The man confirmed, That's correct, sir. The longest I've ever had to wait for a response was only 3 days. I have a bad feeling that something must have gone wrong. One Eye reassured him. Have you forgotten? Our Red Demon headquarters is protected not only by the Guildmaster, but the 2 captains, the Azure and Crimson Demons, are also stationed there. No matter what's going on, it's impossible for anything disastrous to have happened. Understand? Good. In any case, our mission here is complete. We need to head back to headquarters and report in. We'll find out what's happening as soon as we get back. However, before we return, there's one place I need to visit first. His men were startled and confused by this declaration. One Eye's expression darkened as a memory surfaced. I need to pay a visit to the person who took this eye from me all those years ago. The moonlit goddess was a mysterious woman, credited with saving Hoakok village from a devastating famine. According to our investigation, at the height of the famine, she happened to be passing through the village. She shared her food with the starving and healed the sick and weak. She performed countless acts of charity for the villagers. Afterward, the villagers built a shrine in her honor and even formed an order of handmaidens. They began to worship her as a goddess and became her loyal followers. Furthermore, the village, now known as Hoakok, began to prosper, as countless refugees flocked there, drawn by her reputation. One Eye and his men stood atop a massive tree, observing the village from a distance. The village was nestled at the foot of a mountain range, with a stream running alongside it, making it ideal for farming. One Eye gazed down at the village and let out a cold smirk. A mysterious woman. The moonlit goddess, huh? At a certain manor within the village, all the servants were women. They were in the middle of bringing a meal to their mistress when a commotion erupted outside. You can't go in. You cannot enter without an appointment. The handmaidens in the courtyard heard the ruckus and turned their heads toward the entrance. One Eye, leading 2 of his underlings, smashed through the gate. We're here to see the moonlit goddess. Where is she? The handmaidens stood frozen, completely stunned and unsure of what to do, when a sharp, scolding voice cut through the air. How dare you be so disrespectful? The speaker was a woman who had just emerged from the main house. She addressed One Eye's group with an icy tone. I don't believe I've seen you people before. We are not receiving unannounced visitors today. Perhaps you should come back another time? The corner of One Eye's mouth twisted into a chilling smirk. The old woman saw his expression and was momentarily confused. In the next instant, he sent her and the handmaidens beside her flying backward into the house. One Eye and his men then stepped inside, leaving the remaining servants completely aghast. Even though they were terrified, they still stood protectively in front of the Holy Maiden. One Eye just smirked. Holy Maiden, so this is where you've been hiding? Seeing him advance, the handmaidens panicked. What do you think you're doing? Get out of here, now. The Holy Maiden, standing behind them, sighed. It's no use. All of you, step aside. They quickly obeyed, parting to either side, leaving her to face One Eye alone. The Holy Maiden asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, Do I know you? One Eye narrowed his gaze, staring intently at her, and then, without a shred of hesitation, he struck her across the face. The Holy Maiden had no chance to dodge, and the force of the blow sent her flying, blood spraying from her lips. The surrounding handmaidens scrambled to help her up. What in the world do you think you're doing? In response to their frantic cries, an incredibly terrifying killing aura erupted from One Eye. He snarled coldly, Get in my way again, and I'll slaughter every last one of you. The handmaiden's eyes widened in terror, breaking out in a cold sweat, too afraid to even breathe. But the Holy Maiden spoke up once more. It's okay, all of you, stand down. One Eye then crouched down in front of her. He grabbed her by the collar, hoisting her up to ask, You really don't remember me? With that, he violently ripped her robes open. The upper half of her body was instantly exposed for all to see. Each of the handmaidens gasped in horror, covering their mouths with their hands. One Eye shot them a sideways glance, then looked back at the Holy Maiden. This reaction. It's strange. There's no way you don't recognize me. It was then he noticed the tattoo on her back, the image of a black spider. Upon seeing it, his eyes narrowed into slits. He grabbed a handful of the Holy Maiden's hair, yanking her head up. If you really don't remember, then I'll just have to destroy everything you hold dear and torture you until you beg for death. And I'm a man of my word. You'd better believe that. With that, he shoved her aside once more, then turned and strode out of the room. Only then did the handmaidens rush over to the Holy Maiden's side. Quickly, bring water and a cloth. Hurry. Meanwhile, as One Eye walked away, he was lost in thought. He couldn't wrap his head around it. It was a black spider tattoo, yes. But the one he remembered from all those years ago had 8 long, sprawling legs, not this timid, withdrawn design. The appearance of the 2 marks was vastly different. The thought began to creep into his mind that he might have the wrong person. No, that's impossible. Those are definitely the eyes of the monster I once knew. The day will come when I make you rip that mask off with your own 2 hands. Back inside, As the handmaidens diligently tended to the holy maiden, no one noticed the strange movement from the spider mark on her back. 8 legs rapidly unfurled from it, and the multiple eyes on its head began to glow ominously. The scene then shifts to the forest outside, where 3 figures appear to be out on a hunt. The 2 kids in the back called out to the one in the lead, "We should head back. Big brother. The holy maiden told us not to wander too far." The kid in the lead spun around, huffing in annoyance. "That's exactly why I said I was going alone. Why do you two always have to tag along and whine?" They tried to explain. "We just thought if we came with you to hunt a deer, we'd get to eat some venison." "You idiots. You have to actually find a deer before you can hunt it." Suddenly, the youngest of the group pointed ahead. "Look, a rabbit." The leader's head snapped around instantly. "Where?" "Whoa, it's real. Does this mean we get to eat rabbit stew? Let me have the fur, okay? I want to make a pair of undies for the holy maiden with it." "Shh, be quiet. Crap, it's getting away. What are you waiting for? Take the shot, now." The kid in the lead didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately let his arrow fly, but his one shot went wide. The other kids sighed in frustration. "It's gone. You're always bragging about being a perfect shot, yet you can't even hit a rabbit the size of a pig. It's because you guys were being too loud that I missed." "We weren't being loud at all. We were whispering. When you're hunting, you can't even breathe too hard, let alone talk. You hear me?" Before he could finish his sentence, the other 2 kids urged him to look behind him. Standing there was a brown bear, easily 100 times their size. The bear lowered its head and let out a deafening roar at them. The kids were instantly terrified, their jaws dropping in shock. But unexpectedly, the brown bear then collapsed right in front of them. By now, the kids were all crying, trembling so hard they could barely stand. Just then, a figure stepped down from the bear's body. Atula walked over and picked up the arrow the kids had just shot at the bear. "What's this? Did you guys shoot this arrow?" The terrified kids stammered in response. Yes sir," Atula sighed. "And here I thought I was the one who hit it. So, where do you all live? Give me a little bit of the meat, and I'll take you home in my carriage." Soon after, Atula and his companion followed the 2 kids back to their home. The moment they reached the yard, they started shouting, "Mom, Dad, Big Brother, we're back with a bear we hunted." They called and called, but no one answered. The kids went inside only to find the house empty. Where could they have gone? Atula walked over to ask, "Is no one home?" The kids nodded. "No, sir." Suddenly, the youngest boy pointed into the distance and screamed, "There's smoke!" Not far away, their village was engulfed in a sea of flames. The kids immediately took off running towards it. "It's a fire! A fire! Mom and Dad must have gone to help put it out. We have to go too." Atula stood there, watching their retreating backs with a puzzled expression. His leader walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. As the kids disappeared, the place suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Over at the village, the flames were growing larger by the second. All the villagers were desperately trying to douse the fire with buckets of water. But the blaze was just too massive. There was no way they could extinguish it overnight. The elderly, women, and children of the village had all been moved to a safe location. They watched with sorrowful eyes as the home they had known for so long was being destroyed just like that. At that moment, the divine maiden arrived. When the children and villagers saw her, they all began to clasp their hands and pray. The divine maiden gazed at the roaring inferno before her, the flames gradually consuming the reflection in her pupils. Not far away, on a mountaintop, One Eye and his brothers stood watching with admiration. For a refugee camp, they're surprisingly well organized, aren't they? If this keeps up, they'll put out the fire before it spreads according to plan. One Eye reassured them. "Don't worry about it. This is just a small greeting, that's all." The other man was still worried. "That may be true, but..." One Eye cut him off. "You've been stammering this whole time. There's something you want to ask me, isn't there? Stop beating around the bush and just spit it out." A man who looks like he's never killed anyone, not even an insect, could somehow annihilate the most powerful sect in the northern martial world. "Are you asking if he truly killed my father, Bitch Lurk Kim, the Sword Emperor of Hebei? Or is there something else you're curious about?" The man stammered. "That's not it, I wouldn't dare." One Eye shook his head. "It's fine. Anyone would think the same thing just by looking at him." The Black Spider Clan was an assassination syndicate that spread terror throughout the northern martial world. They'd take any job for the right price, carrying out their missions with brutal efficiency, regardless of right or wrong. The war between our Tai Chi sword sect and the Black Spider Clan began with the death of my martial uncle. He was their assassination target. But contrary to what the entire martial world expected, the Tai Chi sword sect claimed an overwhelming victory. Every last assassin from the Black Spider Clan was eliminated. Even the Dugu family, who were suspected of pulling the strings, were completely wiped out. From a newly established sect, the Tai Chi sword sect rose to become the #1 power in the northern martial world. And during that time, my father, who had once been known merely as a master swordsman, was granted the title of the Sword Emperor of Hebei. But from that day until the day he died, he never once drew his sword again. The Black Spider clan wasn't completely eradicated, though. There was one survivor, a young boy. Bringing home the clan's only remaining member was akin to taking a war trophy. Back then, I just thought he was some pitiful child who had been sold into servitude by a destitute family. Despite his young age, he was incredibly diligent. He could handle any task you threw at him, from chopping firewood and sweeping the floors to feeding the pigs. He even helped me with my baths, and he did it all perfectly. Then one day, while we were out on an excursion, it was his first time seeing the world outside the sect, and he was completely fascinated. It was then that I asked him what his dream was. Gyeot-an, who was busy chasing dragonflies, turned to look at me, confused. A dream? You mean, like a goal or something you want to achieve in the future? My dream, I told him, is to surpass my own father and become the greatest sword emperor in all the Central Plains. You must have a dream of your own, right? Gyeot-an just stared blankly. I've never really thought about it before. Heh, how silly of you. A man has to think about his future. It wasn't until much later that I finally understood. On the very day he was brought to our home, my father implanted a venomous parasite inside him, one known as the nine-spine goo toxin. That parasite would slowly eat away at its host's internal organs. At any moment, with just a single thought, my father could use it to end Gyeot-an's life. On a bitterly cold winter day, as snow blanketed the ground. Today marks exactly 10 years since the nine-spine goo toxin was implanted in Gyeot-an. If I recall correctly, the lifespan of a nine-spine goo is 10 years. Has it really been 10 years already? How quickly time flies. We must implant another nine-spine goo toxin in him before it's too late. No, I have no intention of using the nine-spine goo toxin again. It's been 10 years. Isn't that long enough to have observed him? Gyeot-an is just a kind, obedient boy. Using the goo toxin on him again won't change a thing. But he's one of the Hungma. Have you already forgotten what that name represents? You can raise a wild beast alongside livestock, but they can never truly live in harmony. What if this whole time, his every action has been nothing but a facade to deceive us? The nine-spine goo toxin is different from other poisons. It allows the user to perceive every subtle shift in the host's emotions, no matter how small. If he had harbored any intent to deceive us over all these years, I would have sensed it immediately. Based on everything he's done up to this point, I'm certain he doesn't even know the nine-spine goo toxin is inside him. He's just a poor, clueless child. When will he ever be free from the sins of his clan? Enough. I understand. If that's your decision, I won't stand in your way. But at the very least, keep lying Gyeot-an away from the young master. What in the world are you saying? Do you honestly believe my son, Than-jang, could be harmed by a child like Gyeot-an? That wasn't my intention, my lord. But he is from the fiendish demon clan. What if the young master happens to pass by while they're having a disagreement? He heard the voices coming from inside the room and turned to leave. I came here to learn about energy circulation, but it looks like I should return another time. Later, he went out into the mountains to hunt with Gyeot-an. He was the one handling the bow, while Gyeot-an's job was to retrieve the game. From the look on his face, Gyeot-an was absolutely loving it. Than-jang asked him, "Have you ever heard of the 9-section ancient poison?" Gyeot-an replied, "Nope. Why do you ask?" Than-jang shot him a serious look. Gyeot-an was still grinning ear to ear, seemingly clueless. Than-jang sighed. "I have a really bad feeling about it. They're saying you have the 9-section ancient poison inside your body. Sorcerer Hwang-ho said the poison's lifespan is 10 years, after which it just vanishes. That's why it would need to be implanted in you a second time. But it doesn't look like the sect leader plans on doing that. Did he say anything else to you?" "Ah, never mind. I only overheard bits and pieces, so I don't really get it." From behind him, Gyeot-an suddenly spoke up. 10 years, you say? So, today is the day." Startled, Than-jang whipped his head around. The cheerful smile had completely vanished from Gyeot-an's face. In its place was a look of stunned disbelief. Then, his expression contorted into something utterly terrifying. The door that was never meant to be opened has finally swung wide. It seems that thing I called a dream is about to become reality. Seeing that transformation, Than-jang's face went taut with tension, sweat beading on his brow. In the next instant, Gyeot-an lunged toward him. Than-jang didn't even have time to draw his sword before his arm was caught in an iron grip. His free hand swung in a vicious arc toward Than-jang's face. In an instant, everything dissolved into an endless black. Bright red blood painted the white snow, forming a long, grim path leading back to the manor. Within its walls, a horrific slaughter was underway. Corpses were scattered everywhere. The architect of all this devastation was Nguyen, the dark insignia on his back seeming to pulse. With each swing of his blade, the demonic sigil on his back seemed to squirm and shift. Soon he was drenched in blood, but none of it was his own. It all belonged to the people he had cut down before him. He had almost single-handedly eradicated the entire Tai Chi sword sect. Standing in the courtyard amidst the carnage, he gazed upon the grand hall. Suddenly, a sound echoed from beyond the gate. Startled, Nguyen turned, then strode over to where Thon Jang lay. "I shattered every joint in your body, yet you still managed to crawl all the way here? Truly, the young master of the Tai Chi sword sect is something else. Your entire sect has been annihilated. Now, you're just like me. I had intended to end your life as well, but thanks to you, my dream became a reality. So for that, I'll let you live." By the time the one-eyed man finished his tale, night had nearly fallen. The other man replied, his voice laced with confusion. "Captain, I have to admit, I'm having a hard time following this. Why can't we just dispose of him now?" The one-eyed man shook his head. "That would be far too simple, far too unsatisfying. I want to watch him break. I need him to experience the same soul-crushing despair that I endured. And only then will I grant him the mercy of a slow, painful end. Everyone, scout the terrain carefully. We're launching the assault tonight." The other man nodded in agreement. "Understood, sir. Your men are ready." One Eye continued to issue his commands. "I wonder how he'll react when he sees what happened to the villagers here, how they all met their end." Just then, another voice called out from behind. "Captain, I have something to report. There's some suspicious activity at the edge of the woods. I need you to come take a look." One Eye and his companion both turned to look down at the man. "What did you find?" Night fell swiftly, and the villagers managed to control and extinguish the blaze. Inside the Divine Maiden's estate, the injured and the homeless were taking temporary shelter. The Divine Maiden moved among them, offering words of comfort and reassurance to each person. Meanwhile, out in the forest, One Eye and his men were following the scout. "My reconnaissance here has turned up something unusual. It's been said that in the past, mountain bandits attacked this village countless times, leaving the people in a constant state of fear." One Eye replied, "This village is isolated, with no Imperial soldiers to protect it, so it's no surprise it's become a target for those marauders." The scout continued, "That's true, but the strange part is this. When the mountain bandits last raided the village, they only heard a few words from the moonlit goddess, and for some reason, they willingly returned everything they had stolen. Word is, they never came back to raid this village again. I thought the stories were just exaggerating the moonlit goddess's power, but it turns out that's not the case at all." Hearing this, One Eye fell into a contemplative silence. After walking a bit further, the scout up ahead called out, "Captain, this is the place." Back at the estate, all the villagers had fallen asleep. The lights were out, and an eerie silence had settled over the grounds. Suddenly, something emerged on the rooftop, and a figure swiftly materialized against the night sky. It was none other than the moonlit goddess. He stood there, silently gazing at the distant mountain range where a group of men held torches along a cliff face. On the ground lay a shriveled corpse. One Eye approached and asked with a hint of skepticism, "It's a body. What's so strange about that? These mountain paths are treacherous, especially at night or in the rain. It's not unusual for someone to slip and fall to their death." The scout replied, "I thought the same thing at first, sir. But, you need to look down there." The men looked over the edge and saw hundreds of other bodies piled below. "My God, how is this possible?" One Eye gasped. "Are these the mountain bandits who used to plunder the village? This must be why they never came back." Just then, a strange sound echoed from the mountain peak. The entire group flinched, startled by the sudden noise. They whirled around. Was that a whistle? An attack signal? Where's it coming from? The distance was too great, making it impossible to pinpoint the direction. How could the enemy possibly attack us in a place like this? Meanwhile, elsewhere, One Eye's men were being cut down one by one. The attacker was none other than the moonlit goddess. Having finished his work, he was about to turn and leave when he suddenly sensed something, causing him to look back. Not far off, another group was rapidly approaching his position. Seeing this, the moonlit goddess stopped, deciding to wait for them. A slight smirk played on his lips as, not far away, a single blue eye watched everything unfold. This thing is the leader's top-of-the-line, professional-grade spyglass. As he watched, he exclaimed, "Now I see it clearly. It's definitely started. I was trying to figure out how to lure that guy out, but I never thought he'd just come running out on his own. Are those mountain bandits the reason he made his move?" Off to the side, Atullah was completely dead to the world, snoring his head off, totally oblivious to his surroundings. He was deep in a sweet dream when a foot suddenly kicked him right in the face. "Get up, you punk." Atullah sat up, clutching his aching face, as the leader went back to his spyglass. That bastard has already made his move, so get on your feet. We need to act, kid. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to draw him out, and he just went and stuck his neck out for us. You hear me? Atula, still holding his face, stammered. Are you serious, sir? The leader explained. When we got to that village, I assumed the villagers were his food, but I never imagined the prey he was actually targeting was something else entirely. By using the villagers as bait, he knew that greedy fools would automatically flock there, becoming his real meal. However, those so-called predators had no idea they were being played by a spider pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Naturally, for those hunters, there was only one possible outcome: death. Atula let out a massive yawn. But it's so late now, can I just catch a little shut-eye? The old man exploded in anger. You little brat, you must have a death wish, don't you? Are you really going to sleep through a golden opportunity like this? The scene shifts back to Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur and his opponents. At that moment, several slashes of sword energy were hurtling toward him. As one of the enemy's strikes was about to connect, his body flickered into an afterimage and vanished. Before the young man could even process what had happened, a hand was already resting on the crown of his head. Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur had effortlessly dodged his slash and now held his head in a firm grip. Then, with a powerful twist, he snapped the man's neck. The youth collapsed to the ground, his life ending just like that. His two other companions charged in at the same time, swinging their blade. It looked as though their pincer attack would surely slice Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur in half, but against all expectations, he easily sidestepped the blow. He then swung his hand, landing a sharp chop on the back of the young man's neck. Simultaneously, another sword lunged for Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur's head from the front, but, just like all the times before, he dodged it with ease. He then launched himself toward the man who had just attacked. A brutal palm strike to the jaw sent a spray of fresh blood into the air. All three men were taken down in a matter of moments. Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur then grabbed one of them by the collar and hoisted him up, just as several hidden projectiles shot forward, embedding themselves in the body. It was clear he was using the corpse as a human shield to block the sneak attack. Seeing this, the faces of the men hidden in the woods all darkened, their tension palpable. A mocking smirk played on Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur's lips. One of the men was so furious a vein throbbed on his forehead. That damn bastard. They immediately resumed their desperate charge, determined to avenge their comrades. Just then, the one-eyed man and his group were rushing over. The moment he arrived, his face twisted into a scowl, because he had spotted Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur fighting with his underlings. The two locked eyes, each with a completely different expression. One was grinding his teeth in pure rage, while the other wore a smirk of utter amusement. Up on the mountaintop, the leader's face grew serious as he declared, "All right, that's our cue, let's move." "He's too busy hunting his prey to notice a thing," Atula said with a grin, his staff resting on his shoulder. "All right, little lamb." In a flash, the entire group was cut down, their bodies littering the ground in pools of blood. By the time One Eye and his men landed, not a single soul was left breathing. His followers stared at the carnage, utterly stunned. This is impossible." And just then, a voice echoed from right behind them. "You're too late." They whipped around in a panic, only to see one of their own already dead, a hand having punched straight through his throat. The one responsible was, of course, Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur. He was just in front of them a moment ago. Yet he had somehow appeared behind them to take a life. Just like that. Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur's lips curved into a smirk. "I thought you'd tuck tail and run. I was just about to head home myself." One Eye shot him an ice-cold glare. His subordinates couldn't contain their rage any longer, drawing their swords and charging forward in a frenzy. Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur didn't show a hint of fear, remaining perfectly calm where he stood. The brawny man who always accompanied One Eye drew his blade as well, positioning himself as a shield. "I will lay down my life to stop this member of the Hungma clan." The first two men were already upon Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur, and the brawny warrior rushed in right behind them. "I beg you, boss, finish him off after I've worn him down." But One Eye urgently yelled to stop him. "Don't. Wait." But the two men at the front were dispatched in an instant. One had his head snapped clean off, while the other had an arm ripped from its socket. The brawny man paid them no mind, charging forward relentlessly and immediately unleashing his 7 Thunderstrikes technique. This time, Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur didn't just stand there, he began to weave and dodge. In the blink of an eye, before the brawny man could even launch his second attack, his opponent was already right in front of him. Before his very eyes, filled with disbelief, fresh blood sprayed through the air. Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur's hand was now buried deep in his throat. He lifted the brawny man off the ground by his throat, but this one wasn't like the other grunts. He still had the strength to raise his arm and clamp down hard on his attacker's wrist. Even Nwirt Har-Thun-Nur was taken aback by this defiant act. From behind, One Eye was already swinging his blade, concentrating a powerful technique, the 8 forms of supreme pressure, the infinite heavenly sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. He then directed the devastating attack straight at Nuirt Har Thun Nur. The entire forest trembled from the sheer force of this single move. Trees were uprooted, and dust clouded the air as everything flew into chaos. After unleashing his technique, One Eye stood silently, waiting for the dust to settle. The ground before him was now a web of countless fissures carved out by his sword energy. But aside from the mangled corpses of his own men, Nuirt Har Thun Nur was nowhere in sight. Those poor souls, already slain by their foe, were now shredded to pieces by the very attack from their own leader. With Nuirt Har Thun Nur gone, One Eye's face was a mask of pure tension. A moment later, a mocking laugh echoed in his ears. Nuirt Har Thun Nur was perched on a tree branch right behind him, jeering, "Cutting down your own men. You're every bit as ruthless as they say. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?" One Eye instantly spun around, unleashing another flurry of slashes. Nuirt Har Thun Nur reacted in a flash, leaping away just as the trees where he'd been standing were obliterated by the attack. Nuirt Har Thun Nur landed gracefully amidst the splintered wood and debris, but One Eye didn't pause for a second, gritting his teeth as he charged his opponent once more. He continued to swing his blade, launching a relentless assault. Sword auras crisscrossed like a net, but to his surprise, the moon goddess had vanished from his sight once again. Just as he was lost in confusion, the moon goddess, now at his feet, spoke up. "Your martial arts have certainly improved quite a bit." Before she could finish, One Eye swung his sword down at her again, but the moon goddess was quicker, landing a swift kick to his back that sent him flying. One Eye ate dirt, face planting hard from the impact. He quickly propped himself up with his sword and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it again. The moon goddess leaped away to evade the attack, then followed up with another kick, this time straight to his face. The young man went airborne again from the force of the blow. The moon goddess didn't press her advantage, instead standing by silently, just waiting, as One Eye struggled to get back on his feet. His face was now a mask of fresh blood. He gritted his teeth, a mix of agony and sheer refusal to give up. As he reached for his twin swords, the moon goddess strode over and stomped on them, pinning them to the ground. Then, she sent him flying backward with another powerful kick, slamming him hard against the trunk of a massive tree. The moon goddess closed the distance, planting her foot firmly on his chest. Then she applied immense pressure, snapping his ribs. A torrent of blood erupted from One Eye's mouth. This time, there was absolutely no way he could get back up. The moon goddess bent down and picked up a rock. "I already spared your life once. If I decide to end it now, you really have no room to complain, do you? I didn't care what you did with the life I granted you, but you chose to throw it away on revenge, time and time again." As she spoke, she effortlessly crushed the rock in her hand. "For someone like me, snapping your limbs would be no different than squashing a bug. This isn't power I earned through grueling practice. It's an innate ability of my people. You and I are fundamentally different beings. No amount of effort on your part can ever bridge the gap between us. Revenge is a luxury reserved for the victors. A rabbit doesn't dream of getting even with a tiger. Your quest for vengeance was nothing but a foolish fantasy from the start." One Eye remained slumped against the tree, gasping for air, momentarily speechless. The moon goddess watched him for a moment before continuing. "I don't know if this will bring you any comfort, but your father was not a man worth dying for. It was your father, Tae Sarian, who commanded my clan to assassinate his own older brother, the former sect leader of the Mount Tai Sword sect. My people were afflicted with the 9 severing ancient poison, which he used to control us, so we had no choice but to obey his command. He promised an antidote once he became the sect leader, but after he got what he wanted, he simply slaughtered every last one of my kin." At this, One Eye finally lifted his head to look at her. The moon goddess saw the look in his eyes and sighed. "That expression, it seems you don't want to believe me, but whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Your father wasn't the man you thought he was. He used your youth as an excuse to pardon my clan's crimes. But in secret, he infected me with the same 9 severing ancient poison to keep me under his thumb. Under the guise of testing whether my emotions were real, he would torment me every single night, treating me like his personal plaything." Hearing this, bloodshot veins began to crawl across One Eye's vision. The moon goddess fell silent, simply standing there, watching him. After a long moment, One Eye slowly lifted his head once more. "So, your father knew why this monster was still so savage." But before he could even finish his sentence, the moon goddess's hand flashed out, sending his head clean off his shoulders. And just like that, his childhood friend lay dead at her hands. At that very moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. The moon goddess turned to see the newcomer was none other than Asura. He stared her down, his eyes filled with suspicion. The moon goddess stood her ground, watching him in silence, making no move. Asura was the first to break the silence, his voice laced with confusion. How strange. Why is this host so clear-headed? No matter. I'll just subdue her first. As he said this, he reached behind his back and drew his staff, swinging it in a swift arc aimed right for the moon goddess's head. His speed was incredible, but the blow met only empty air. The miss left Asura completely stunned, and in that moment of shock, a hand clamped down on the top of his head. From a distance, the leader's voice rang out with a warning. Watch out, but it was too late. The moon goddess, now hovering above, gripped Asura's head tightly. Are you one of them too? She asked. Without waiting for an answer, she twisted his neck with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as Asura's head was wrenched completely backward. Assuming he was finished, just like any normal man would be, the moon goddess released her grip. The instant she let go, Asura's staff whipped around, smashing violently into her. With no time to react, the moon goddess was sent hurtling through the air, crashing hard into a massive boulder in the distance. Her body was embedded in the rock face, blood spraying from the impact. Her eyes were wide with utter disbelief as the entire giant boulder behind her crumbled into pieces. Asura didn't bother to press the attack. Instead, he simply stood there and casually grabbed his own head, twisting his neck back into place. In just a moment, his face snapped back to its proper position. He thought to himself, now that's a surprise. Besides the boss, I can't remember the last time someone did that to me. He pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the pile of rubble. All was silent. There wasn't a single sign of movement. A look of confusion crossed Asura's face. Did I overdo it again? I wasn't actually trying to finish her off. But just then, the rubble began to stir. The heavy stones pinning the moon goddess down were suddenly blasted away, and she burst out from the debris. A grin spread across Asura's face. Well, look at that. Still alive and kicking. The moment she was free, she lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at him. The two of them clashed in a cloud of dust, trading a flurry of fists and feet. A powerful kick from the moon goddess looked certain to send Asura flying, but once again, it struck nothing but air. The next instant, Asura's voice echoed from directly above her. She's fast, and that power is no joke. All right then, let's see what you've really got. With that, he drew his staff and launched his own assault. Now it was Asura's turn to go on a relentless offensive. Their fists and feet collided in a blur of motion, the moon goddess desperately trying to counter his every move. But it was no use. Asura effortlessly dodged every one of her attacks. After a moment, however, she saw an opening and landed a solid punch right in his gut. For a second, it looked like the blow might have seriously wounded him, but to the moon goddess's horror, the unexpected happened. A smirk played on Asura's lips. A real shame, but this is where it ends for you. And with that, he drove his own fist into the moon goddess's stomach. The force of Asura's counterblow left her completely dazed. Asura watched her tremble before him and sighed. I wanted to play around a bit longer, but the boss will kill me if I get chewed out. The moon goddess coughed up a spray of blood, her mind reeling in pure terror. This is impossible. Could this guy be just like me? No, he's different. He's even stronger than my entire clan. Just as he was lost in thought about Asura's power, another fist came flying. The moonlit divine maiden was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through countless trees, sending shockwaves through the entire forest. The impact carved a long, deep trench into the earth. After a moment, as the dust settled, the unconscious body of the moonlit divine maiden was revealed. He was completely unable to rise, left to lie helplessly amidst the wreckage. Asura slowly, deliberately, began to walk towards him. The monster dwelling inside the moonlit divine maiden's body had only a single thought. This is bad. This is really, really bad. This guy is too dangerous. I have to get out of here, now. As Asura drew closer, he was surprised to see the moonlit divine maiden's body begin to stir. The spider demon within his body quickly began to emerge. A wide, excited grin spread across Asura's face. Finally, it's coming out. In an instant, a massive, fully formed spider demon stood before him. Asura reached behind his back and drew his staff. You're a clever one. Crawling out before your host kicks the bucket. Good call. Let's dance. But contrary to his expectations, the spider demon didn't attack. Instead, it launched itself into the air, and with blinding speed, it bounded off the tree trunks, making a swift escape. Asura stood there, completely stunned by its decisive retreat. He roared in fury. What a coward. Get back here, you damn spider freak. The spider demon paid him no mind, scrambling away at full speed, skittering across the ground on its 8 legs. Was I so caught up in the fight that I didn't sense another presence? I have to abandon this nest. I need to get as far away as possible and hide. But not far ahead, a figure was standing in its path, as if waiting. As the spider demon charged forward, it was brought to a screeching halt by the sight of the person in front of it. The one blocking its path was the leader. It could feel an overwhelming dark aura radiating from his very being. This oppressive aura sent a shiver of pure terror down to its very core. It didn't dare make a single move, freezing in place. "What is this grotesque creature?" the leader asked calmly. "Just how many souls have you devoured to become this massive?" Just then, Asura's staff came whistling through the air from behind, impaling the spider demon's body straight through from end to end. The staff shot past the leader and flew off into the distance. Just like that, the spider demon was finished, its body dissolving as it collapsed to the ground. With its last breath, it uttered in disbelief, "No, this can't be." The leader had stood there silently, watching the entire exchange. He then produced a talisman and began to absorb the spider demon's remains. The creature's massive corpse was slowly drawn into the small slip of paper until, after a moment, it had vanished completely. Only then did he turn to Asura and offer praise. "You did well." Asura replied, "Hey leader, about the guy that Spider was controlling. He's different from the other hosts. It seems like he's still conscious. Could it possibly be?" The leader's eyes widened in surprise. The two of them immediately went over to examine the moonlit divine maiden. After a moment, the leader let out a chuckle. "Ho ho, now this is interesting. This boy's constitution is truly unique. His bone structure and musculature are abnormally powerful, more like a wild beast than a man. I've heard tales of an ancient warrior tribe with a similar physiology, but he certainly can't be one of their descendants. After all, to be controlled by a Huk-Chu, one of the bloodthirsty spider demons. This boy's life must have been a tragic one. Honestly, for a spider to ignore a perfectly good meal right under its nose, especially when starving, is completely against its nature. It must have been this child's sheer willpower that suppressed the spider's bloodthirsty instincts, and in doing so, he saved the entire village." The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's just call this destiny. In that case, I'll bestow a gift upon this child." Sometime later, somewhere deep in the forest, a beautiful young deer was peacefully grazing on some leaves. Suddenly, it flinched, whipping its head to the side. An instant later, it bolted for its life, because an arrow was flying straight for it. The arrow belonged to the same group of kids Asura had run into the other day. Seeing their leader miss the shot, the two kids behind him sighed in unison. They had a feeling he'd miss. The leader's face turned beet red with rage. "Hey, get a move on." The two boys shot back. "What for? We were being quiet this time." But the leader just yelled at them again. "I already told you guys to stop following me." Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the two boys screamed in alarm. "Boss, look out." A gigantic bear had appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Just like that day they met Allah. The three terrified boys couldn't wrap their heads around it. "It's still alive? Didn't that man take it away?" The three kids were completely stumped. All they could do was huddle together, trembling and covering their heads. But unexpectedly, a voice called out from atop the bear's back. "Hey kids, I told you not to venture so deep into this forest." Startled, the boys looked up. "Is that the saintess?" The saintess offered a gentle smile. "Honestly, what kind of scolding will it take to finally change your ways?" The boys then rode back with her on the bear. Once they reached the edge of the forest, the saintess told them it was time to get down. After saying its goodbyes, the brown bear headed back into the deep woods. The four of them stood there, waving to it like it was a dear old friend. The leader of the boys asked suspiciously, "Did you raise that bear, saintess?" The saintess just chuckled. "Haha, I didn't raise it, but I did save it when it was just a cub, and that's why it's so close to me now. All right, let's get you all home." As she spoke, she lifted the smallest boy and placed him on her shoulders. The group then happily started their walk back. Ever since the day the village burned down, something about the saintess had changed. She had always been kind to everyone before, but for some reason, she was incredibly hard to approach. Sometimes, people were even a little afraid of her, but now, the kids felt like she was their very own big sister, as if they had all grown up together. The village, once devastated by the fire, was now slowly being restored. Although piles of rubble were still scattered everywhere, people's lives were gradually returning to normal. Ever since the saintess changed, their village had begun to change right along with her. The burned-down houses were being rebuilt, and the saintess's own ancestral hall was now a schoolhouse. The council of elders began appointing teachers to instruct everyone in the village at the new school. Mornings were for the children's classes, and afternoons were for the adults. Everyone was welcome to join. The saintess herself was the one who trained all the new teachers. She taught them how to cultivate crops, and shared her knowledge on which mushrooms were safe to eat. She instructed them in the art of acupuncture to heal the sick, guided them in the ways of carpentry, and finally, she taught them martial arts, from farming and harvesting medicinal herbs to woodworking, hunting, and combat. There was nothing the saintess couldn't do. She was truly capable of anything. After that fiery night, the village was completely reborn as new structures began to rise from the ashes. It was brought back from the brink of oblivion. As time passed, Hoakok village became known as a prime place to live in Hebei, drawing in more and more people. Because of this, the village continued to expand. Then, one day, the divine maiden was admiring her handiwork from a mountaintop when she suddenly vanished. It said that while everyone was frantically searching for her, the village chief calmed the crowd and whispered, "She has surely returned to the place from whence she came." The divine maiden was a gift from the heavens to our Hoakok village. Now that her mission is complete, she has returned to the celestial realm. That night, at the home of the three children, one of the boys couldn't sleep and stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. It was a beautiful, moonlit night, almost poetic. He stood there, lost in thought, staring at the moon hanging in the void. After a moment, he shouted in anger, "What a load of crap, village chief. Do you take us for idiots?" The scene shifts to the master and disciple duo, Atua. As usual, they were on their horse-drawn carriage, continuing their journey through the central plains. Atula was driving the carriage, yawning over and over. His expression was a clear mix of exhaustion and sorrow. Just as he was drifting off, a loud voice boomed from up ahead. "Stop right there for me." Blocking their path was a group of burly men, each one armed to the teeth. They were clearly mountain bandits. The leader's face was grim and incredibly ferocious, as he glared at them with murderous intent. Both Atula and his master looked utterly confused, having no idea what this guy wanted. The leader sighed. "What is this?" The two sides just stood there, facing each other for a long moment while nothing happened. Finally, Atula couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. "We've stopped." The man snapped back, ordering the two of them to come over. Atula and his master were once again dumbfounded and completely bewildered. Unsure what to do, he turned to his master for advice. After getting a nod of permission, he dismounted the carriage, staff in hand, and walked toward the group. "You all must be bandits, right? If you scram right now, I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the bandit leader's eyes narrowed. "You're pretty full of yourself." Atula scoffed. "I already gave you a warning, and you still won't leave?" With that said, he swung his staff without a shred of hesitation, striking his opponent. The young man had absolutely no time to react, and was sent flying by Atula's single blow, slamming into the adjacent cliff face. The lackeys behind him were horrified by the sight and jumped back in shock. Atula spoke again. "You should have run when I told you to get lost." Although the three men were terrified, they didn't flee. On the contrary, they drew their swords and charged forward. Atula's lips curled into a smirk, but he quickly sensed that something was wrong. He glanced back at the man pinned in the cliff face. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get his staff free. It was because the man in the cliff was using all his strength to hold the staff, determined not to let him pull it out. Despite being battered and bloody, the corner of his mouth lifted into a very smug grin. The master, sitting on the carriage, couldn't help but sigh at the scene. At that moment, the remaining men had reached Atula, their blades coming down on him. The sound of battle erupted instantly. Atula didn't move an inch, allowing the three of them to press their blades to his neck, with two great swords resting on his shoulders. His eyes were still locked on the leader buried in the wreckage. At that very moment, another figure emerged from behind a tree, ordering the others to fall back. Hearing his command, they immediately complied and retreated. Even the man pinned to the cliff, who had been gripping Atula's staff, let go and pulled himself free. The newcomer paid Atula no mind, casually strolling right past him. He approached the carriage and bowed respectfully to the leader. "My humble self is Lu Zilin, a member of the Black Blade Division of the Shu Emperor's Citadel. I ask for your forgiveness on behalf of my subordinate." The leader's expression remained perfectly calm. He hadn't uttered a single word. The man continued, "Our division chief wishes to have an audience with you two, and if you would permit me, I shall lead the way." The leader shot back. "So, after a show of overwhelming force, now you extend an invitation? And what if we refuse?" The man bowed respectfully once more before speaking. "Then I shall, of course, see you two off on your journey. If we have been disrespectful in any way, I pray you will overlook our transgressions." The leader once again fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts unreadable. The man maintained his posture, standing with his head bowed and hands clasped. After a short while, the leader finally spoke again. "It's hard to stay angry with you bowing like that." "All right, fine. A short meeting won't kill us." Hearing this, the man let out a sigh of relief. "My sincerest thanks to you both. We will ensure our service meets your every expectation." The large brute, who had just been thrashed by Atula, came over and ordered three of his subordinates to head back first. At that exact moment, Atula's staff was suddenly resting on his throat. The three men who were about to leave froze, their bodies tensing up at the sight, as they glanced over. The man in the conical hat also frowned and turned his head. Atula coldly asked his opponent, "You think you're pretty tough, huh?" The big man turned his head to glare back, the corners of his eyes already turning bloodshot. A smirk played on Atula's lips. "Then try grabbing my iron staff one more time." Without a hint of fear, the big man reached out and seized the iron staff. He was about to unleash his full fury when the man in the conical hat behind him shouted, stopping him in his tracks. "Wang Yan, do not be discourteous to our honored guests." The big man's killing intent was still pouring off him in waves. He clearly had no intention of backing down, but he quickly reined in his emotions. With a deep exhale, he released the iron staff. He turned once more to the other three and asked, "Where are the master's horses?" Startled, the three men scrambled to answer. "Right here, sir, right here." Atula was about to teach him a lesson when the leader called him back. Seeing the boy just standing there, stunned, he narrowed his eyes and barked, "Didn't you hear me?" Atula hastily scrambled back to the carriage. I heard you, I heard you." He took his position once again, and took the reins. The leader sighed. "I thought you'd learned to control your power by now. Or was your opponent just that weak?" Hearing these questions, Atula's face flushed bright red as he broke out in a sweat. "Of course I was holding back on purpose." The group quickly brought out several horses. The man in the conical hat mounted his and spoke. "Well then, let's be on our way. The location is not far from here." Aboard the carriage, neither Atula nor the leader looked particularly pleased. They then proceeded under the escort of the very men who had just ambushed them. The party soon arrived at a massive complex of buildings perched atop a mountain peak. Both Atula and the leader couldn't help but be stirred by the sight of the citadel before them. They quickly crossed the bridge to the base of the fortress, and the main gate swung open for them shortly thereafter. "Let them in." The moment they stepped inside, a commotion drew their attention. They glanced over to see a group of people, bound and being led away, all while being relentlessly beaten. "Move it, you damn turtles. Anyone who falls behind, I'll peel your damn hide." As the two were fixated on the grim spectacle, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Even though the world has changed, there are still many stubborn fools who resist the rule of the Jiwang Star. It is the duty of our blackguard to hunt down and punish such individuals. These are all criminals being escorted back for judgment. The sight is a bit unsettling. My apologies." The leader remained silent, not uttering a word. They then proceeded deeper inside, having no time to spare for those captives for now. They were guided to the main hall in the city center, the carriage left in a corner somewhere. Asura and his master then went inside with the hatted man for tea. The leader, intrigued, raised the cup to take a sip, while Asura, filled with curiosity, kept glancing all around the room. The hatted man suddenly spoke, shattering the silence. "Pardon me, my lord, but have you ever heard of the poison spirit art?" The leader replied instantly, "Never." The young man continued, "To put it simply, it is the art of reading the memories of inanimate objects. It is a secret esoteric art, passed down through my clan." Asura and his master seemed to have little interest in this so-called esoteric art, their expressions unchanged. The young man pressed on. "While I say I can read them, it's not always crystal clear. It's more like trying to see through a dense fog." The longer he listened, the more bored Asura became, letting out one yawn after another. Seeing his guest's expressions, the young man felt a bit helpless, wondering if he should even continue. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "Recently, an organization affiliated with the Jiwang Star was mysteriously annihilated. We launched an investigation into the matter, and in the process, I used my poison spirit art and witnessed something quite peculiar." The scene then flashes back to when he was tracking Asura and his master. Using his clan's secret art, he had actually witnessed the scene of Asura's fight. He saw him shatter the great serpent's skull with a single blow and witnessed his entire battle against the horde of monsters. The image of Asura's frenzied slaughter was burned into his mind, followed by the sight of the sky-piercing great tree that the two of them had created. He approached and laid a hand on its trunk. Once again, visions of Asura and his master appeared before him. He saw the moment they confronted that colossal beast, and he understood how the great tree came to be. Then, he saw the massive lake atop the mountain. The horrific events that transpired there were also laid bare before his eyes. After witnessing everything this master and disciple duo had accomplished, he found it utterly unbelievable. And that is what led to our meeting today. Hearing that he somehow knew everything, Asura and his master finally showed a flicker of interest. He turned to his master, reading the memories of objects. "That's a pretty useful skill." The leader sighed. "He's talking about us, isn't he?" He didn't seem particularly bothered, casually confirming, "Yes, that is correct." The young man was momentarily stunned. The leader's expression grew stern. "Are you implying that we were responsible for all those events, and you expect us to confirm it?" Hearing this, the tension was palpable on the young man's face. He quickly waved his hands in a placating gesture. If you two admit to this, we will be forced to apprehend and sentence you both. So I suggest you think very carefully before you answer. Asura scoffed. Are you trying to pin treason on me? The leader, however, remained perfectly calm and gestured for him to go on. You had this planned from the very beginning, didn't you? How could I have not seen it coming? A cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on the young man's face. The leader continued. I deeply regret the things that have happened. Though unintentional, we are responsible for the outcome. But we had our unavoidable reasons, and conflicts, both large and small, are destined to continue. I wanted to avoid a confrontation, but if that's what you truly want, then today I'll give you a real taste of it. Even if you have to mobilize every last one of your forces here to capture or eliminate us, by all means, give it your best shot. Did you really think laying this trap was enough to catch us with our heads in the noose? Hearing him speak, Asura's eyes lit up. Ah, so that's what this is all about. His expression held not a trace of fear or tension. Instead, it was replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated excitement. Witnessing their attitude and hearing their words, the young man was now sweating bullets. The leader's voice turned sharp. Remember this well. What happens here today is our official warning to the G-King Star. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the manor, in a remote and dilapidated area deep within. As the prisoners were being led down into the dungeon, many other prisoners were already there, and they all stared out with curiosity as the new arrivals were brought in. The new group was taken to a cell that was already holding a number of people dressed in clothes identical to their own. Then, without a shred of mercy, the warden kicked them all inside. Get in there, now. The group that was kicked in stared in shock at the people inside the cell. This can't be happening. They all rushed forward to reunite. Before leaving, the soldiers outside didn't forget their parting words. Xu Chang, Xiao Zhenjing, and the rest of you. Go ahead and discuss the Hugo Review channel all you want. But if you start any trouble, don't say we didn't warn you. How can you be so happy to see your sect mates when you've all ended up in a place like this? It's truly laughable. The old, silver-haired man sitting in the center of the cell asked the newcomers, So you were all captured and brought here too? It's a relief to see you. But when I think about the state of our Xingyu sect, I can't find any reason to be happy. The entire group fell into a deep, sorrowful silence. The fierce-looking young man at the front spoke up, Master, we disciples came here to rescue you and our martial uncles. Hearing these words, the others were completely stunned, their faces a mask of disbelief. What utter foolishness. Rescue us? Do you have any idea what this black fortress is? How could you act so recklessly? Keep it down. They might come back if they hear you. The silver-haired old man spoke again. Changer, you've always been so cautious. This isn't like you, acting so rashly in a moment of anger. Xu Cheng replied with a determined look in his eyes. Master, the truth is, we went to Tianwu Valley to present our plan and beg for their assistance. At the very mention of Tianwu Valley, the prisoners were struck with yet another wave of astonishment. Xu Chang continued his explanation. Of course, they were afraid of offending the G-King Star, so they couldn't help us openly, but they gave us a treasure and wished us success. The group was shocked once more. A treasure? Xu Chang quickly pulled up his shirt. He decisively ripped a patch of cloth sewn into his robe, revealing a small wooden block. He quickly opened the wooden block. Nestled inside was a single seed. This was a seed from an otherworldly plant. It was said to be a gift from a great master. The crowd quickly gathered, staring intently. An otherworldly plant seed? Back with Asura's group. Hey, why hasn't the leader of the Black Stronghold shown up yet? He must be lurking somewhere nearby with an ambush party, just waiting for your signal, isn't he? As soon as he spoke those words, a terrifying silence fell over the room. The young man waved his hand dismissively, explaining, That's not entirely out of the question. It seems I've acted without proper consideration. Allow me to formally introduce myself again. I am Lu Zilin, the Vice Chief of the Black Stronghold. Both Asura and his companion showed a hint of surprise. Lu Zilin continued, I kept my identity hidden because I didn't wish to put any pressure on you. If this has caused you any discomfort, I sincerely apologize. The leader replied nonchalantly, It's a bit surprising, I'll admit, but it doesn't really change a thing. So what if you're the Vice Chief? The fact remains that one of your allied organizations has been annihilated. That doesn't change. And once you confirmed that, you were supposed to apprehend and punish us, weren't you? Didn't you yourself say the Black Stronghold was responsible for that sort of thing? Seeing they showed not a shred of fear, the young man's expression tensed up once more. Asura cracked his knuckles, a look of interest on his face. That's right. I've heard the stories. Lu Zilin gave a helpless smile. This puts me in a real bind. Frankly, after witnessing your strength firsthand, I have no desire whatsoever to become your enemy. So, I have a proposal. What would you say to joining our Jiwangxing? I will personally recommend you. The two of them were stunned. Join Ji Wangxing? Lu Zilin elaborated. My investigation revealed that you two came from outside the Central Plains not long ago, and you haven't pledged allegiance to any faction or sect. If you join Ji Wangxing, you will receive our full support in all your endeavors. This would be highly beneficial to your current activities. It's true, you've caused us considerable losses, but that was all just a misunderstanding, a minor conflict. It's not as if you were intentionally opposing Ji Wangxing. If you agree to join us, I will use my authority to wipe your slates clean. The two fell silent, contemplating the offer. After a moment, the leader refused outright. You have no idea what our goals are. We appreciate the offer, but you stick to your business, and we'll stick to ours. Lu Zilin's eyes widened as he stared at the leader. After a long moment, he sighed in resignation. I understand. Very well, I will let this go. For today. The two of them looked at him in utter disbelief. What? You're letting us go? Lu Zilin smiled. Like I said, I don't want to make enemies of you two. I'll find another way to resolve this matter amicably. Ah, and one more thing. You certainly don't have to leave immediately. Feel free to stay for a few days if you wish. The leader stood up and answered curtly. That won't be necessary. If our business here is concluded, then we have no reason to linger. Let's go. Not getting a fight was incredibly frustrating for Asura, but there was nothing to be done about it. You can't possibly defy the leader's orders. But just as they took a few steps, Lu Zilin's voice cut through the air. Ah, hold on a moment. Please, stop right there. Startled, the two whipped their heads around, and the instant they paused, an iron cage plummeted from above, trapping them inside. Atula glanced up, intrigued, as Lu Zilin stepped forward to face them. I need to make a small correction. Historically, no one who has ever set foot in the Black Stockade has managed to walk out alive. In other words, I have absolutely no intention of letting you go. Atula, completely unfazed, reached out and tested the strength of the iron bars. After a moment, he turned to the leader and remarked, This thing is surprisingly sturdy. Lu Zilin let out a cold, triumphant laugh. That's 10,000-year cold iron, you little punk. Struggling is pointless. So just give up and accept your fate. The two of them shot him another look of disbelief. Atula just smirked. Wow. You switch sides fast, don't you? But I've got to admit, I like your style. Just then, the large brute from earlier shoved the door open and stepped inside. A squad of soldiers filed in right behind him. In an instant, the cage holding Atula and the leader was completely surrounded. Every single one of them had a look of pure killing intent on their face. Meanwhile, back at the main prison, the otherworldly seed had begun to sprout. It burst through the rock and soil with incredible speed. The terrified prisoners all scrambled to get back. This thing is growing insanely fast. In the blink of an eye, the prison was torn to pieces by the plant, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. What in the world is that thing? As the colossal plant continued to grow, collapsing the prison, the panicked cries of the inmates echoed everywhere. Back in the main hall, the leader remained perfectly calm, stroking his beard. I anticipated you'd react this way, Lu Zilin sneered. I told you I would wipe your records clean if you joined the Ji Wangxing. That part wasn't a lie. You threw away your only chance of survival with your own two hands. The tip of every spear here is coated in the venom of a monoceros beast. Even a single scratch is a death sentence. There is no cure. Let's just see how long you can hold out. Men, attack. The moment the words left his lips, all the soldiers lunged forward in unison, thrusting their spears into the iron cage. But then, something unexpected happened, causing Lu Zilin's expression to twist in annoyance. A violent tremor shook the entire room, startling the soldiers and halting their attack mid-thrust. Inside the cage, Atula and the leader's eyes went wide. The tremor was coming from the otherworldly tree, which was now erupting from the prison grounds. Its massive roots were tearing through the compound's structures at an alarming rate. Inside the prison, inmates were fleeing for their lives in a panic. Master, are you all right? What in the world did you bring here? What the hell is going on? The magnificent fortress, once standing proudly atop the mountain, was reduced to unrecognizable rubble in a matter of moments. Panicked screams echoed relentlessly from every direction. What in God's name is happening? Everybody, get out of the building, now. The sounds of terrified screams filled the air, like a scene from the apocalypse. The roots were already snaking their way toward the main hall. Inside, the floor and ceiling began to shake more and more violently. Someone screamed, "Everyone, look out! The ceiling is coming down." No sooner had he spoken than the entire ceiling collapsed right on top of the cage holding Atula. The entire cage was buried under a mountain of rubble and debris, completely obscuring Atula and the leader from view. Suddenly, a noise erupted from beneath the pile of rubble. The brute who'd clashed with Atula roared, forcing the debris aside as he emerged. In that critical moment, He'd used his own body to shield his underlings from the crushing debris. The moment he was free, he bellowed at his men. "What's the big rush? Get a handle on the situation first." His men snapped to attention, roaring their compliance in unison. But just as they spoke, roots erupted from the earth, finishing several of them off. Agonizing screams instantly filled the air. Watching his men perish right in front of him, the big man couldn't help but curse. Damn it all. Just then, from behind, Lu Zilin suddenly cried out, "Wang Yan!" But the words barely escaped his lips before his body was completely engulfed by roots. Wang Yan screamed in terror, "Deputy Chief!" In the next instant, several holes burst open on the root's surface, and they were immediately blown to shreds from within. Lu Zilin was no mere scrub. He wasn't going down that easily. At the last possible second, he had unleashed his true power, shattering the wooden prison. Wang Yan hurried to his side to check on him. "Are you all right, sir?" Lu Zilin shot back. "What about our targets?" The question made Wang Yan freeze in his tracks, and he whipped his head around to look. The iron cage was buried beneath the pile of rubble. He scrambled over to inspect the damage. The moment he got close, he froze in disbelief. What the hell? The cage made from millennial frost steel? It's been completely torn apart? As he stood there, dumbfounded, a surprised voice spoke up from nearby. The chief and Ayatollah hadn't escaped. Instead, they were casually standing nearby, stroking the trunk of the massive tree. "You know, this looks exactly like one of the seeds I gave that kid. The one with the odd nickname." Ayatollah nodded in agreement. "My thoughts exactly." The chief looked puzzled. "But why would it sprout all the way out here?" he wondered aloud. "You don't think that kid is somewhere in this place, do you?" Atullah's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Just then, a hand clamped down on his head as a voice cut through the air. "Whether he's here or not, I couldn't say." Before the chief's stunned gaze, the assailant lifted Ayatollah clean off the ground by his head. Without a shred of mercy, Wang Yan then smashed Atullah's face straight into the floor, shattering the very stone beneath them. And through it all, Ayatollah didn't show the slightest reaction, passively letting the man brutalize him. The chief, for his part, didn't seem particularly concerned, because he knew that kid was impossible to kill. Lu Zilin bellowed, "Seize him," then corrected himself. "No, kill him, and make sure that old geezer dies with him. What are you all standing around for? Get them." The men, still reeling from the tremor, finally shook off their stupor. They charged as one, thrusting their spears toward the chief. The chief's expression remained placid, utterly unconcerned by the advance. Even as a forest of spear tips closed in on him, he simply stood there, hands clasped behind his back. But at that very moment, the unexpected occurred. Before a single spear could touch him, every last one of the attackers was taken out by roots bursting from the floor. The air once again filled with a spray of fresh blood and agonizing screams. Yet, even witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, the chief's expression didn't flicker. Most people assume that plants are incapable of communication, but the truth is, while they might be a bit slow on the uptake, they always recognize their master. And once a seedling has fully sprouted, well, they're not slow anymore. He then shot a sideways glance at Lu Zilin. The man was left with no other option. He could only grit his teeth and muster his power as another root shot up from the ground before the chief, and then, without hesitation, lunged straight for Lu Zilin. The terrified young man frantically leaped out of the way to dodge. On the other side, Wang Yan thought he had Asura completely beat, but the unexpected happened. Despite the immense pressure he was exerting, Asura seemed completely unfazed, calmly getting back to his feet. No matter how much force he applied, he couldn't hold the kid down. Asura rose, then shot him a cold glare. "Now, you're really done for." With that, he swung his arm up, swatting his opponent's hand away from his head. He followed up by ramming a fist straight into the guy's jaw. The young man had no time to react and was instantly sent reeling, his face a bloody mess. Asura didn't let up, unleashing another punch that sent Wang Yan flying, slamming him into the wall right beside Lu Zilin. Witnessing his subordinate get so brutally thrashed sent a fresh wave of terror through Lu Zilin. Wang Yan gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of pure fury. "He's strong, I'll give him that, but this is," he started to say. As he looked toward Asura, he noticed something strange in front of the boy. It was the lower half of his own torso. Severed from his upper body, it finally collapsed to the ground. A shocked Wang Yan glanced down at himself and saw that he was just an upper torso. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. At that moment, Lu Zilin also noticed his subordinate's grotesque state. While the two were frozen in horrified disbelief, the leader's scolding voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Why do you always let your emotions get the best of you? Can't you control your strength properly?" Asura tried to explain himself. "No, it wasn't like that this time, I swear." But the leader was still furious. If not that, then what was it? As they were arguing, a sudden noise made them both whip their heads around to look at Lu Zilin. Having witnessed their terrifying power, he had decided to make a break for it, smashing through the door to all the fight had drained out of him. The moment his feet hit the ground, he took off running for his life. The entire city of Qingqi was now in ruins, completely torn apart by massive tree roots. Not a single building remained intact. Lu Zilin had only taken a few steps before Asura was right on his tail. He could feel his pursuer's presence looming behind him, and he spun around nervously. He clearly had no intention of running anymore. Instead, the qi around his body began to erupt violently. Asura couldn't help but be surprised. What in the world? Lu Zilin snarled. You better remember this, kid. What happens when you make an enemy of the Imperial City? I'm about to give you a first-hand lesson. After spitting out those words, his figure vanished on the spot. Asura was left completely stunned, having no clue what the hell just happened. In the blink of an eye, the man who was standing right in front of him had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a smoldering piece of fabric. As he stood there, lost in thought, the leader's voice came from behind. So he even resorted to parlor tricks. Turns out he has more tricks up his sleeve than I thought. But what was that he said before he ran off? Asura answered. Still confused, he said. To just you wait. That he'd be coming after us for revenge soon. But do you really think he meant it? The leader stroked his beard, deep in thought. It wasn't part of the initial plan, but I figured if we taught him a lesson, he'd back off on his own. I never expected him to be this determined to come after us, especially after a display like that. I've got a bad feeling I just turned a nuisance into a full-blown enemy. Lu Zilin may have fled, but the otherworldly roots continued to tear the place apart. Amidst the wreckage, countless people were screaming in agony. One soldier, pinned under a massive rock and struggling to get free, suddenly flinched, because right in front of him, a prisoner was raising a wooden club, about to bring it down on him. After taking care of business, that prisoner let out a breath, only to hear another noise coming from right behind him. The rest of the prisoners from his sect were rushing over, and Xu Chang turned to ask them, "What's the situation over there? How many of them do you think are still breathing?" The man explained, "Things are looking grim. The vines are so thick, there's absolutely no room to squeeze through." Another man spoke up, "If that's the case, then everyone on the other side must have been crushed by the vines." Xu Chang's face grew stern. "Even so, we need to make absolutely sure. We'll light a fire to confirm it and wipe the Black Fiend unit from existence at the same time." Just then, another strange sound cut through the air. Everyone heard the noise and whipped their heads around in unison to look into the distance. The sound was coming from a pile of rubble not far off. Xu Chang was skeptical. "Didn't you just say the vines were so dense that they'd all be crushed by now?" The other man replied with a tense voice. "No, that's definitely how it was when I checked. The sound is getting louder and clearer by the second." In a flash, a horse-drawn carriage with two asuras appeared in their line of sight. Xu Chang's face was etched with tension. They're moving times through times, the vines? At that moment, his master walked up from behind. If there's someone who can move freely within this Black Fiend territory, then there's no longer any room for doubt. They're definitely in league with each other. Everyone, advance and take them down. Hearing the command, every man's expression hardened. As one, the group tightened their grip on their weapons and closed ranks. The carriage advanced until a massive boulder blocked its path, making it impossible to move forward. The Asura had no choice but to stand and get down. He walked over to the rock wall, raised his fist, and without a moment's hesitation, slammed it into the wall, shattering it to pieces. That single punch didn't just obliterate the wall. It sent a shockwave through the rubble for dozens of miles behind it. Witnessing this terrifying display of strength, the men in front could only stare with wide eyes. With the obstacle gone, the Asura returned to his seat and continued to drive the carriage forward. After seeing that incredible power, the sect leader quickly changed his tune. On second thought, they don't exactly seem like bad people. Xu Chang, at his side, nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Xu Chang, do you think we should try talking to them first?" "Let's go with that plan, Master." A short while later, deep in a part of the forest filled with countless old, dilapidated houses, a man ran out from the trees towards one of the buildings. He quickly ducked inside for a moment, then re-emerged, waving to a group of people hiding in the distance. The group in the forest was, of course, Xu Chang and his men. Seeing the young man's signal, one of them spoke. "Looks like we found it." "Let's move, Master." The group then quickly made their way towards the house. Once they were all inside, someone made an announcement. "The Heavenly Plume Valley has prepared food for us, so we can eat and rest here for the night. Tomorrow, at the second rendezvous point, members of the Heavenly Plume Valley will meet and guide us personally." The men let out a collective sigh of relief. "We're incredibly grateful." "All right then, I'll pass out the food, so come and get it." Outside, The two from Asura were conversing with the sect master. "You're leaving already?" The leader simply nodded. "Indeed. I have a debt that must be settled." The disappointed crowd tried to persuade him. "To come all this way only to turn around and leave? How can you do such a thing? In any case, you've already made the journey. At least stay for a meal before you depart, won't you? Come now, please, step inside. You as well." Seeing their earnest invitation, the leader felt he had no choice but to postpone his business and head inside. As night fell over a remote forest, deep within a winding cave, a man was prostrated on the ground. Before him stood a figure cloaked entirely in black. "So, the organization has been wiped out? And you're telling me its leader escaped alone after the rest were annihilated?" The kneeling man replied. He should have atoned for his failure with his life, but this situation is far too grave. Before he could finish, the dark figure snapped. "Silence. I will be the one to determine if your life is worth sparing." With that, he reached out and gripped the man's head. A bizarre surge of energy instantly flowed from his palm into the other's body. The man on the ground was none other than Lu Zilin, who had just escaped the clutches of the two from Asura. In an instant, his eyes shot wide open, blood vessels bursting across them as the dark figure applied even more pressure. Lu Zilin's pupils turned a ghastly red. Outside, the full moon hung high in the sky. Meanwhile, back at the sect, the leader and his companion were feasting and conversing with the others about increasing one's cultivation to climb the ladder of power. Now that's a fascinating tale. In the martial world, do such things happen often? The sect master then explained. No, not exactly. However, it's said that on rare occasions, a person can attain extraordinary inner power through a stroke of destiny. But for the most part, those are just tales passed down like legends. In reality, an event like that is so rare it might only occur once in 100 years. As for resurrecting the dead, it consumes exponentially more energy than merely healing the living, perhaps because the lingering resentment of the deceased is too powerful. The leader listened, his confusion growing. "What was that you just said? Granting power to another and even bringing back the dead. Are you telling me this sacrificial king is capable of such feats?" Cutting back to the cave, Lu Zilin now lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious and unmoving, his fate uncertain. The dark figure stood over him, lost in thought. "This one is surprisingly resilient." After muttering this, he turned and walked away, his solitary footsteps echoing down the long, cavernous passage. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, commanding him to halt. He approached a sealed door and clasped his hands in respect. "A report for the divine healer. This humble one has an urgent matter to report." A voice emanated from within. "Is it so urgent that you would dare disturb the divine healer's meditation?" The dark figure replied. "While the matter is indeed serious, with your permission, I believe I can resolve it myself." The voice answered coolly. "Then see to it." The dark figure said nothing more, accepting the command without a word. He turned and departed. Deeper within the chamber lay a serene pool of water, and at its center grew a single, ancient tree. Beneath it sat a figure dressed in pure white. As the dark figure departed, the one in white spoke. "What was the disturbance outside?" The disembodied voice replied. "It is nothing that requires your attention, master." The white-robed figure sighed. "Is that so? This is no time to be distracted by trivialities." He then slowly raised his hand. A vortex instantly erupted from the water's surface below. The swirling vortex grew in power and intensity, surging upwards until it towered over the man's head. The waterspout, now hovering in midair, began to coalesce, as if trying to take the form of a person. But this was no time to be distracted by trivial matters. The king of the fallen apostles, my old friend. It all began 14 years ago. Back then, the murim of the Central Plains was on a knife's edge, poised for an all-out war with the northern demonic cult. Even the orthodox and unorthodox factions of the Murim alliance, two powers who were sworn, eternal enemies of one another, were forced to cooperate against their common foe, the demonic cult. But right at that moment, earth-shattering news arrived. The demonic cult, the most formidable power in all of jianghu, had been utterly wiped out by some mysterious, unknown force. Immediately upon receiving the news, the Murim alliance dispatched investigators to confirm the reports. Upon arrival, they found it was true the demonic cult was no more than a name. Their once mighty fortress was now a desolate, lifeless ruin. No one could bring themselves to believe such an incredible report. Once the report was confirmed as fact, the orthodox and unorthodox factions erupted in celebration. A small few, however, harbored a deep unease about this mysterious new power, but their concerns were drowned out by the overwhelming joy of the demonic cult's demise. The vast majority hailed this unknown entity as their unseen savior. Then, just a few days later, two mysterious figures suddenly appeared at the Murim Alliance headquarters. They carried a large, coffin-like crate between them, Under the watchful, suspicious eyes of the entire Murim alliance, they strode into the central plaza. These two men claimed to be the subordinates of their so-called unseen savior. They produced a letter, declaring, "Our master has a message for you. We will return in 10 days for your answer." With their task complete, they turned and departed with an air of absolute confidence. The gift they left behind was the corpse of the iron-blooded demonic emperor, the very leader of the demonic cult feared by all, along with a list of incredibly humiliating terms for surrender. The orthodox and unorthodox factions were immediately thrown into chaos. Some screamed for war, while others argued for negotiation. Many were simply terrified by this new, overwhelming power. Some even declared they would abandon the Murim alliance, arguing their pact was only to fight the demonic cult. 10 days passed, and still, they could not reach a consensus. True to their word, the mysterious group returned. Only this time, it wasn't just 2 men, but nearly a dozen of them. Their message was clear. If the Murim alliance refused to surrender, they would be massacred. The alliance leader quickly stepped forward, greeting them with utmost courtesy. He explained they had no intention of surrendering, but wished to negotiate. But before he could even finish his sentence, his head was sent flying from his shoulders. The assembled martial artists of jianghu could only stare in horror, their jaws agape, as their alliance leader and several other sect masters were cut down in an instant. Annihilation or a life of humiliation. It didn't take long for everyone to realize those were their only 2 options. A terrible calamity had befallen the Central Plains Murim, a world that had, for so long, been governed by the balance between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. The architect of this catastrophe was none other than the white-faced divine healer, along with his 3 personal guardians and the 8 Rakshasa beasts. These were 8 monstrous beings created by the white-faced divine healer himself. With just this handful of individuals, they decimated every major power in the Central Plains Murim. After crushing the Murim alliance, they began their march on the other sects throughout jianghu. An apocalyptic scene of carnage soon swept across the Central Plains. Wherever they went, any sect that refused to bow down was ruthlessly and utterly annihilated. With just 12 individuals, they managed to seize control of the entire Central Plains martial world in less than 100 days. This was only possible because countless factions witnessed their overwhelming power and willingly pledged their allegiance. The majority of these groups were either newly formed sects or forces from the borderlands, all seeking an opportunity to gain a foothold in the Central Plains. But what was most shocking was that a significant number of them were former members of the very alliance that fought against the demonic cult. The white-faced divine healer accepted them all, and together, they continued their rampage across the Central Plains. The remnants of the martial arts alliance, having lost all will to fight, were nothing more than spoils of war in this power struggle. That marked the end of the era of righteousness and the birth of a massive organization known as Jwangseong. After hearing this entire account, the leader was lost in thought. The sect leader continued, "Of course, there are still people in the jianghu who uphold the spirit of justice." But the leader interrupted. "I am truly sorry to hear about the circumstances you're facing. But what I need to know is this. Has anyone actually witnessed Jwangseong amplifying someone's power or bringing the dead back to life?" The men answered in a flurry, "Oh, That's common knowledge in the martial world." The leader's brow furrowed. "Common knowledge?" the sect leader explained. "Because the 8 Rakshasa beasts are the most undeniable proof." The leader remained doubtful. Is that just their own claim? That Jwangseong is the one who granted them this power? The sect leader responded, "Even if they never said a word, anyone could figure it out. I don't know all of the 8 Rakshasa beasts, but at least 3 of them are infamous throughout the entire martial world. The Gold Rakshasa, Caoju, the Red Rakshasa, Hwanggo, and the Blood Rakshasa, Saseong-ji. They were once members of the unorthodox factions alliance, collectively known as the 3 demonic freaks. The martial skills of the 3 were never considered top tier, but they were infamous for their sadistic and merciless tactics, so much so that even other members of the unorthodox factions kept their distance. Then one day, Caoju picked a fight and ended up killing his own son-in-law, a merchant with ties to the Murim alliance leader. The incident sent shockwaves through the martial world, sparking fears that the alliance would fracture right before the Great War with the demonic cult. To de-escalate the situation, the Murim alliance leader personally beheaded Caoju in front of all the heroes of the orthodox faction. Hwanggo and Saseong-gi also had their martial arts crippled and were exiled from the Central Plains. But as the sect leader was explaining this, the leader cut in again. The man who was beheaded was resurrected? The sect leader nodded gravely. Precisely. Furthermore, once a martial artist's meridians are destroyed, it's impossible to recover their skills, no matter what miracle they encounter. Any attempt to circulate energy would result in a fatal chi deviation. And yet, Hwanggo and Saseong-gi didn't just recover their skills, they became absolute monsters, wielding power that surpasses any supreme master in history. Considering their original strength and potential, such an outcome is simply unbelievable. That's why, when people describe their martial prowess, they don't say it improved, they say it erupted. On top of that, if you compare the sheer scale of their power-up, Cao Ju, the one who was resurrected from death, is on a completely different level than the other two. His abilities can't even be called martial arts anymore. The scene then shifts to a different location. Here, a man is suspended between two pillars, his body covered in scars. Below him stands a figure cloaked in black. He appears to have been severely tortured. The black-robed man calls out to him, "Huang Go, I know you're awake." So it turns out, the man suspended here is none other than the Red Beast Emperor, Huang Ko. The moment the man in black finished speaking, he awoke, opening his eyes to gaze down below. He let out a cold, angry snort, scoffing, "Why would a noble being like you, a black beast, deign to visit such a wretched place? My punishment isn't supposed to end for more than another month," the black beast explained. "Someone has annihilated the execution squad and the black garrison. If you bring them to me, I will absolve you of your remaining sentence." Hearing this, Huang Ko fell into a moment of thought. "If you want them captured alive, find someone else. I won't accept those terms." The black beast replied, "Bringing them back alive is preferable, but killing them is also acceptable." As soon as he finished his sentence, the chains were pulled taut, and the two stone pillars shattered instantly. Huang Ko landed directly in front of him. It was clear he was only hanging there by choice. These restraints could never truly hold him. "Fine, I accept." Sleeping here all day was getting boring anyway. The scene shifts back to Atula's group. The leader asked again, "So, where is the Jianghu? Is there no specific location?" The man nodded. "That's correct." Hearing this, both Atula and the old man were at a loss for words. After a moment, the elder spoke up again. "Are you saying you don't know where the Jianghu is?" The man shook his head. "That's not exactly it. It's because their location isn't fixed." Where should I begin? In the current martial world, Jianghu is the term used to refer to those 12 individuals and their followers. But originally, it was a title their followers used to show reverence for the 12. It signifies that each of them is a king of the martial world, and together, they are the star-forged fortress protecting the white-faced divine healer. In other words, those 12 people times are times the Jianghu. Wherever they appear, that place becomes the Jianghu. The old man was puzzled. The 12 of them times are times the Jianghu? Does that mean they're always together? The man continued to explain. Not necessarily. In the early days, when they first seized control of the martial world, they often appeared as a group. But in recent years, no one has seen all 12 of them together. The white-faced divine healer and his 3 personal guards, in particular, haven't been seen for many years. As for the 8 beasts, some of them have been spotted in various places throughout the realm. However, these were all individual sightings, and they didn't seem to be on any official missions. Because of this, no one can be certain if they were the real 8 beasts or just imposters who resembled them. Some even theorize that the 12 left the Central Plains long ago, and the remaining organizations are merely using their reputation to maintain power. They have no fixed residence and don't travel together. Ah, that's right. I forgot to mention one crucial detail. There is a place believed to be the residence of the white-faced divine healer and his subordinates, a stone palace built deep underground. Atula's interest was piqued. "A stone palace?" The man elaborated. "The problem is, the location of this stone palace isn't fixed either. It was first sighted at the foot of a colossal stone mountain, but then one day, the stone palace suddenly vanished. The strange thing was, not a single trace of it remained. All that was left was a massive, smooth rock face, as if nothing had ever been there at all. Later, the stone palace reappeared inside a cave, deep within a forest thousands of miles from the original mountain. Then, the stone palace vanished once again, just like before, leaving absolutely no trace. From that day forward, the stone palace would mysteriously appear and disappear all across the martial world, sometimes on a desolate island in the middle of a swamp, other times in the heart of a desert. That's precisely why I say the location of the Celestial King Star is never fixed. Speaking of which, he jolted as if remembering something. "Ha ha, here I am, spinning wild tales for newcomers to the martial world." The old man interrupted. "Not at all. I'm actually fascinated by this valuable information." Hearing that, the rest of the group let out a collective sigh of relief. "Is that so?" the old man continued. "It seems we've managed to gather some incredibly useful information." Just then, a swarm of butterflies suddenly appeared. The group was completely baffled. Where did all these butterflies come from? Do butterflies even fly at this time of night? The swarm hovered and drifted right in front of them. After a moment, everyone except for Asura and his master collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It goes without saying this was the old man's handiwork. He looked down at the unconscious group and remarked, "Even when they wake up, all their memories of us will have vanished." Asura looked on, puzzled. "But that old man mentioned someone named Baek Hyeon, then why? He's the one we've been searching for, isn't he?" The leader nodded without a shred of hesitation. "We'll know for sure once we meet him ourselves." He quickly headed outside, and seeing Asura still lingering inside, he asked quizzically, "What are you still standing around for?" Asura lamented. "They gave us food, and even pointed us in the right direction. They're good people. To just leave like this. It feels incredibly wrong." Hearing this, the leader froze for a moment. There you go again. The next day, atop a mountain peak, a few men were gathered at the site of the battlefield. "The vines are too dense, there's no way to get in. No one could have possibly survived that." Shichlathu Hongko sat on a boulder, chin in hand, lost in thought. After a moment, he finally stood up. "Now that we've collected the bodies of the black-clad warriors, there's no reason to leave this eyesore standing." Seeing him make his move, his men couldn't help but tremble from head to toe. An instant later, a blinding white light erupted as a terrifyingly powerful attack shot straight toward the tangled mess of vines. In an instant, half the cliffside was completely obliterated. The destructive power of that single strike from Hongko was easily on par with Asura's. Just then, a man came rushing up from behind. "Sir, reporting. It appears we found their tracks." Upon hearing this, Hoangko immediately whipped his head around. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. The group of fugitives had all regained consciousness and were now running for their lives. "We just have to make it over this mountain, and we're home free." "Master, you have to keep going," the old man replied. "I'm all right, just keep moving." As they ran, a sudden flash of white light appeared up ahead, followed by a massive explosion that completely blocked their path. The area was instantly engulfed in smoke and dust. When it finally cleared, a massive, deep chasm had appeared before them, completely blocking the path forward. Standing on the other side of that chasm was none other than Hongko. As the group snapped back to reality, their eyes widened in absolute terror at the sight. Hoangko sneered down at them. "You little rats. To think you managed to scurry this far in such a short amount of time." The group instantly recognized their pursuer. Shichlathu Huangko. Just then, Hoangko's men appeared, cutting off their escape route and surrounding them completely. They were utterly trapped. Huangko let out a cold laugh. "Don't tell me you actually thought you could get out of this alive." Cold sweat dripped down everyone's faces. Still, Hoangko continued, "Having a little hope is a good thing. So, I'll give you a chance. On your way here, did you happen to see a short old man and a young man traveling with him in a carriage? Tell me where they are, and I just might spare your lives today." Faced with his question, the men exchanged confused glances. The sect leader stepped forward to speak. "What are you talking about? We've never seen anyone like that." Hoangko's brow furrowed as he stared the man down, trying to see if he was lying. The leader's face was firm, showing no fear, because his memory of Aula and his companion had been completely erased. After a moment of scrutiny, Hoangko sighed. "I see. In that case, you can all die." With that said, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Seeing this, the men hastily formed a defensive perimeter around their leader to protect him. At that exact moment, another horse-drawn carriage arrived. The newcomers were none other than Aula and his companions. "See? What did I tell you?" Hoangko's men were visibly startled by their arrival. A short old man and a young man traveling with him in a carriage. The leader lamented. "We still haven't found the Tavern Tin. Perhaps we should just follow them. We might be able to help somehow." Atula nodded and stepped forward. "Hey, you! Stop right there." Hoangko eyed him thoughtfully for a moment before speaking up. "Young warrior, may I ask you a question? Are you intervening because you know these people?" Atula answered nonchalantly. "Who are they? This is the first time I've ever seen them." "Enough with the pointless chatter. Make your move." Hoangko let out a ferocious laugh. "Is that right?" The leader sitting on the carriage jolted in surprise, because Hoangko had suddenly launched a palm strike. Alla was taken aback as well. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, a powerful wave of destructive energy blasted outwards. In an instant, the sect leader and his men were utterly obliterated. Aula witnessed the gruesome scene firsthand, his eyes immediately turning bloodshot. When the dust cloud finally settled, there was no trace of anyone left. Everything had been leveled, buried beneath the earth and rubble. Hongko's eyes widened, realizing that the bodies of his own men were mixed in with the debris. Even so, he showed not a flicker of remorse. "I intended to warn you, to help you avoid this catastrophe. But it's a shame you were all too foolish to realize it." Aboard the carriage, the leader's expression soured. He turned his head and stared intently at Aula. Noticing something was off about the boy's demeanor, he called out loudly, "Aula!" The boy didn't respond, remaining grimly silent as his form began to blur. The leader sighed. "Oh, For crying out loud, he's doing it again. Up ahead, Huang Ko also sensed the change and whipped his head around. Allah's attack came in a flash, but Huang Ko still managed to dodge it. He wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he laughed with wild excitement. Ha ha ha, that's it. This is more like it. So it really is you. Allah's strike carried an immense and terrifying power, directly smashing the very ground beneath them to pieces. Huang Ko's mocking laughter died on his lips, his face instantly twisting into an ugly grimace. After his first strike missed, Allah shot him a cold glare and swung his staff once more. Instantly, Huang Ko was engulfed in a storm of earth and rock. A moment later, he landed softly, his eyes fixed on Allah. You better open your eyes wide and watch, kid. Allah advanced without a care, a terrifying aura relentlessly pulsing from his body. Huang Ko wasn't about to just stand there and take it. He launched a counterattack with a powerful palm strike. The spot where Allah stood was immediately enveloped in a brilliant white light, followed by a massive explosion that ripped through the entire forest. Debris and dust flew everywhere once more. Inside the cloud, Huang Ko held his attack, observing silently. Soon enough, Allah's silhouette reappeared within the settling dust. Seeing him still standing, Huang Ko's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Huang Ko's attack was incredibly powerful, yet as it reached Allah, it was effortlessly blocked. Huang Ko was reeling internally. How could that brat just brush off my technique like that? And that was my Hoang Ma Palm, using 7/10 of my full power. His mind involuntarily flashed back to Haklathu's earlier warning. Listen up, you mutt. Didn't you say you wanted to get out of your confinement punishment? So why don't you start using your real skills and fight for real? At that very moment, Allah vanished without a trace. By the time Huang Ko snapped back to reality, Allah was already above him, bringing his staff down with the force of a thunderbolt. He followed up with another swing that looked like it would slice Huang Ko's body in two, but Allah's strike only connected with an afterimage. The real Huang Ko was now behind him. Your techniques are too simple and crude. They're completely out of sync with your destructive power. You think you can touch even the hem of my robe with those sloppy attacks? With that, he unleashed another incredibly powerful palm strike at Allah. But before the blow could land, he sensed imminent danger. Not daring to be reckless, he abruptly halted his assault and actively retreated. Without even turning around, Allah made a few quick jabs behind him with his staff, nearly making the man wet himself in fear. Huang Ko fell back, his face twisting in even greater fury. He roared, frantically channeling his internal energy. You little milk-fed brat, he screamed, then launched himself at Allah once more. Try and block my continuous soul-shattering strike, he yelled, unleashing a torrential rain of palm strikes. Across from him, Allah stood unfazed, continuously spinning his staff. As they clashed head-on, the ground once again trembled and shattered beneath them. Within the dust cloud, the two relentlessly exchanged blows. After a moment, Allah found an opening and swung his staff in a powerful counterattack, but his opponent leaped into the air to dodge it, retaliating with a palm strike of his own on the way down. Allah swung his staff again to meet the blow. The exchange of techniques ended with one of them being sent flying. A trickle of blood ran down Allah's face from a cut on his cheek. Across from him, Huang Ko looked on with admiration. Not bad at all. To think you can fight on even footing with me, Huang Ko of the Shichla Thursday kid. It seems I have to revise my opinion that you're just some snot-nosed brat. From this moment forward, I, Allah Thu, will use my ultimate technique to deal with you. Having said his piece, he once again began to frantically channel his true energy. The technique he unleashed this time was called the Blood Yin Thunder Art. Instantly, a blinding white light erupted from his body. This barrier of light swelled rapidly, expanding in every direction, and in a flash, it enveloped a massive stretch of the forest. Simultaneously, countless attacks launched from within the barrier, causing the screen of light to immediately begin to crack and shatter. The cliff face was completely obliterated, crumbling into ruin. Through the settling dust, the battered figure of Huang Ko could be seen, struggling to even sit up. In stark contrast, Allah stood before him, completely unscathed, slowly advancing. He didn't rush to strike, instead waiting patiently for Huang Ko to get back on his feet. The young man was now a bloody mess, cold sweat pouring off him like a waterfall as he stared at Allah with a look of pure terror. Allah simply scoffed, "Is that really the best you can do?" Hearing the taunt, Huang Ko gritted his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. He began to frantically channel his energy once more. But Allah didn't just stand there and take it. He proactively swung his staff, triggering another massive explosion. Debris and dust were sent flying in every direction. As the smoke cleared, Huang Ko's battered form was once again revealed, now sprawled on the ground. He was utterly powerless against Allah. That single last strike had driven half of his body deep into the earth. Despite this, he was still alive, lying there gasping for breath. Allah asked him again, I'll say it one more time. Is that all you've got? Hoang-ko glared, forcing his head up to look at him. You damn monster. If you've got the guts, tell me your name. Allah offered no reply, simply raising his staff once more and bringing it down with devastating force. From a distance, the leader watched in silence. Down below, Allah's last strike had carved a deep crater into the earth. Hoang-ko's body had been completely obliterated, with only his 2 legs remaining. Observing the grim scene, the leader couldn't help but let out a sigh. That kid. You should have kept him alive. We could have gotten some information out of him. Why'd you have to go and do that? The scene shifts to a roadside tavern, where a few patrons are gathered, enjoying their drinks. Their cheerful drinking and dining was cut short, as they were startled, all of them staring wide-eyed into the distance at several approaching figures. A young nobleman was using a large, burly man as a mount, while an elderly man was forced to carry his luggage. From their appearance, it was clear the two were being coerced. The patrons who saw them were absolutely horrified by the sight. It seemed they were headed for the tavern, as the young man ordered his 2 servants to halt. He then casually dismounted and sauntered over to the counter. He gestured dismissively at the staff. We'll be leaving soon, so get us something to eat, and make it quick, and prepare food for those 2 as well. In no time, several lavish dishes were brought to his table. Seeing this, the young man seemed slightly irritated. Looks like you brought a bit too much food, server. The waiter, confused, gestured towards the 2 servants. But, sir, you said to prepare meals for these 2 as well. Upon hearing this, the young man fell into a thoughtful silence. After a brief pause, he suddenly cracked his whip, sending 2 plates of food flying towards the 2 men. The food splattered all over them, causing them to let out a pained grunt. The young man shot them a cold glare. Did you just make a sound? Do you really think you still deserve to be treated like a human? He then proceeded to brutally beat and humiliate them right then and there. The other patrons broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. The 2 men being beaten didn't dare cry out. They could only whimper pathetically like dogs. Hearing this sound, a look of twisted excitement crossed the young man's face. That's it. Keep barking like the dogs you are. After beating them to his heart's content, he finally stopped. Hey, server, tell me, do you really think dogs have any right to sit and eat with humans? If that's the case, you should know exactly what to prepare for them, right? The server immediately understood and brought out 2 bowls of dog food. Only then was the young man satisfied, ordering the 2 to dig in. You won't have the strength to continue if you don't eat, so you'll eat it, even if you hate it. The 2 remained silent, kneeling on the ground with no intention of touching the food. His voice turned to ice. I told you to eat. Are you still trying to defy me? Left with no other choice, they could only swallow their pride and begin to eat like animals. Watching from a distance, the server's face went pale, a look of utter disgust etched upon it. Once they were finished, the young man paid his bill and then prepared to leave. All right, time to hit the road again. The waiter and his father bowed respectfully. Thank you for your patronage, sir. We wish you a safe journey. Outside, the young man, riding atop the larger man's back, relentlessly urged him to pick up the pace. The other patrons in the tavern didn't dare speak until the group was long gone. Those 2, what a miserable fate. That's the Sanyi-ho, isn't it? That's them all right. Back in Sundong, not even the Imperial City would dare to cross them. I can't imagine what happened to bring them to this state. Even seeing a scene like that with my own 2 eyes, I can hardly believe it's real. I can't fathom who that young man must be to break the Sanyi-ho like that. The entire tavern erupted in hushed whispers. Later that night, by the bank of a stream, the young man slept soundly in a hammock strung between 2 trees, while the 2 members of Sanyi-ho rested on the cold ground below. After all 3 had fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly, a volley of hidden weapons rained down from the darkness, their target aimed squarely at the young man sleeping in the hammock. Arrows pierced through, and he was struck, coughing up a spray of fresh blood. Seeing this, the figures hidden in the woods cheered in excitement. It's a direct hit. We've taken him down. The commotion jolted the 2 Sanyi-ho awake. The group of men quickly crossed the stream and rushed over. Sect leader, are you unharmed? What in the world happened to you? And vice leader, please, get on your feet. As soon as we heard the Safong sect headquarters was in trouble, we mobilized every brother we had to rush here as reinforcements. Please forgive us if we were delayed. But the 2 from Sanyi-ho remained kneeling in silence, not uttering a single word. The newcomer looked on, confused. Sect leader, what did you say? I can't quite hear you. The old leader desperately tried to warn them. Get out of here, run now, or you're all going to die. He had barely finished his warning when the young man's voice echoed from behind them. Now, old-timer, what do you think you're doing? I was just starting to have some fun. Why are you trying to chase my new toys away? To see the young man sitting up and speaking casually, his body riddled with arrows, left the men completely stunned. How could he possibly still be alive? In an instant, the entire group drew their weapons. The young man just grinned. There we go, that's more like it. It's only fun when there's a little resistance. But in the end, you're all just a bunch of idiots, blindly rushing to your own doom. A terrifying and sinister aura began to radiate from his body, causing the men to tense up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Even the two from Sa-ni-ho grew tense, their eyes becoming bloodshot. The young man grinned wider. Come at me, all of you. I'll send you to your graves together. But when no one dared to charge forward, he seemed genuinely puzzled. What's the matter? Why don't you all just attack me at once? The old sect leader's eyes grew increasingly ferocious as he glared daggers at the young man. The young man just stood there, a smirk on his face as he watched and waited. After a moment, the old man finally regained his composure and turned away. At this point, none of his subordinates dared to make a reckless move. The young man taunted, So, are you all really not going to do anything? One of the men glanced at the subordinates behind him and gave an order. Kai-Vin, Taeman-ko, you two, you will escort the hallmaster and vice-hallmaster out of here immediately. The rest of you, form the 6 Harmonies Wind Blade formation with me now. He had barely finished speaking before a single attack ended his life. The young man's terrifying strike instantly wiped out an entire line of men. He then reached over and pulled an arrow from his own body, casually flinging it to finish off the remaining group. But just then, a hand shot out and snatched the arrow from the air. The young man couldn't hide his surprise. Everyone else was just as stunned. The brawny man, unable to hold back any longer, finally stood up and shouted a warning to the others, telling them to run for their lives. That guy is not someone you can handle. I'll hold him off. All of you, just run as fast as you can. The young man pulled another arrow from his flesh. Now, you wouldn't want to spoil my fun, would you? This isn't the masterpiece I intended to create. If you all just run away like that, then I'll. The brawny man roared again. What are you all standing there like idiots for? Go now. Seeing his desperate plea, the others scrambled to respond. Yes, we're going right now. Behind them, the young man's eyes were now bloodshot with fury. In the next instant, the brawny man was struck. The others watched in absolute horror. No, the vice hallmaster screamed. The young man let out a vicious laugh. That ugly brute, how dare he ruin my beautiful painting? With that, he hurled another arrow. The brawny man was struck several more times, the arrows piercing straight through him and hitting the men behind. The young man didn't stop, continuing his frenzied volley of arrows. The men were completely defenseless, torn to shreds and obliterated by the relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone, leaving nothing but a gory mess. The only survivor was the old man, kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The young man sighed. Looks like I accidentally broke my toys again. Do you see now, old man? Your subordinates risked everything to save you. But in the end, that oaf of a disciple of yours tried to protect them until his last breath, and then they all died. It's a truly tear-jerking portrait of mutual destruction, isn't it? In any case, this one finds it quite odd that you've managed to remain hidden until now. Aside from my irritation that the picture didn't turn out as planned, I must admit, you have my praise. Or was it because we took your child and grandchild hostage that you were so patient? As he spoke, he tossed a few items on the ground in front of the old man. As soon as he saw them, the old man flinched. The young man continued, If that's the reason, then this one must offer you an apology. Because only heaven knows what might happen, so this one had my people. Tidy up your descendants beforehand. The old man picked up the small objects, his family flashing before his eyes. No, that's not. It can't be. He collapsed in anguish, sobbing his heart out. The young man simply stood there in silence, watching. After a long moment, the old man regained his composure. Seeing this, the corners of the young man's mouth curled into an intrigued smile. The old man had finally gotten to his feet. The old man stared him down, his eyes burning with a ferocious light. He had nothing left to lose now. There was no point in swallowing this disgrace anymore. You absolute bastard. I swear I will tear you limb from limb into 100 pieces to finally bring peace to the souls of my kin. The young man just burst out laughing with excitement. Ha ha. This Asura has heard the legends whispered throughout the martial world that when a man's rage reaches its zenith, he can unleash a power that defies all imagination. The way you look right now, it's like you've been completely reborn, isn't it? The old man didn't waste time on words. He launched himself forward, initiating the attack. The young man's expression remained utterly unfazed, showing not a single trace of fear. A moment later, his arm was already dripping with fresh blood. Despite the old man's frenzy, in the end, he was still no match for him. His body was cleaved in two, and his life was extinguished. How boring. I was a fool to place any hope in a bunch of worthless trash like that. Stop hiding and show yourselves already. Why are you all scurrying around me like a pack of rats? State your business for coming here. Just as he finished speaking, A group of people emerged from the forest. "My lord, we are here as messengers for Lord Black Asura. We have a message for you, Lord Blood Asura, Shi Qingzi." The Blood Ashura was intrigued. "Black Ashura, you say? What's so urgent that he needs to send a message? And since when does he act like he's my superior? If you value your lives, get the hell out of here before I slaughter every last one of you." The messenger hastily blurted out, "My lord, this concerns the Red Asura, Huang Gu. He unfortunately fell in battle against a group of masters who returned from overseas." Hearing this, the Blood Asura was stunned. "Wait, what did you just say?" The scene shifts elsewhere. At that moment, Allah's nose was bleeding uncontrollably, and the leader sitting beside him looked on, perplexed. "Allah, you're bleeding again? How many times have I told you about this? Didn't I warn you that if you keep being this stubborn and refuse to control your own strength, this is exactly what would happen?" The two then continued their journey by carriage. "Is your head still hurting?" "It's better now, but I still feel a little dizzy." "Then you should lie down and rest." "So, have you gotten used to using the staff yet?" "I'm getting the hang of it, but it's proving to be more difficult to handle than I expected. I've always preferred weapons like blades, something like a demon slayer saber." The old man cut him off. "That's not an option. Right now, you need to focus on controlling your power. Your body is still too weak. It can't handle the immense mental strain from that kind of power just yet. If you just swing a sword around wildly, you won't be able to control its force, and that will only put more of a burden on your body. Over time, that pain will accumulate, and if it's not treated properly, it will cause severe side effects. Once you grasp the fundamentals of using a staff, you'll gradually learn to wield it more effectively. It's incredibly useful for distributing your power and controlling the weapon with every strike you make." The scene changes again, this time to a village at the foot of a mountain. A man was there, asking the local villagers for information. After listening, one of them replied, "Let me see now. I think we might have seen that carriage before." "Hey, isn't that the carriage right over there?" The young man followed the direction they were pointing and was startled, because the very carriage he was searching for was indeed right there. Allah and the old man also came into his line of sight. He hurriedly wrote a letter and tied it to the leg of his messenger hawk, and quickly sent it off with a message. A short while later, deep in the forest, the wheel tracks vanished again. "Yes, my lord. My subordinates and I have searched thoroughly, but there's no sign of that carriage anywhere." Huetlathu was baffled. Who in the world are these people? How do they manage to give us the slip every single time? Does their carriage have some kind of transformation magic? It just disappears whenever we get close. Could they be doing this just to provoke me? Just then, a flying eagle descended from the sky. His men rushed to retrieve the message. "We've found them, sir." The scouts located the carriage at the foot of the mountain, near the village. "It appears they're moving towards 10,000 Moon Valley. The scout team is still tracking them, sir." Huetlathu nodded. "Good. If you lose them this time, you'll answer to me with your lives." The scene shifts to a suspension bridge, strung between two cliffs. Asura and his group were now present. He stopped the carriage and got down, seemingly with a purpose. Seeing Allah sit up, he reminded him, "You should get some more rest." Allah replied, "I'm fine now." The old man headed for the stairs. "Just rest." Allah didn't say another word, simply sitting there and watching him quietly. A look of sheer boredom crossed his face before he flopped back down onto the carriage. "Hey, Swift Light. I really miss the fire lizard." The horse neighed in response. Lying there, Allah glanced up at a tree trunk, and suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in shock, because there, on the tree, was the silhouette of the fire lizard. Seeing it, he excitedly shouted out, "Fire lizard!" His shout startled the creature, and it scurried away. Seeing this, Allah hastily leaped from the carriage and chased after it, yelling, "Wait for me!" Swift Light just stood there and neighed a few times. The scene cuts back to the village. Huetlathu was being carried through the forest by his subordinates. He asked suspiciously, "What is it? Did you lose the trail again?" One of the men replied, "Sir, we did confirm the carriage's tracks were nearby, but..." Hearing this, Huetlathu let out a long sigh. "Is that so?" He then ordered the men carrying his sedan chair to lower it. "Tell me, did Black Rakshasa send you to find the ones who took out Red Rakshasa? This must be a serious matter. He'd never bother me with trivialities. That means our opponent is quite formidable. And if that's the case, you have all been completely derelict in your duties. You fail to complete your assigned tasks and you're sloppy. You move so sluggishly, you have no respect for time whatsoever. I've noticed as much over the past few days of traveling with you." His men were struck with fear. "Please, my lord, forgive us." Huetlathu sighed. "Very well. It's enough that you recognize your failure. In any case, this is a perfect opportunity to teach you the value of time and of your own lives. I will become the hunter, and you fools will be my prey. You have 1 hour. Run as fast as you can. After that, anyone I find will have their life forfeit. Then you will finally understand what it means to be swift and to value your time. All right, now run." Hearing this, the men froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. My lord, do we really have to do this?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Huet Lathu made his move. Just like that, the young man's life was extinguished on the spot. The remaining men were utterly horrified by the sight. They truly never expected him to strike down one of his own men so decisively. Huet Lathu's expression was ferocious. "I told you, I've given you 1 hour. Are you not going to run?" The men didn't dare hesitate any longer. They frantically scattered in 4 different directions. Huet Lathu stood motionless, calmly surveying their escape routes. Then, he closed his eyes and took a deep, deliberate breath. Tapping into his heightened senses, he began to track their paths. In an instant, one of them appeared within his mind's eye. The young man's blood ran cold as he fled, realizing Huet Lathu was already right on his tail. The first target fell in an instant. Just as quickly, Huet Lathu was upon the second, who met the exact same fate moments later. Elsewhere, Allah was on the move, searching for any sign of the salamander. Suddenly, he sensed a presence nearby. He spun around, only to find a small squirrel nibbling on a pine cone. The moment it spotted him, it scurried away. Allah let out a frustrated sigh. "Damn it. I really thought that was the key non ko." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the leader stood before a giant, ancient tree. He approached a hollow in the tree's massive trunk and stepped inside. A humanoid face materialized on the inner wall of the tree. As the leader entered, it spoke. "Is that you, emissary? I wove a labyrinth throughout this entire forest. How is it that you still found your way to this place?" The leader reached into his sleeve, feeling for something. After a moment, he produced a peculiar object. "The life force of this little trinket in my hand is nearly exhausted. It barely functions anymore, but it proves useful on rare occasions, which is the only reason this old man hasn't discarded it." The tree spirit's face showed a flicker of understanding. "Ah, so that's it, the chrono compass." The leader tucked the compass away. As expected of the guardian of the forest, you, the keeper of these woods, would naturally recognize it. The guardian spoke again. "You are not mistaken, but I fear you are too late. My spiritual essence has already permeated this forest, scattering into every root and leaf. This form you see before you is nothing but a hollow vessel." The leader interjected. "I had already suspected as much. Even if you are but a shell of the guardian of the forest, you still possess enough power to resurrect this entire desolate woodland." The guardian of the forest continued. "From the day I arrived here, I forsook all contact with the human world. My only purpose has been to tend to this forest. And now, as my life force fades to its final embers, you still refuse to leave me in peace?" Hearing this, the leader stroked his beard, deep in thought. He chose his next words carefully before replying. "Listen here. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. Just give this old man the information I require, and I will not cause you any further trouble. This old man knows that all the forests of this world pass their knowledge and memories down to their designated guardian. What I want to ask is this. Have you heard of anyone who practices the forbidden art of resurrecting the dead?" Faced with this question, the guardian of the forest fell into a deep silence. After a long moment, it finally answered. "The one you speak of is the Lord of the Imperial City. He is a sorcerer who, long ago, once held the title of emissary." The leader's expression soured at the news. The scene cuts back to the forest's edge, where Huet Lathu had just finished off another target. Compared to those 2 little pigs who only knew how to run for their lives, I'll admit you're a bit smarter. You actually had the sense to hide in the crevice of this boulder without leaving a single trace. But if you truly want to erase your presence, you need to calm your breathing and quiet that frantically pounding heart of yours. Otherwise, you might as well be screaming, "Here I am." He then glanced over in the other direction. "All right, now we're talking. Just one last stupid pig left to hunt." He immediately honed his hearing, listening for any sign of movement. It didn't take long for him to pinpoint the other man's location. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, moving at an incredible speed as he blazed through the forest. Before long, a figure appeared up ahead. The young man let out an excited laugh. "Haha, there you are," except the person up ahead wasn't his target at all. It was Allah. Realizing it wasn't the man he was hunting, the youth was taken aback. He skidded to a halt right in front of Allah. He just stood there, completely stunned, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the boy. Allah, just as confused, stared right back at him. The 2 of them remained frozen in a silent standoff, neither one saying a word. After a moment, the blood Asura beast let out an irritated, cold snort. "What the hell is this? Why is it some unfamiliar kid?" Just then, Asura spoke up. "Hey, you. Can you keep it down for a second?" If you're the reason I can't find my companion beast, I swear you won't be leaving this place in one piece. The blood Asura beast was momentarily stunned that this kid actually had the nerve to threaten him. What was that? Are you seriously talking to me right now? Asura retorted irritably. Who else would I be talking to? Have you never heard the word quiet before? Keep making all that noise and don't blame me for cussing you out. The blood Asura beast was frozen in disbelief once again. But just then, a hawk swooped past him. As the hawk flew by, its talons raked across his face, drawing blood. But that wasn't all. At that exact moment, someone stabbed him from behind, running him clean through the chest. The attacker was none other than the final runner he'd been hunting. Alla watched the scene unfold, his interest now piqued. The blood Asura beast, despite being impaled, just let out a wild, excited laugh. Haha, not bad. You actually managed to catch me off guard and land a sword right in a vital spot. Seeing that his attack hadn't finished the job, the young man scrambled backward, fell to his knees, and began begging for his life. This subordinate begs for your forgiveness. Lord Blood Asura Beast, I swear, I didn't mean to stab you in the back. Meanwhile, something monstrous was already knitting the wound on the Blood Asura Beast's face back together. Not at all. You did an excellent job. In fact, you're quite skilled. Starting today, you will officially become the Blood Asura Beast's precious new pet. So, you should be happy. The young man just stared, completely baffled by what he was hearing. Across from them, Asura was filled with questions. Just what in the world is that guy? He took a sword straight through the heart, and he's moving around like it's nothing. When the attacker looked up at the Blood Asura Beast again, his horror only intensified, because the gash on his face from the hawk's talons had already nearly vanished, as if it had never been there at all. The stab wound in his chest was doing the exact same thing. The Blood Asura Beast found his terrified reaction a little confusing. What's with that look on your face? It's just a simple parasite that makes me immortal, that's all. Since you're my subordinate now, you'd better get used to seeing things like this. The terrified man pointed behind the beast and screamed, No, my lord, that guy, he's the one who killed Lord Hwanggu, the Red Asura Beast. Hearing this, the Blood Asura Beast whipped his head around, startled. Asura just looked blank. Red Asura Beast? Who's Hwanggu? I have no idea what you're talking about. The Blood Asura Beast's voice turned sharp. You're the bastard who killed Hwanggu? Asura's mind suddenly clicked, remembering Huang Ko. Asterisk, I know who he is now. Asterisk, the thought had barely formed when fresh blood sprayed into the air. Before he could even react, the blood beast sent him flying. His body slammed into the cliff face, embedding him in the rock as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. The young man watching from behind stood with his eyes wide, breaking out in a cold sweat. What's going on? What in the world just happened? How did this happen? One moment, the blood beast just vanished right before my eyes. The next, he shot forward like a gale, instantly attacking his opponent. That guy took a direct hit and was sent flying backward. But how is that even possible? Could Lord Blood Beast really defeat him that easily? But just as quickly, a startling realization hit him. He whipped his head around, only to see the Blood Beast had also been sent flying, now impaled on a tree trunk behind them. The tree immediately splintered and collapsed, and the Blood Beast looked to be in no better shape than Asura. He raised a hand, wiping a trickle of blood from his lips. Recalling the exchange, he had lunged forward, slamming a palm strike directly into Asura's chest. Simultaneously, Asura had thrown a devastating punch right into his face. They had both landed a hit, sending each other flying back. It was unbelievable. When I was standing right in front of him, he showed no reaction at all. Yet the very instant I made contact, he managed to counter in a split second. From within the pile of rubble, Asura quickly began to pull himself free. He lifted his head, his gaze cold as he stared down his opponent. I was still trying to figure out if you were the Hung Ko I once knew. And yet, you decided to make the first move. Just then, the world in front of him began to blur and spin. He clutched his head, groaning in agony. Damn it all. The blood beast refused to let the opportunity slip by, lunging in for another attack. Asura reacted just as fast, sidestepping the blow. The blood beast sneered, You fight like a cornered animal. He then drove his knee straight towards Asura's head. Once again, Asura was slammed into the cliff face, but this time he shot his hand out, grabbing the man's knee and squeezing with immense force. The man roared in agony from the crushing grip. How could this guy be so damn strong? Asura then shot his other hand up, seizing him by the throat. Before the man could even register what was happening, he was dragged down and had his head slammed into the rocky ground. Asura then rose from the dust and debris. He reared back and brought a fist down on the man's head. The single punch was enough to completely shatter the blood beast's skull. After finishing him off, he stood there, panting heavily. It wasn't from the exertion of the fight, but from the splitting headache raging inside him. He then turned to leave. Why am I suddenly burning up with a fever? He wondered. This is getting really annoying. He had only taken a few steps before he stopped dead in his tracks. The blood beast, the one whose head he had just pulverized, was getting back up. Parasites were swarming over his body, ceaselessly mending his wounds. His shattered form was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in that hazy state, a fragmented memory surfaced in the blood beast's mind. The figure of the white-faced divine doctor appeared before him. The doctor looked down at the boy and sighed. One could say that misfortune clings to this child with an unyielding grip. Because of that, these maggots are only able to feast on the necrotic flesh of his wounds. It's incredible, really. The very insects drawn to the stench of his wounds to lay their eggs are what ended up saving his life. From this day forward, I, this divine doctor, will grant you a new beginning. These larvae will become a part of your very body, and you will live as one with them for all eternity. In an instant, the blood beast was completely healed. Asura asked in utter confusion, so those little maggots can actually help you heal? What does that make you? Some kind of immortal? The blood Rakshasa scoffed, retorting coldly, You've got some decent moves, I'll give you that. But how will you handle this? With that said, he whipped his arm forward, and something instantly shot toward Asura. A massive explosion erupted right where he stood. As the smoke and dust cleared, Asura's battered figure was revealed, struggling to a knee on the ground. He knelt there, clutching his head in agony. The blood Rakshasa slowly stalked closer. I can't deny it. Your body is incredibly durable. Your arms are ridiculously powerful, too. A single punch from you could probably send my head flying. But if that's the extent of your strength, there's no way you'll ever be able to kill the progenitor. Asura watched the parasite writhing around his foe, and it suddenly clicked. I just thought it was some kind of whip. I never imagined you'd actually weaponize the larvae inside your body, using them as a whip. The blood Rakshasa flinched. Hold on, how could you possibly know that? Asura replied nonchalantly. You think you're the only one who can pull a stunt like that? There's a monster in this world who can pull out 10 tentacles and swing them around like whips. Compared to him, you're nothing but a gnat. The blood Rakshasa was absolutely seething. You miserable rat. How dare you compare me to another? He immediately lunged forward to attack. It looked for a second like Asura's head was about to be pulverized, but he ducked just in time. Asura then shot forward, closing the distance himself. If you're just a gnat, you shouldn't get so worked up, because a gnat will always be just a gnat. The blood Rakshasa swung his arm again, triggering another massive explosion between them. Asura vaulted backward, creating distance to evade the blast. He reached up, pulling down his scarf. I wonder if I can even wield this thing with my left hand. If I'd known this would happen, I would have used it to end you sooner and not wasted all this time. He was planning to use his scarf as a weapon against his foe. Across from him, the blood Rakshasa's body began to tremble violently. Parasites started bursting out from his back. Asura was stunned. Wait a second. Don't tell me he's going to? The parasites began to emerge in greater numbers, quickly forming countless sharp spines all over the blood Rakshasa's back. The spines grew longer and longer, fanning out in every direction as Asura watched in utter disbelief. In unison, they all shot towards him, and his position was once again engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Asura was instantly blasted out of the smoke cloud. He gripped his scarf with all his might, his gaze fixed seriously on what was ahead. In a flash, countless tentacles from the blood Rakshasa shot out from the dust cloud once more. Asura whipped his scarf around continuously to parry the blows. The tentacles that met his scarf were instantly shredded. Asura scoffed. If it's just one or two of those flimsy things, this much power is more than enough. The words had barely left his mouth when another wave of tentacles erupted from the smoke. Asura wrapped his scarf around the new wave, then used all his strength to slam them into the ground. He followed up with a brutal downward punch. The single blow shattered the very ground beneath them. The mangled tentacles immediately began to regenerate frantically. In an instant, they were fully restored. Seeing them crawl toward him again, Asura sighed in exasperation. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Let's see. To deal with this kind of regeneration, I'll have to calibrate my power output just right. But then, his vision suddenly started to blur. Damn it all. Of all the times to come down with a fever. Seizing the opportunity, the tentacles shot forward in unison. Aula had no choice but to leap back, narrowly dodging the assault. He was just about to touch down when he flinched. Another long tentacle whipped across, aiming for his gut. He ducked just in time, otherwise he would have been sliced in two. But the assault didn't stop there. Another one coiled around his arm. It slithered up with terrifying speed, engulfing his entire arm. Panicked, Aula yanked with all his might, trying to rip it off. Before he could free his arm, his legs were ensnared as well. His whole body was captured and violently dragged away. His opponent slammed him into the ground, leaving him sprawled in the dirt. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he immediately shot back to his feet. Another massive explosion erupted from the clash. The young man, still watching from a distance, had a look of pure tension etched on his face. The rumors were true. Among the 8 fiend beasts, there was one said to possess an absolutely astonishing power, a power so far beyond imagination, you could barely call its wielder human. And while the martial arts of the blood fiend beast, Suthan Chi, were known to be impossibly profound and his power itself wasn't supposed to be so alien and grotesque. The blood fiend beast, Suthan Chi, was known for never carrying a weapon, yet he could wield blades, spears, and swords as if from thin air. Legend has it that when the blood fiend beast faces an opponent he deems his strongest, he unleashes 2 whips of utterly terrifying power. But to this day, no one had ever actually seen him wield those whips. It was all just a legend. His mind flashed back to his own sneak attack on the blood fiend beast, and then to its horrifying regeneration after Allah had pummeled it to a pulp. And finally, the countless tentacles that had erupted from its back. This being possessed a body that could regenerate from a sword through the chest, or even having half its head caved in. But the most crucial detail was the true nature of those legendary whips. So no matter how you looked at it, this thing was a completely bizarre and alien entity. But, wait a second. Could it be that the real reason no one has ever seen Lord Blood Fiend Beast's true form is because anyone who has is already dead? Or perhaps, the Blood Fiend Beast has simply never needed to reveal this form before. Oh no. If that's the case, then I'm a dead man. The Blood Fiend Beast's monstrous visage flashed through his mind again. Is this really how I die? As he was lost in thought, something slammed into the ground in front of him. When the dust settled, it revealed the figure of Allah. He'd been sent flying by his opponent, landing face first in the dirt. Seeing Allah defeated, the young man's tension skyrocketed. He crouched, raising his longsword defensively. On the ground, Allah was groaning in pain. The young man saw him lift his head and raised his sword to strike, but the ferocious look on Allah's face froze him in place, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Just then, the voice of the blood fiend beast echoed out. So, you're still breathing, it seems. Your body is so durable that even one with an immortal flesh like myself feels a tinge of envy. But no matter. Thanks to you, I've had a bit of fun for the last hour or so. It must be frustrating, fighting someone like me who just won't die. But now, this fiend has grown bored. I suppose it's time we bring this to an end. Once again, the tentacles shot out from his body in a frenzy. But Allah, showing not a trace of fear, pushed himself to his feet. The young man saw this and started screaming for his life. Allah whipped his scarf out, wrapping it around the longsword in the guy's hand. In a flash, he controlled the longsword with his scarf, sending it flying. One slash was all it took to slice the tentacle clean in 2. Then came a flurry of slashes, dicing it into countless tiny pieces. The longsword was a relentless whirlwind, shredding every tentacle that dared to approach Allah and the other guy. The blood fiend beast could only stare, completely stunned. The young man's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The longsword then flew back into Atulala's hand. The blood fiend beast's expression darkened. He sensed something was terribly wrong. Just seeing Atula hold that sword was incredibly intimidating. Let me spell it out for you. You're a dead man walking. The blood fiend beast's eyes turned bloodshot once more. The severed tentacles scattered on the ground quickly reconnected with each other. They immediately formed a circle, surrounding Allah and his companion. Then, they all burrowed into the ground at once, only to reappear right beside the blood fiend beast. They quickly returned, merging back into his body. Allah didn't make a single move the entire time, and soon, every last tentacle had been completely absorbed into the blood fiend beast's body. I thought you were just some arrogant fool relying on brute strength. Who would have guessed you actually knew your way around a sword? But it doesn't matter. A sword won't change a thing. As you can see, this body of mine is immortal. Atula scoffed. Immortal my ass. There's no such thing as immortal. You must have already forgotten what I told you, haven't you? Listen up. This isn't my first rodeo dealing with guys like you. With that, he took the initiative and charged forward. Seeing this, the blood fiend beast swung his arm, but the moment his tentacles appeared, they were hacked to pieces by Allah. To see Allah shatter his attack so easily left him completely shocked. Atullah continued his assault, swinging his blade. He flew past the beast, leaving 2 powerful slashes in his wake, instantly carving a V-shape into the blood fiend beast's torso. But the tentacles within his body immediately went to work, starting the healing process. A smug grin spread across his face. Keep that up. You can slash me until the cows come home, and it'll still be useless. Allah just raised his sword again. Doesn't matter. I only need to keep you pinned down. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the scarf sent the longsword spinning like a drill, launching it forward. Another powerful strike tore the blood-fiend beast's body to shreds. Seeing his own body get pulverized like that enraged him. Hit with that move, he collapsed to the ground once more. The longsword then returned to Atulala's grasp, while the blood-fiend beast lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up fresh blood. How dare you? How dare you catch me off guard like this? How many pieces do I need to tear you into to satisfy my rage? Atulala just stood there, watching him in silence, offering no reply. Suddenly, the blood-fiend beast realized something was wrong. The wound on his stomach felt different. It was only then that Atulala finally spoke. The wound isn't closing anymore, is it? This is my signature move, the spiral pierce. It's a technique I perfected after my first encounter with someone who had powers, just like yours. The more powerful the spin, the hotter the wound gets. The vermin inside you are burned to a crisp by the intense heat, losing their regenerative abilities. They can't recover anymore. That's what my master taught me. This technique was originally developed for a staff, but it works just as well when applied to a sword. You've experienced it firsthand, so you get it now, don't you? This is where your immortality ends. The blood Rakshasa gritted its teeth, its eyes shot with blood. Tentacles once again erupted wildly from its body, and its form was immediately encased in the pitch-black appendages. Allah once again unleashed his signature piercing technique. The blood Rakshasa didn't just stand there waiting to die. It moved, sending its tentacles lunging to intercept. The moment their attacks collided, its tentacles went up in flames like dry straw. The young man couldn't believe what he was seeing. When the smoke and dust cleared, a deep trench had been carved into the ground. Allah slowly approached to observe it. Down in the trench, blood was splattered everywhere, amidst the pile of soft, charred tentacles. From within, the voice of the blood Rakshasa repeatedly cried out, "Save me, please save me. I don't want to die." Allah was completely unfazed, standing there and watching in silence. After a moment, he raised his sword once more. "It's come to this. Just die already and stop your whining." With that said, he decisively plunged his sword down. The blood Rakshasa was finally eliminated. After taking care of everything, he climbed up from the trench. Only then did he notice the young man who was scrambling to get away. He had no intention of killing him, so he didn't give chase, letting the young man leave. As for Allah, he walked off in another direction. The headache inside him had once again flared up violently. He then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. An unknown amount of time passed before the warhorse arrived. The leader, sitting in the carriage, spoke up. "You found him?" He quickly jumped down from the carriage. "I told him to rest for a bit. Why does he keep wandering off like this? Now he's so exhausted he's just passed out on the ground." Elsewhere, a falcon was circling in the sky. Its destination was a remote cave on a cliff deep within the forest. The message on its leg was soon delivered to the Black Rakshasa. The moment he opened the letter, he was startled. First Hwanggu, and now Su Than Chi, too. Hwanggu's fall was due to his arrogance and underestimating his opponent, which created an unexpected variable. But the blood Rakshasa, Su Than Chi, despite his erratic and cruel nature, is definitely not the type to make such a foolish mistake. Furthermore, he possessed a body granted near-immortal regenerative abilities by the Divine Doctor. Countless images he had previously collected flashed through his mind. An image of Allah annihilating a monster quickly appeared. Lu Zilin of the Black Axe sect had used a poison spirit technique to observe that man. His destructive power and movement speed were indeed something to be wary of, but he only knew how to charge in and fight erratically, having never learned any formal, martial, or spiritual arts. How could things have turned out this way? Could it be that I've overlooked something important? But now is not the time to worry about that. The men from the Assassin's Guild, the Black Axe sect, and now 2 of the 8 Rakshasas are dead. This situation has escalated far beyond my control. I must put a stop to it at once. I need to report this entire incident to the Divine Doctor immediately and follow his instructions. The young man across from him was confused when he suddenly uttered the 2 words, "Divine Doctor." "What was that, sir?" The Black Rakshasa ordered, "In my name you have been designated by the Divine Doctor to be the leader of the 8 Rakshasas. Use my authority to summon all the 8 Rakshasas at once." The other man didn't dare ask any more questions, immediately clasping his hands and accepting the order. He then turned and left to carry out his mission. The Black Rakshasa's expression was tense. A cold sweat started to break out. Damn it all. The scene shifts elsewhere, where the white-faced Divine Doctor was lost in an endless, dark void. After a moment, he spotted a figure up ahead. This person was none other than the leader. The leader also sensed something unusual, and turned to look back, his gaze seemingly transcending both space and time. The Divine Doctor was jolted by that single glance. He immediately snapped back to reality. He sat there alone inside. So, they've already found me? The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt, clutching his head in his hands. Damn it. I still haven't pinpointed the exact location. He sensed our presence in a dimension we couldn't fully enter, which forced me to make such a hasty retreat. An image suddenly flashed in his mind, everything engulfed in a sea of flames, and the one who made all living creatures tremble in fear was now gone. It was nothing more than a faded memory. It's just as I am no longer the person I used to be, and he is no longer the man I once knew. And yet, why do my instincts still scream in fear whenever I'm near him? The scene cuts back to the leader and his group. Seeing the leader turn around left Asura completely baffled. Why would the leader suddenly look back like that? The leader shook his head. It's nothing. I just felt like something was behind us, that's all. Just then, a strange sound came from up ahead. Someone was sprawled on the ground right in front of the carriage, blocking their path. Finding someone passed out on the road left Asura and the leader completely perplexed. They gave the young man some food and drink. From the way he devoured the food, it was clear he'd been starving for a very long time. In the blink of an eye, he had polished off an entire giant barrel of food. Afterwards, he prostrated himself before the two of them. You are my saviors. The truth is, I'm currently on a secret mission, so I'm unable to repay you right now, but if I get the chance, I will absolutely repay this kindness. He then began to travel along with their carriage. After traveling a little while longer, they came across another person lying sprawled in the middle of the road. This familiar scene left Asura and the leader at a complete loss for words. This man was also given a bucket of food, and just like the first guy, he devoured it as if he hadn't eaten in days. Once he finished, he also bowed his head to the ground before them, saying, I don't know how I can ever repay you for this. Actually, I'm on a secret mission at the moment, so I don't have any free time, but rest assured, I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. The three of them just stood there in stunned silence. After a moment, the leader couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Do you two know each other? Both men immediately got defensive. Their animosity flared up instantly. Know him? Please. You can tell this guy's a fraud just by looking at him. Besides, I don't associate with swindlers. What was that? You miserable beggar, who are you calling a fraud? Who do you think you are? The group continued on for a while until they reached the bank of a stream. There, they found yet another person collapsed and blocking their way. As was becoming the norm, this person also ate as if they were starving. Afterward, they also prostrated themselves in gratitude. I don't know how I can ever thank you. The leader, who was getting very familiar with this script, decided to jump in and ask, Let me guess, you're on a secret mission too? She nodded instinctively. Yes, I am. But a second later, she realized something wasn't right and looked confused. A secret mission? What are you talking about? I have amnesia. My memory was so shot, I couldn't tell if I was a man or a grasshopper. It wasn't until I saw my face in a stream's reflection that I finally recognized myself. The leader thought, That's not amnesia. The man's completely lost his mind. Just then, those two youngsters started going at it. One look and you can tell you're a couple of swindling beggars. You two are married, aren't you? You damn beggar. You rotten con artist, you looking to die? The woman just stood there, stunned by their sudden squabble. Then she turned around, pulled open her tunic to check, and cheered, Hooray! Turns out I'm a girl. Is that a good thing? Or a bad thing? Or maybe I'm just doomed? The four of them were left completely speechless by this whole display. Hey, you two kids, tell me, is being a woman a good thing or am I screwed? Who are you calling a kid, you hag? The leader sighed, exasperated. You people seriously don't know each other? Allah spoke up. Hey, old man, if you see someone collapsed on the road again, just do us all a favor and walk right over them. With that, the group continued on their way. They traveled for quite a while this time, and thankfully, didn't find anyone else passed out on the path. The leader, finally feeling a bit more at ease, turned to question the three of them. So, where are you three headed, anyway? The three of them tensed up at the question, their expressions turning serious. The first young man asked in return, Pardon my asking, venerable sir, but for what reason do you inquire? The leader answered casually, I can't very well give you a ride if I don't know your destination. Hearing that, the group's demeanor instantly shifted. Ah, so that's it. Haha, it's truly a shame. But this is a top secret mission, so I'm afraid I cannot disclose our destination. I hope you can understand, venerable sir. The same goes for me. The leader stared intently at them for a moment. Then, he spoke again. I see. It appears all of you have pressing matters to attend to. In that case, I'll drop you off at a suitable location, and we can all part ways. The young man scratched his head, explaining, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you, venerable sir. The leader shook his head. Not at all. You have your own affairs, as do we. It's best we part ways here. After all, you weren't planning on accompanying us indefinitely, were you? The young man gave a small laugh. Ah, you're right about that. But to just leave like this without repaying your kindness, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The leader, however, was adamant about sending them off. Don't worry about it. There's no need for such formalities. Just then, Allah, who was at the front, spotted something. Hey, old man, our path up ahead is blocked by a whole gang of people. They're all armed to the teeth and looking mean. I think we might be their target. So, what's the plan? The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully, just as the young man in the yellow tunic suddenly spoke up. Venerable sir, please wait just a moment. It seems an opportunity to repay your kindness has arrived sooner than I expected. It's obvious those scoundrels are targeting you, our benefactor. Allow me to handle this and wipe them all out. The leader was about to caution him, but in a flash, the young man had already leaped forward, disappearing from his spot. Without a hint of fear, the young man soared directly toward the mob. Seeing him approach, they drew their weapons in unison, deploying the 8-directional barrage formation. As he dove down like a hawk, the young man unleashed his own ultimate technique, the Supreme Clarity True Void. He landed in the heart of their formation in an instant. With him as the epicenter, a terrifying wave of energy erupted outwards. Before the men could even complete their formation, they were sent flying, slamming hard into the surrounding trees. With just one move, the young man had completely flattened their entire formidable force. Every single one of them was knocked unconscious, their fates uncertain. The young man stood in the center of the carnage, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. Asura watched this unfold, utterly astonished. The leader simply let out an impressed, "Oh, so, it seems you're more than just a smooth talker." The other 2 men on the cart remained eerily calm and silent. The young man then turned, cupping his fist in his palm as a sign of respect. "You flatter me, old master." The leader retorted, "I wasn't praising you." Right at that moment, the leader of the attackers suddenly staggered to his feet, pointing a threatening finger. "You rotten scoundrel, don't you dare think this ends here. The most elite agents of our Bloodfall sect will." He couldn't even finish his sentence before the man in yellow lunged forward, sending him flying with a swift kick. After dispatching his opponent, he once again stood there, hands clasped, murmuring a Buddhist chant. The group watched on, utterly confused. After a brief pause, the young man turned back again, hands clasped. "You're too kind, old master." The leader was baffled. "I didn't say anything." Then he added, "Say, it looks like those guys weren't here for us. They were here for you. What do you make of that?" Faced with this question, the young man's expression immediately darkened. "You flatter me, old master." The scene cuts to Huklathu. "What was that? Not a single one of them came? What in the world are you talking about?" The messenger stammered, "It's not that they didn't come, it's that I couldn't reach them. All the locations believed to be the homes of the 8 Rakshasas. Every single one was empty, except for that one place. I've sent out the messenger hawks with the summons time and time again, but to this day, not a single bird has returned." Upon hearing this, Huklathu's face twisted into a foul expression. "The messenger hawks haven't returned? Those wretched fools. They dare to defy my summons?" After a moment, he calmed himself, a thought striking him. "Hold on. What did you mean before when you said except for that one place?" The messenger explained. "Yes, that is correct. The only one I managed to find was Master Tao Ku, the Golden Rakshasa, near his residence. But he said that if you have something to tell him, you should come and say it yourself." Huklathu flew into a rage once more. "Curse it all. Every last one of these scoundrels is the same. Very well. I will go and see the Golden Rakshasa myself." The scene shifts back to the group on the road. "This may be a rather forward question, but may I ask where you 2 are headed?" The leader asked in return. "Why do you want to know?" The young man waved his hand. "Ah, I mean no harm by it. I have my own destination as well, and I was just trying to gauge how far I might be able to escort you. If you're uncomfortable answering, please don't feel obligated." The leader answered with a grim expression. "We are on the trail of a man known as the Imperial City Lord." At this, the faces of all 3 men contorted simultaneously. The leader, seeing their reaction, was confused. "Is something wrong?" The man in yellow clutched his head, a faint, murderous aura emanating from his body. After a moment, he looked up and let out a long sigh. "I would truly like to help you both, but I am bound by a top-secret mission. I sincerely apologize." The leader asked bluntly, "It sounds to me like you're trying to find a way to slip—" "Oh, come now. It was just a meal. You keep calling me your benefactor, and it's frankly embarrassing. I'll accept your gratitude, and that's more than enough." The group continued on their way, quickly reaching the village at the base of the mountain. The 3 men decided to get off the cart and bid farewell there. "The next time we meet, I will absolutely repay you. Once my mission is complete, I will certainly seek you 2 out. Very well, if fate allows it, we shall meet again." The 3 of them stood there in silence, watching the horse-drawn cart depart. Once they were far in the distance, The man in yellow let out a cold laugh. To think he could so casually say they're on their way to capture the Imperial City Lord. As arrogant as those words were, I must admit one thing. Those two are truly dangerous. Those two are far more dangerous than I ever imagined. I was planning to stay by their side and observe them for a while longer, but if this keeps up, I'm afraid I won't be able to shake their suspicion. He just stood there, lost in thought as he watched the carriage. After a moment, he finally turned to look behind him. And then there's the two of you. To his surprise, those two seemed completely unfazed, already heading into the village together. The young man watched their retreating figures, deep in thought. Those two are pretty suspicious, aren't they? No, that's not it. They're incredibly suspicious. Meanwhile, on a desolate cliffside, stood a run-down thatched hut. The Black Rakshasa was there to meet with the Gold Rakshasa, but frankly, I just don't get it. How could a hermit like you, someone who completely shuns the world, be chosen to become the Gold Rakshasa, the renowned Tauku? The Gold Rakshasa asked dismissively, "Didn't you come all this way because you had something to tell me?" The Black Rakshasa, Vurkan, began, his expression grim. Not long ago, two unidentified outsiders murdered the Red Rakshasa, Huang Ko, and the Blood Rakshasa, Suthanchi. After further investigation, we discovered that they are the same culprits who wiped out the Red Assassination Squad and the Black Assassination Department. I dispatched Huang Ko and Suthanchi to hunt them down, but I never imagined they would be slaughtered so brutally that their bodies couldn't even be recovered intact. Honestly, I intended to handle this quietly, never thinking it would escalate to this. Even though I've tried to suppress the news within the city, I can feel the unease spreading among our people. And that's not even mentioning the martial artists of the Central Plains, who are always circling like vultures, just waiting for an opportunity. The second our city shows any sign of weakness, they'll pounce. That's why I believe we must crush this crisis as quickly as possible, even if it means mobilizing the city's entire military strength. But before we do that, I want to give you a chance at revenge. I want you to personally hunt down the two fiends who killed Huang Ko and Suthanchi. Bringing them back alive would be ideal. But if you can't, killing them is also an option. Tauku listened to the entire story, his expression completely unfazed, not a flicker of emotion on his face. I refuse. The Black Rakshasa was furious. What did you just say? Tauku replied nonchalantly. The white-faced divine healer granted me permission to live out the rest of my days in peace, as I see fit. Therefore, I see no reason why I should avenge Huang Ko and Suthanchi. The Black Rakshasa roared, Tauku, weren't the three of you sworn brothers who pledged to live and die together? Are you really going to let the men who murdered your sworn brothers just walk away? Tauku scoffed. Sworn brothers? Happy memories of the three of them flashed through his mind. Yes, it's true. Faint images of those days still linger in my memory, but I'm no longer certain that the man who swore that oath with Huang Ko and Suthanchi is the same man I am today. The man I was back then would have certainly honored the bonds we forged, but the man I am now will not. So, there is no reason for me to be led down that path again. Listen to me, Vorkine. Unless the white-faced divine healer gives me a direct order, I will not leave this place. You can go now. Enraged, the Black Rakshasa slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet. Shut your mouth, Tauku. Have you forgotten that the white-faced divine healer himself entrusted me, the Black Rakshasa Vorkine, with authority over the 8 Rakshasas and all internal affairs of the Imperial City? Therefore, an order from me, the Black Rakshasa, is an order from the white-faced divine healer himself. My will times is times his will. Gold Rakshasa Tauku, let me ask you again. Who gives you your orders now? Kim La Thu remained silent, completely unfazed. Just then, the unexpected happened. The Hak La Thu before him morphed, taking on the form of the white-faced divine healer. Hak La Thu bellowed, Kim La Thu Tauku, since you recognize your master, get on your feet and await my command. I order you to move out at once and capture the 2 freaks from the other world who took down Huang Ko and Shu Than Chi. For me, completely mesmerized, Kim La Thu bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Your subordinate, Kim La Thu Tauku, accepts the command of the great white-faced divine healer. It's unclear what trick Hak La Thu pulled, but he ultimately succeeded in bewitching Kim La Thu to do his bidding. The scene cuts to Asura and his crew, who are taking a break inside some abandoned ruins. Asura was in the courtyard, training, while the leader watched from the sidelines. A memory from the past surfaced in his mind. From the endless darkness, a voice suddenly echoed. Are you awake? If you've awakened, answer me now. Eastern Immortal Aetop. I need you to crush the Apostles' rebellion. For that, I'm asking you to once again take up your post as their overseer. My lord, I can't. The man I am today no longer possesses that kind of power. Even if I went back, my spirit would be willing, but my body is weak. The voice echoed once more. While I cannot restore the full extent of the power you once wielded, if you agree to my plea, I will grant you something in its place. I truly hope you will lend me your strength, my former Asura. And that was the reason the leader returned to the world of martial arts. Down below, Asura trained for a while before stopping, panting for breath. The leader spoke up. I believe you finally grasped the key to wielding that staff, the leader said. Asura replied, I don't know about that. I'm still not very confident. It still doesn't feel quite right in my hands. Oh, by the way, leader, didn't the guardian of the forest tell you the identity of the sovereign city's lord? The leader nodded. He did. The sorcerer Paimon, also known as the ruler of space. That was the former title of the sovereign city's lord. Asura asked, confused. The ruler of space. You mean he actually controls space itself? No wonder Seokgwang couldn't find him. He can just move locations through space whenever he wants? Then how are we supposed to get to the sovereign city? Man, if I'd known this, I would have just taken that Lu Zilin guy up on his offer to join the sovereign city. We wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. The leader interjected. But that's when the real problems would have begun after you got there. Kid, while I was off talking to the guardian of the forest, weren't you getting your butt kicked by one of the 8 beasts? Asura retorted, annoyed. Hey, I wasn't getting my butt kicked. My body just wasn't in top condition, that's all. The leader sighed. Fine, whatever you say. Regardless, it's highly likely the rest of the 8 beasts are gathered at the sovereign city, and they might be even stronger, or at the very least, on par with the 2 you already took down. And that's not even mentioning the 3 great divine generals and their guards, who are said to be even more powerful than the 8 beasts. And at the top of it all is the sovereign city's lord, the one they call the white-faced divine healer. If you just blindly rush into the sovereign city without a plan, you'll most likely have to face them all at once. Do you understand the situation I've just laid out for you now? Allah replied, Yes, sir. But he still seemed a little lost. As night fell, Allah's group headed inside to warm up by the fire. So, Allah, the chieftain began, tell me, what was it like facing 2 members of the Batlathu? Allah looked puzzled. What was it like, sir? The chieftain nodded. How did they stack up against the opponents you've fought in the past? Allah let out a sigh. Is that all you wanted to ask, chieftain? Well, they weren't overwhelmingly strong, but they definitely weren't weak either. The chieftain added, and yet, you had to struggle against those 2 guys, not just once, but twice. Allah's face fell. In fact, you didn't even get to finish your sentence before I cut you off, the chieftain interrupted. When you fought the first one, your emotions got the best of you, and you lost control. As a result, the physical strain created side effects that you had to deal with for some time. During the fight with the second guy, you were so exhausted you collapsed and lost consciousness. I don't need to witness your fighting style firsthand to see that this is the obvious conclusion. Allah denied it. That's not it at all. Chieftain, didn't I already explain that I was unwell beforehand? The chieftain wasn't convinced. That's no excuse to justify your performance. As the 2 were engrossed in their conversation, Tok Kwang, who had been lying off to the side, suddenly shot up, letting out a neigh. The sudden movement startled them both, their faces filled with confusion. What is it, Tok Kwang? Do we have visitors out there? There's a group lying in ambush in the forest right now. You're certain it's them, aren't you? Yes, sir, that's them. Those 2 are without a doubt the criminals wanted by the Imperial City. All right, let's move out. Sect leader, wait. I think it would be better to report this to the Imperial City instead. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you fool? If we capture those 2, depending on their importance, we could join one of the major powers within the Imperial City. And you think I, your sect leader, would be satisfied with the pocket change from a mere bounty report? That's not what I meant. It's just. I've heard those 2 are no ordinary individuals. Shut your mouth this instant. We are the assassins of the self-destruct hall, men who have long survived in the Asura realm and have no fear of death. Do you think your sect leader can achieve anything great by cowering in fear before a couple of wanted criminals? Enough talk. Let's go. Just as they were about to charge forward, their path was blocked by a lone figure. Stop right there. They're my targets, so I suggest you turn back immediately. The group was momentarily stunned into silence. They quickly huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. After a moment, the leader turned back with a pleasant smile. Understood, great warrior. If that's what you wish, we'll stop right here. And if you think we're just gonna roll over, you've got another thing coming, you little punk. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to steal the food right out of our mouths? Meanwhile, Allah and the chieftain had stepped outside to see what was happening. In the distance, the group had already erupted into a chaotic brawl. The group was no match for the lone warrior at all. The moment they charged, they were sent flying, completely scattered. He took down the entire group with a single move, knocking them all unconscious. Allah sighed at the sight. Looks like 2 random factions just happened to clash right on our doorstep. So much for having visitors, eh, chieftain? After dealing with the men from the self-destruct hall, the lone warrior stared intently in their direction. Then, he began running swiftly towards them. The chieftain was taken aback by this. Hold on, Aula. It looks like we've actually got a visitor. The moment he spoke, the figure came flying right over their heads. The attacker launched a kick, aiming straight for the leader's head. Luckily, Aula reacted in the nick of time, yanking him back. If he hadn't, it would have been a total disaster. The force of that single kick was so immense it shattered the ground, leaving a crater. The opponent was masked, so his true identity remained a mystery. Aula and the leader quickly landed a safe distance away. Are you also one of the 8 Rakshasa beasts? The leader asked, then warned. Aula, don't take him out this time, capture him alive. Aula nodded, then shot downwards to engage. The other man didn't stand his ground. He actively leaped back to create distance. A chase began, one pursuing and the other fleeing deep into the forest. In their wake, trees began to topple and crash to the ground as Aula pressed his relentless pursuit. He swung his staff wildly, smashing everything in his path. After a moment, the young man finally stopped running and turned to face him. Aula stared intently at his opponent, thinking, I can't put my finger on it, but something about this guy feels off. He's not particularly fast, yet every time I'm about to land a blow, my staff just slides past him in the strangest way. He must be using some kind of technique I'm not seeing. All right, one more try should make it clear. With that thought, he charged forward once more. He aimed a direct thrust of his staff straight at the man's head. But in the split second before impact, his opponent leaned back, dodging the attack. The miss didn't surprise Aula. He immediately clenched his free hand and threw a powerful punch. But even this mighty blow was easily evaded. Aula didn't stop for a second, continuing with a jab of his staff, forcing the man to leap into the air again. He kept retreating until he finally ran out of room, his back pressed against a massive tree. Aula didn't waste the opportunity and immediately pressed his attack. Got you now. He swiftly swung his staff down toward the man's head. But then, the unthinkable happened. The young man actually stopped the blow. Even Aula himself was completely stunned by this turn of events. His staff stopped dead in its tracks, halted by some unseen technique that prevented it from moving an inch further. The masked man then asked, You don't seem to know how to use your internal energy, do you? In that case, you're definitely not leaving here alive today. Instantly, Aula's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. The young man then began to furiously channel his power. A brilliant golden aura erupted before him, completely enveloping Aula's staff. Witnessing this spectacle, Aula couldn't help but let out a gasp. In the next moment, he was being crushed by the overwhelming pressure of his opponent's internal energy. Even so, he stubbornly refused to let go. The young man warned him, If you don't release that staff, you can say goodbye to ever using your 2 arms again. Despite the warning, Aula gripped the staff even tighter. He pulled one hand back, dropped into a low stance, and began channeling all his strength into his 2 legs. A moment later, the young man began to slowly rise. Under Aula's sheer power, he was being forcibly lifted off the ground. He was in utter disbelief. How could something so absurd even be possible? Aula said nothing, simply continuing to pour on the pressure. And just like that, the man was sent flying backward. But another surprise was in store. When the dust cleared, the man was nowhere to be seen. He had somehow disengaged from the staff and was now somersaulting in midair. He landed gracefully a safe distance from Aula, a single thought racing through his mind. He's just using pure physical strength, and yet he managed to lift my entire body through that staff. Even after using the 1,000 Jin drop, this guy is way stronger than I thought. Across from him, Aula was casually swinging his staff back and forth. All that talk while just standing there? How exactly do you plan on killing me like that? The young man's face immediately darkened. Are you saying I'm all talk and no action? Asura sighed. Look, my orders are to take you alive, which means I have to go easy on you. That said, I'm guessing I'll have to knock you around a bit before you'll calm down and surrender. Provoked, the young man gritted his teeth and roared, You damn bastard. Asura's expression turned serious. If you've made your decision, then let's begin. With that, he vanished on the spot, reappearing beside the young man in the blink of an eye. Looks like I need to ramp up my attack speed if I want to settle this quickly, huh? He then unleashed a powerful strike with his staff, but Aula's eyes immediately widened in shock, because the young man had actually used his own body to block the staff head-on. The blow barely forced him back a step, and failed to leave even a single scratch. The young man laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, are you trying to tickle me? It's true, you really aren't channeling an ounce of internal energy. Aula paid him no mind, swinging his staff down once more. This strike immediately sent a tremor through the ground, shattering it completely. The resulting shockwave flattened every part of the forest it touched. Within the cloud of dust, the two figures remained standing. Allah's attack had, once again, been stopped by the young man's bare hands. I have to admit, I'm pretty surprised you can do all this with just pure physical strength. I've always prided myself on having a body impervious to any blade, yet even I'm finding it a bit hard to deal with your attacks. He then swatted Allah's staff away before charging toward him at an incredible speed. Allah thought to himself, his movements in battle are incredibly complex. It looks like my staff is about to connect, but just before it does, he makes a simple shift with his body and dodges my technique. On top of that, it feels like his entire body is wrapped in some kind of defensive energy field. If I can't land a clean hit, I'll just have to grab him and figure it out from there. With this in mind, he reached out and took a firm grip of his opponent's clothes. But at that very same moment, the man's finger tapped against his body. He then unleashed the heavenly thunder-breaking finger, a powerful strike that landed squarely on Allah, sending him flying like a kite with a snapped string. Landing a successful blow, the young man gloated, "Let me enlighten you. The heavenly thunder-breaking finger is a pressure point technique that uses the victim's own body against them. The more internal energy a person has, the more explosive the technique becomes. Seeing how far you flew, I can't even begin to imagine the terrifying amount of internal energy you have stored inside you. A normal person would only be thrown back about 10 paces, but you went flying much, much farther. The more I see, the less I understand. How can a person with so much latent power in their body not even know how to wield it? Could it be that you acquired that immense internal energy through some secret method or a stroke of pure luck? Or perhaps, did some great master transfer all of their life's energy to you before they died?" Allah, leaning on his staff, quickly rose from the rubble once more as the young man fearlessly approached. "With an injury that severe, if you keep forcing yourself to stand like that, your life will be forfeit. It seems our battle is going to end much sooner than I thought. You're feeling that, aren't you? That tingling, burning sensation in your limbs, the difficulty moving? That's the effect of my heavenly thunderbreak finger. It's completely scrambling the flow of chi and blood in your body. To be in that state and still try to move, let alone attack, you'll just cause your internal energy to shatter completely. To put it simply, you're in for a truly agonizing end." Atu ignored his rambling and raised his staff again. The young man shouted, "You absolute fool! I've spelled it all out for you, and you're still this stubborn? Do you really have a death wish?" Unconcerned, Allah brought his staff crashing down. This single strike carried an absolutely terrifying destructive force. The surrounding earth and rock were once again sent flying in every direction. Allah then launched into a continuous, frenzied barrage with his staff, a deep confusion growing within him. What in the world is going on here? That guy doesn't know the first thing about using internal energy, so how can he possibly regulate his own chi and blood after taking my heavenly thunderbreak finger? With just a single swing of his staff, his body has already returned to its original condition. After a moment, Allah exhaled slowly. "It seems I've completely misjudged your strength. In that case, I'll have to start fighting you with a little more conviction. After some thought, I've made my decision. I'm going to double my power to deal with you." The scene shifts elsewhere, inside a cave where an old master is transferring his energy into a young man. Beads of sweat dotted the old man's face, and white vapor escaped his lips with every strained breath. He was clearly struggling. True chi flowed ceaselessly from his body, down his arms, and into the young man. The young man receiving the true chi also had a tense expression, panting heavily under the strain. Several days later, by a lake near the mountain, the young man unleashed a palm strike, sending massive waves across the entire surface of the water. The force of the single palm strike parted the water, splitting it in two and revealing the lake bed below. It took a long moment for the residual power to fade and the lake to return to normal. The young man stood there, gazing at the lake's surface in awe. So this is the Tao fire annihilation art of the purple cloud immortal. The chi circulation route for this technique is identical to the white cloud lotus flower of the Kunlun sect. But wait a second, before I use this technique again, I need to come up with a really awesome name for it. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Hyun-gang, are you still practicing?" The young man quickly turned his head and replied, "I'm on my way back now, master." He hurried back inside the cave, where he was met by 5 elders with long, white hair and beards. Our wandering immortal's realm has always been a sanctuary for those wishing to escape the shackles of power and the endless turmoil of the murim, to pursue the state of an immortal by achieving the apex of martial arts. The so-called martial artists out there are a different breed entirely. They spend their days consumed by conflict and conquest, driven by the ambition to rule over all under heaven. It is a vicious cycle with no end in sight. That is why, no matter how the martial world changes, no matter how its wars conclude, the Wandering Immortal's realm remains apart from it all. The only thing the Wandering Immortal's realm shares with the murim is the origin of martial arts itself. In the martial world, There have always existed three great powers: the orthodox, the unorthodox, and the demonic. If one of these three powers were to rise and annihilate the other two, or if all three were to drive each other to extinction, it would be of no concern to the Xiandu realm. After all, such an outcome is merely a consequence of the martial world's contests. So, what is the current state of the martial world today? A mysterious foreigner from the West has emerged. He uses bizarre and dark arts to forge a loyal force for himself, recruiting from any and all factions. The righteous, the unorthodox, and the demonic have all suffered devastating losses, bringing them to the brink of total annihilation. Is the fate of the Central Plains martial world not now in their hands? If martial arts are to be manipulated by such sorcery, won't the very spirit of chivalry on the jianghu completely disappear? Therefore, even though this is a matter of the secular world, as those who pursue the apex of the martial way, we can no longer afford to remain indifferent. Even so, the best course of action is for the martial artists of the world to rise up on their own, to personally cast out this ruler and his legion of sycophants. Only then can they reclaim the standing that is rightfully theirs. Hyeon-gang, have you recently heard of those who dare to stand against the Emperor's city? The young man replied, Yes, master. You mean the two foreigners who dismantled two organizations that served as lackeys for the Emperor's city, correct? If so, then I have indeed heard the tale. The old master continued, The martial world, forged by the Emperor's city, which was itself built by a foreigner, is now being torn down by two other foreigners. From the perspective of the jianghu, relying on outsiders is never the correct path. Even if these strange foreigners end up destroying one another, we cannot place our complete faith in them. Baek Hyeon-gang, disciple of the Xiandu realm, hear my command. You have received the vital energy of the five elders and the complete essence of the Xiandu realm's martial arts. You will act as our emissary and convey our will to the elite warriors of the martial world and join forces with them to topple the Emperor's city. If the opportunity arises, seek out the two foreigners who are opposing the Emperor's city. Thoroughly investigate their origins and intentions, then persuade them to withdraw from this conflict. For this is a battle that belongs to us, the martial artists. If they refuse this offer, then you are to strike without a moment's hesitation. These were the final instructions from the elders before Baek Hyeon-gang descended from the mountain. And the man currently clashing with Asura was none other than that same Baek Hyeon-gang. The ground for miles around their battle had been leveled into a desolate wasteland, yet both of them appeared to be in perfect condition, still brimming with immense power. Baek Hyeon-gang thought to himself, but now that I think about it, that man suddenly whispered something, and it seems to have significantly boosted his speed and attack power. If that's the case, this might not end as easily as I had hoped. I intended to finish this quickly without having to take his life, but I never imagined my one-finger heavenly thunder technique would be utterly useless against him. Huh? What the hell is this guy muttering again? Asura looked at him coldly. All right, that settles it. Baek Hyeon-gang was stunned. What settles what? While he was still lost in confusion, Asura lunged forward. Without a shred of hesitation, he thrust his staff repeatedly towards him. If that attack were to connect, Baek Hyeon-gang's body would be pierced with at least 4 holes. But fortunately, his reflexes were not slow. He leaped back on instinct, narrowly dodging a fatal blow, his mind reeling in shock yet again. He can get even faster than this? Allah didn't pause for a second, lunging forward once more. Baek Hyeon-gang didn't bother to block or counter, focusing solely on evasion. After a flurry of relentless attacks, his clothes were already starting to show signs of wear. Even though I'm using the agile steel body technique to evade his strikes, he's still effortlessly shattering and piercing through my phantom leg armor. Just where in the world did a monster like this come from? Allah gave him no time to ponder, closing the distance to strike again in an instant. This time, Baek Hyeon-gang didn't dodge. He stood his ground, frantically channeling his ki. This is bad. I have to use the silver grasp technique to stop his blow first, and then. But things are never that simple. Allah's staff suddenly began to spin with terrifying force. Baek Hyeon-gang was completely taken aback, his heart pounding with dread. What the hell is this? His staff. It's spinning relentlessly? A devastating wave of force crashed into him, shattering the mask on his face and drawing a trickle of blood. But Allah didn't stop. He raised his staff again, ready to deliver the final blow. But just then, a flicker of recognition made him pause. You're the guy I met earlier today, aren't you? He lowered his staff, leaning in to check on him. But at that exact moment, Baek Hyeon-gang thrust both hands onto his chest. He roared, unleashing the infinite celestial art. Black Dragon's expanse. The world fell silent, and for a moment, it seemed the fight was over. But it wasn't. A horrifyingly powerful blast of energy erupted, piercing straight through Allah's body and obliterating everything in its path. The attack was so immense it tore through several mountain ranges. Dust and debris filled the air in a chaotic storm, and in the very center of it all, Allah was still standing, facing Baek Hyeon-gang. Baek Hyeon-gang knelt on the ground, looking up at his opponent. Seeing Asura standing there, completely motionless, a wave of panic washed over him. What have I done? No matter how desperate I was to win, how could I use the ultimate technique of the limitless celestial against someone who doesn't know a single martial arts move, let alone any internal energy? No, that's not it. But if I hadn't reacted quickly, my own life would have been in danger. Still, that doesn't mean I should have used that technique, right? God, why am I spouting such nonsense? What in the world am I doing? I can't just stand here. I have to treat him, now. A direct hit from the Black Dragon's expanse would have definitely sent a massive shock to his heart. It probably sent him into cardiac arrest, but since he can't circulate internal energy, the damage shouldn't be life-threatening. That's it. As long as I can get his heart beating again, he'll survive. I have to hurry. Seeing Allah's body begin to sway and fall, the young man grew even more frantic. Hey, watch out. But suddenly, Allah's legs tensed, and he stood firm once more. The young man was completely stunned by the sight. Asura stared him down at point-blank range, then unleashed a devastating punch straight to his face, giving him no time to react. The scene shifts to the village at the base of the mountain, where the streets were bustling with the lively flow of commerce and people. At a local inn, the beggar who hitched a ride with Aula emerged, having just finished a hearty meal. He strolled out, casually picking his teeth, feeling utterly refreshed, and completely oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. Not far off, several men from the Imperial City had their eyes locked on him. After a short while, the young man left the village and headed out into the forest. He quickly made his way to a dilapidated, abandoned house deep in the woods. The men from the Imperial City had been tailing him stealthily the whole time. Seeing him go inside, they all drew their swords in unison and advanced. They swiftly entered as well. Not a single sound was made, and then they were all struck down, lying sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. Only one of them was left barely clinging to life. The young man asked him, "To have survived this long, your martial arts must be pretty decent, huh? Tell me, who sent you? Your mission was just to observe, but you were discovered and decided to attack, is that right? Your wounds seem lighter than your two comrades. I was planning on letting you live so you could report back to your master. So, you'd better start talking before I change my mind." The man was tense, breaking out in a cold sweat, his eyes already bloodshot. He was about to confess, but before he could utter a single word, he began coughing up blood uncontrollably. Moments later, he took his last breath on the spot, joining his two companions. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He's dead already? Just then, another voice transmitted a message to him. Still, it's a miracle he even survived this long. The young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think he just mentioned the name Hugh Lasu. The other person confirmed. Yes, it seems so. The young man mused. Hugh Lasu, the leader of the Pal Lasu? Someone of his stature is interested in us? I guess we should feel a little proud. The other voice warned. Hugh Lasu has control over the entire Imperial City. Being on his radar is dangerous. The young man replied, if his target is me, that's fine. But the real problem is that the fire at his feet isn't me. It's someone else. A small crack can bring down a great dam. He has to put out that fire to save the Imperial City, which is why he's investigating and observing them to fight back. The other voice transmitted again. I've been wondering. This fire at his feet you're talking about, is it that group of outlanders? The young man didn't hide it, and confirmed, that's right. The other person had a realization, so that's it. Now that I think about it, it makes perfect sense. Lately, there have been rumors in the martial world about many top sects joining the Imperial City. They're afraid of what those two outlanders might do. The young man agreed. You've guessed correctly on that front. The other person continued. And there's something else. Do you remember the others who were in the carriage with us? Besides those two outlanders? I've investigated their identities. As for the girl with them, I couldn't find anything out. But the young man who was with you that day comes from a mysterious sect called Seon-yu-gyeong. At first, the young man wasn't interested, but upon hearing the name Seon-yu-gyeong, he became instantly agitated. Wait, what did you just say? Did you say Seon-yu-gyeong? Is that the place where legendary martial artists train arduously to reach the realm of immortals through their skills? Are you really talking about times Seon-yu-gyeong? The other person confirmed, that's the one. The young man was still in disbelief. Are you sure your intelligence isn't mistaken? Because, when you think about it, if they're truly from Seon-yu-gyeong, then no matter how young they look, their actual age would be. He trailed off, then suddenly realized something. Hold on, wait a minute. If a young man like him from the Tiandu realm says something like that, it can only be one person, the one from the legends. He is the heir to the internal energy of those immortals. He is the white dragon of the earthly alliance, Baek Hyeon-gang. And to think I didn't even recognize the strongest martial artist of this era standing right in front of me. It seems I still have a very long way to go. The other man was confused. What do you mean? He's the strongest martial artist of this era. The young man sighed. It's somewhat pointless to discuss this, since we don't interfere too deeply in the affairs of the Murim Alliance, but if we're talking purely about martial skill, no one in this world could possibly surpass him. That's a fact. When it comes to pure combat prowess, nobody under the heavens can defeat that Baek fellow. The other man was completely stunned by these words. Hey, is he really that monstrous? And why would someone like that proactively approach those foreigners? The young man explained. Well, right now, those two foreigners have captured the attention of the entire martial world, so he probably wanted to meet them in person, just like us. Or perhaps it was just some kind of coincidence. The other man didn't buy that flimsy excuse for a second. No, there's definitely something more to it. It can't be a coincidence like you're suggesting. The young man shot back. Oh, is that so? Then what exactly happened that makes you say that? The other man sighed. I was just about to tell you, but you kept cutting me off. Last night, my men sent another report. They said Baek Hyeon-gang went to find those foreigners again. He wore a mask completely concealing his face and launched into a fierce battle with the younger foreigner. Hearing this, the young man made a guess. This morning, Baek said he would definitely repay the favor, so I'm guessing this is how he plans to do it. Mentoring a junior who's new to the martial world is also a valid way to repay a debt. I'm starting to wonder if that Baek guy has a personality like mine, obsessed with fulfilling every promise he makes, no matter what it takes. The other man continued his explanation. Except the battle between them was far too brutal. No one would consider what they were doing to be mentoring, as you put it. I suspect Baek Hyeon-gang's real motive for hiding his identity was to provoke that foreigner into unleashing his full power, because that guy single-handedly took out 2 organizations under the Emperor's city. Not to mention he also eliminated 2 members of the Batlaw Thursday. No matter how powerful Baek Hyeon-gang is, facing off against someone like that is certainly not going to be an easy task. According to the report, their attacks were blindingly fast. The slightest misstep in a single moment could have meant instant death. The young man cut in, annoyed. Hey, were you even listening to a word I said? Huh? Do you have any idea what the strongest actually means? It means he's the most powerful person on this entire planet. While his peers were still playing around in the lower tiers, the White Dragon, Baek Hyeon-gang, had already ascended to a level of martial arts on par with the immortals of the Tianda realm. It's true that the martial world has many geniuses, but Baek Hyeon-gang is on a completely different plane of existence. It's no exaggeration to call him a prodigy among prodigies. So it doesn't matter what organization that foreigner has wiped out or who he has defeated. If his opponent was Baek Hyeon-gang, there's absolutely no way he could have won. Especially not in a one-on-one duel. The only reason that guy's still breathing is because Baek Hyeon-gang decided to spare him. If Baek had wanted him dead, that punk wouldn't have stood a chance. Still, I have to admit, that Outlander is no ordinary Joe. Man, I can't believe I missed my chance to see those two throw down. The other guy just stared back at him, offering a silent no comment to his little monologue. After waiting forever for a response, the first guy couldn't take it anymore and asked, So? What happened? The other guy looked confused. What do you mean? The first guy clarified, I'm asking about the outcome of the fight. Who won? Who lost? The scene shifts over to Allah's group on the battlefield. One of the 2 combatants has collapsed, and shockingly, the one lying on the ground is none other than Allah. The demon kid is kneeling beside him, desperately trying to perform first aid. No, how could it have ended up like this? Why isn't your heart beating anymore? Kid, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean for this to happen. He's genuinely sobbing his heart out, full of regret like a little kid. But that's all just in his head. In reality, he's tied up in a corner while a perfectly unharmed Allah is sitting by the fire, enjoying some hot pot with the chief. The chief sighed. That kid's still fighting the battle in his dreams. Allah grumbled. I clocked him a good one, and he's still dreaming about killing me. Unbelievable. A moment later, the chief suddenly sliced his own finger, letting his fresh blood drip quickly onto a paper talisman. He waited until the paper was completely saturated, then pulled his hand back. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the talisman flying. It shot forward and slapped right over Baek Hyeon-gang's mouth, sealing it shut. The 2 of them then walked over and sat down in front of him. The fresh blood on the talisman quickly coalesced into the shape of a mouth. The chief bellowed, Oracle of Lies, I command you, reveal the identity of this young man. The mouth immediately responded. This man is known as Baek Hyeon-gang. He is 28 years old. He is a young immortal who has entered the mortal realm under a secret directive from the elders of the Seon-yu-gyeong. Food and drink hold no interest for him. He is a young, unmarried man of good character and he has a particular fondness for watching stories on the Hugo Review channel. The chief pressed. You just mentioned the Seon-yu-gyeong, correct? The oracle confirmed, that is correct. It is a highly secretive sect, a place where martial artists who have forsaken the current murim have gathered. The chief grew pensive. If that's the case, does it mean this young man wasn't sent by the Divine Imperial Alliance? The oracle replied, not at all. On the contrary, he has been tasked with bringing down the Imperial City. The chief stroked his chin, lost in thought. You mean to say his primary mission is to topple the Imperial City? The oracle confirmed, that is precisely his purpose. The chief was momentarily lost in contemplation, his thoughts unreadable. The oracle continued its report. He is more than just a recipient of internal energy. His significance runs deeper. He is a master at cultivating ki, thanks to the secret martial arts passed down from the immortals of Seon-yu-gyeong. He has mastered legendary techniques, including the arts of divination, medicine, and mathematics. There is no immortal art that he has not perfected. As he is the vessel for the will of the Seon-yu-gyeong elders, their teachings are channeled through him to the outside world. For this reason, he is also known by the title of the Conduit. Just then, Baek Hyeon-gang's eyes shot open as he jolted awake. He frantically glanced left and right, trying to speak, but no sound would come out. After a moment, he finally looked down. It was only then that he realized he was bound, which sent him into an even greater panic. He strained with all his might, trying to break free from his bonds. Seeing this, the leader began to explain. It may look a bit worn, but that's a special artifact that has captured countless monsters over the years. No matter how much strength you use, it will never break. I have some questions for you, so please, young man, don't exhaust yourself and just listen to me. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Brock Hunter shattered the ropes with his sheer strength, freeing himself. This left the two of them completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Immediately after breaking free, he reached up to the talisman sealed tightly over his mouth. He then started clawing at it, trying to rip it off. Alla, having had enough, swung her staff and smacked him right on the head. The young man took the hit, a lump instantly forming as he collapsed to the ground. Chief, how could he possibly deal with a sorcerer's binding ropes like that? He didn't just snap them, he shattered them. That's unbelievable, the leader explained. It seems he didn't use mana like we're used to. I suspect he utilized some form of internal energy. Wouldn't you agree? Alla was still puzzled. His technique for redirecting attacks was impressive, but when it came to a direct confrontation, he was a total pushover. Plus, his face and head seemed to be his weak points, right? The leader grew pensive. Regardless, we need to ask our questions quickly, before he comes to again. The informant's words would soon be put to the test. All of Brock Hunter's belongings were laid out neatly to one side. After the chief finished his questions, he and Alla released him, allowing him to put his clothes back on. Once he was properly dressed again, he bowed his head to the two of them. Since we're past that, allow me to introduce myself properly. In truth, I am from the Tienda realm, and my name is. Before he could finish, the leader cut him off. You're the emissary from the Tienda realm, known by the title Heap Dia Long, Brock Hunter, 28 years of age, and your hobby is binging stories and posting reviews on the Hugo channel. You received orders from your master and the elders of the Tiendu realm to enter the secular world and help the martial artists overthrow. Brock Hunter was floored. The old man hadn't gotten a single detail wrong. Yes, that's exactly right. But then it dawned on him that something was very wrong, and his expression soured. Hold on a second, that's impossible. How could you possibly know all of that in such detail, senior? The leader replied nonchalantly, it's all written right there on your face. The naive Brock Hunter actually believed him, and he hurriedly turned away, trying to wipe his face clean. Seeing him act this way, the leader and Alla couldn't help but sigh. So much for being virtuous and kind-hearted. The guy seems more like a complete fool. The scene then shifts elsewhere. Deep in the forest, a lone figure moved with purpose. This was Kimla Thursday soon. A resting pavilion appeared in the path before him, and inside, someone was sitting, waiting. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the man turned his head and saw it was Kimla Thursday. He quickly rushed over to greet him. I am Chu Than, of the Guard Division. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Kimla Thursday. From this moment on, please allow me to be your guide. Kim La Thu said nothing, which was taken as a sign of acceptance. A short while later, at a cliff face, a narrow trail snaked between two sheer rock walls. Kim La Thu was walking along it with Chu Than. Suddenly, Chu Than came to a halt. Looks like this is the end of the line. Now that we're here, a guide is no longer necessary. But tell me, aren't you the least bit curious if I'm one of the Imperial City's men? I figured you'd at least want to ask me about it. Kim La Thu responded coolly. Why would I need to ask? The one leading him here was the young man who had wiped out Chu Than's men and taken his place. Because I'm an assassin, and my mission was to bring you here. That's why I took out Chu Than, your original guide. Kim La-thu remained perfectly calm. And? The young man sneered. I can't tell if you're just arrogant or if you're really as cold as the rumors say. Completely emotionless. But that attitude of yours isn't going to fly in this situation. Because I'm about to see if you can keep that stone-cold expression when you're staring death in the face. The moment he finished speaking, countless massive boulders rained down from the cliffs above. Their target was none other than Kim La-Thursday. The young man gloated. The tougher the challenge, the more determined we become. So, Kim La-thu, what do you think of our combat style? Kim La-thu's expression didn't even flicker. He just stood there, staring him down. The young man didn't hesitate any longer and instantly launched himself at his opponent. The once silent canyon walls suddenly began to tremble violently. A moment later, a huge section of the cliff where they clashed came crashing down. What was once a narrow pass barely wide enough for two people was now a vast, open plain that could hold 10,000 men. In the center of it all, a thick cloud of dust and debris obscured everything. But faintly, through the haze, the silhouette of Kim La-thu could be seen, still standing. He was completely unscathed by the entire ordeal. The young assassin, however, was nowhere to be seen. From start to finish, Kim La-thu's face remained an emotionless, ice-cold mask. He didn't linger, simply turning to continue on his way. High on the cliff behind him, the young man reappeared, watching. This guy, he's a serious threat. So that's the Imperial City's masterpiece, Kim La-thu Toa-ku? His showdown with that outlander is going to be absolutely insane. The scene shifts over to Allah and his group. They were now in a carriage, talking as they traveled. After listening to Brock Hunter's explanation, the leader had a moment of clarity. Ah, so that's how it is. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, the Imperial City's business is a matter for the martial world, and it should be left for them to handle. And we outsiders should just stay on the sidelines. Is that right? Brock Hunter confirmed, that's exactly it. To put it simply, I was just trying to explain it in a way that wouldn't offend you, Senior. But it seems I don't have much of a silver tongue. The leader shook his head. It's not that I'm rejecting your point of view. I can understand the stance of you martial artists, but we have our own affairs to attend to as well. Hearing this, Brock Hunter's expression soured. The leader continued. Now that things have come to this, are you really going to follow your master's orders and try to take us out? The young man jumped. Huh? I guess so? Wait, no, that's not it. I'm not that kind of person, I swear. Hold on. Come on, Senior, what do I have to do to make you understand? As Allah drove the cart, listening to him ramble, the killing intent radiating from him was completely undisguised, and the young man recalled the words his master spoke before he left. However, you should meet them first. It's not too late to pass judgment after. We want you to meet them before you make a decision. That is what my master truly meant to say. The leader questioned him again. So why should I believe a single word you say? I mean, how am I supposed to trust the words of someone who was sent here to end us? The young man was once again at a loss, unsure of how to explain himself. After a moment he answered with a naive innocence. But, everything I've said is the absolute truth. If I had any intention of taking you two out, I would have done it a while ago. Hearing him so casually mention killing them, the leader felt exasperated. All right, kid, speaking of which, do you remember anything about your fight with that kid, Allah? The young man's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course I remember, although, now that I think about it, it's all a bit hazy. I just thought I naturally ran out of steam after saving Allah, and then passed out without even realizing it. The leader finished his thought for him. So in short, that boy Allah died from a single blow of yours. But it's only because you poured every ounce of your mind and strength into saving him that he came back. And that's everything you remember, is it? The young man confirmed. Yes, that's exactly right, sir. The leader sighed. I would have thought you'd remember pretty much everything except for the parts where you were completely out of it. The young man, still impossibly naive, agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, that must be it. Up front, driving the cart, Allah's face darkened with pure frustration. I really should have just put that guy down for good, shouldn't I? The leader sighed. All right, that's enough. I think I'm starting to get the picture, and besides, you're clearly not one of the Imperial City's dogs, so I'm going to let you go. Didn't you say you had nowhere to be? I'm just saying, let's keep to our own paths. It's better if we just go our separate ways. The scene shifts to Kim La-thu, who had just arrived at a different pavilion. A subordinate from the Imperial City was already waiting for him there. This is Nguyen Min of the Guard Division. Requesting an audience with Lord Kim La-Thursday, Kim La-thu stared at the man, contemplating for a moment before asking, if I recall correctly, wasn't that fellow Chu Than assigned to this post? Nguyen Min replied, My lord, there were some unfortunate circumstances, which is why I Kim La-thu cut him off. It's because he's dead, isn't it? The man flinched, his surprise evident. He no longer tried to hide it, gritting his teeth as he confirmed. Yes, sir. Kim La-thu mused. I see. By the way, have you managed to locate that group of outsiders yet? The man answered quickly. Yes, my lord. Allow me to lead the way. Cutting back to the leader and his group, his eyes went wide. What was that? Did you just say you're not leaving? Brock Hunter confirmed it. I will not be leaving. The leader tried to reason with him. Come on now. Just get going. But Brock Hunter remained resolute. I cannot do that. Seeing how unbelievably stubborn the man was, the leader's eyes bulged in disbelief. What is it now? Brock Hunter explained. Well, you see, I've made up my mind. I will leave when my debt to you is repaid, and not a moment sooner. The two immediately fell into an argument. I don't need you to repay anything, so just get out of here, but I truly cannot leave yet. Senior, have you considered why I would deliberately hide my identity from the very beginning, and on top of that, go out of my way to provoke you both? The leader was completely uninterested. You think an old man like me gives a damn about something like that? Baek Hyeon-gang pressed on. Exactly. I want to see for myself what our friend Allah is capable of. I want to test whether he has what it takes to bring down the Imperial City. The leader cut in. Enough. I told you I don't care. But despite the chief's interjection, he just kept talking. His martial arts are more formidable than I expected, but it's a hell of a gamble to let him face the entire Imperial City by himself. The leader grumbled, his annoyance clear. Hey, old man, have you gone deaf or something? Baek Hyeon-gang continued to explain. The one thing we can't count on is the latent internal energy deep inside Aula. No matter how immense his internal energy is, it's completely useless if he doesn't know how to wield it. That's why this junior wishes to help him. He thought to himself, once Allah learns to properly channel the internal energy deep within his body, it's only a matter of time before he achieves a state of complete rebirth. That way, when I have to face him in the not-so-distant future, I'll have more options at my disposal. The leader stroked his beard, deep in thought. For now, I'll choose to believe what you're saying. But why come all this way, directly defying your master's orders? Don't give me that nonsense about repaying a debt. A single meal isn't enough to warrant this kind of trouble. Whatever it is, just spit it out. Baek Hyeon-gang's expression turned serious. Senior, to be perfectly honest, I just thought this would be a lot more interesting than blindly following orders. Besides, my master said the final decision was up to me, so I'm not obligated to do as he wishes. The warhorse they were riding suddenly came to a halt. Allah called out to the leader, We're here. Not far ahead, a vast fortress sat at the base of a mountain. Baek Hyeon-gang was taken aback. What is this place? The leader answered, the Taegwang sect. You've heard of them? Baek Hyeon-gang replied, Of course I have. The story goes that when the Imperial City began its conquest of the Central Plains, this was the very first sect to turn tail and surrender. Worse, they helped slaughter their innocent brethren in the martial world. Rumor has it they were so eager to please that the Imperial City Lord rewarded them with the very clothes off his back. The leader sounded skeptical. His clothes? They wouldn't just throw away the clothes the Imperial City Lord wore, would they? Baek Hyeon-gang explained. Throw them away? Of course not. Anything worn by the Imperial City Lord would be treated as a sacred relic, even if it were just a cleaning rag. I've even heard they treasure it so much that they've locked it away in some kind of special vault or treasury. A look of realization dawned on the leader's face. Just as I thought. If those clothes are really here, then you'll have a way to get to him. The guardian of the forest made it very clear. There is a hidden path to the Imperial City, and it's located right here, at the headquarters of the Taegwang sect. He then laid out Allah's primary objective. Acquire those clothes. Since they treat that garment like a holy relic, getting your hands on it won't be easy. That pathetic bunch was willing to butcher their own kind for a scrap of personal gain, so that means you don't have to worry about holding back, right? Feel free to destroy anything and anyone that stands in your way. Just bring those clothes back to me. The scene shifts to the Jiamra beast. Just as he was speaking with Win Min, another man came rushing over, his panicked expression screaming that something had gone terribly wrong. Upon hearing the news, Kim La-thu instantly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, over at the Tai Kwangmon sect, the outer perimeter wall was already beginning to crumble. A massive hole was blasted open, and through the center of the debris, the figure of Allah could be seen striding in. The martial artists inside were completely stunned by the spectacle. Allah slowly advanced, coming face to face with them. Their leader, however, remained outside, waiting. The scene then shifts over to the white-faced divine healer, who was sitting calmly and sipping his tea. Suddenly, he jolted and snapped. Who's there? How in the world did you get in here? Before him, standing behind a rock partition, was a mysterious figure. It was none other than the woman who had been traveling with Allah's group. The moment the white-faced divine healer saw her face, his shock intensified. What? This can't be. You're the one who. But before he could finish, the scene cuts away once again. A once magnificent and imposing structure now lay in a heap of desolate ruins. It was obvious with just a single glance that the architect of this destruction was Allah. Shattered buildings and fallen bodies were strewn everywhere. Perched atop a roof, Brock Hunter sat observing the entire scene. Witnessing the devastation firsthand, he couldn't help but mutter in awe, "That kid, he's really something else. His raw power is just unbelievable. Is it really true that he can't even use internal energy?" Then again, I've seen a few moves where it looked like he was using it, like when he smashed the gates of Taekwon Monday. Could it be he's just using it instinctively? Back on the battlefield, Aula stood his ground, swinging his staff and overwhelming his opponents, completely unfazed by the swarm of men trying to surround and capture him. But the outcome was always the same. They were sent flying by a swing of his staff. After a few moments, most of the attackers had been violently knocked aside. The rest lay unconscious on the ground all around him. Aula, his face an icy mask, stared straight ahead. There, a man, shielded by his underlings, screamed at him to stop. The man nervously made an offer. "I'll give you the sacred robe." Aula raised a cloth to his face, let out a cold snort, and said, "Now you're talking. You should have just handed it over from the very beginning. Otherwise, I would have just found it myself after I was done with all of you anyway." The middle-aged man frantically barked orders at his men. "What are you all just standing around for? Go get the white-faced divine healer's sacred robe, now. Hurry up, move it." Seeing this, Asura spoke up again. "I already told you, I don't need it." Meanwhile, Brock Hunter, who was still observing, couldn't hide the tension on his face. But things are definitely getting heated. Even with his unrivaled strength, fighting so crudely like that, he's no different than a wild beast. If only he knew how to combine his fighting techniques with the internal energy flowing through his body, he could probably become the strongest master in the entire martial world. The young man just stood there, staring down at Allah's back, sizing him up. Just then, his eyes caught a figure in the distance, moving swiftly through the air. The person was moving at an incredible speed, entering the manor's grounds in the blink of an eye. He landed silently on a rooftop, his gaze fixed on Allah below. Allah, for his part, was still standing there, staff in hand. The newcomer just watched him, silent and intense. In no time at all, one of the underlings returned from inside. "I have it, sir." Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man presented the item to Allah. Inside the wooden box was a blue-colored robe. The man said with a tremor in his voice, "This is the sacred robe you were looking for, young hero." Allah's expression soured as he let out a sharp exhale. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Just then, a loud voice shouted out Allah's name. Confused, he glanced over his shoulder. It was Baek Hyeon-gang, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Watch out!" Allah was baffled by his sudden outburst. In that very instant, Kim Lathu descended from above. He landed gracefully beside the two, stunning everyone present. His icy gaze fell upon Allah. Faced with this new arrival, Allah couldn't hide his astonishment. The middle-aged man's face was etched with deep anxiety, and his subordinates behind him were even more terrified. With Kim Lathu at the epicenter, a brilliant golden light erupted violently. The scene then shifts back to the white-faced divine doctor. The man approached, clasping his hands in a formal greeting. "Divine Guard Baek Hyeon-gang, paying my respects to the white-faced divine doctor." The doctor observed him for a moment before speaking. "Are you prepared to reveal yourself to the world once more?" The man let out a hearty laugh. "Oh, that? It's really not an issue, sir. During my intense training, I'd completely forgotten about it. I only came because you suddenly crossed my mind, divine doctor, so I thought I'd drop by for a visit." "Oh, that's right, there is something I wanted to mention. A few days ago, I ran into someone who looked remarkably like you, sir. That's why I came today, to ask you about it." The white-faced divine doctor looked puzzled. "Someone who looks like me?" Baek Hyeon-gang stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Yes, you probably wouldn't know, but they were traveling in a horse-drawn carriage. It's been the talk of the martial world lately. An old man who's your spitting image, traveling with a young companion." Hearing this, the white-faced divine doctor flinched, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He urgently demanded to know where Baek Hyeon-gang had seen them. Baek Hyeon-gang explained, "I saw them in a village near Wolyeong Fortress. As for where they've gone now, I have no idea." The white-faced divine doctor's expression twisted into an ugly scowl, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, Baek Hyeon-gang continued on, laughing thoughtlessly as he spoke. "I have to say, I was quite impressed by the young man. He was incredibly handsome, with a certain untamed look about him. His name is Allah, and his appearance, well, it's just as striking as his name." The divine doctor's shock deepened. He growled, his voice low and dangerous. "What did you just say?" Seeing his reaction, Baek Hyeon-gang was taken aback. "Sir, The divine doctor's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing as he thought to himself. His name? Is Allah? The scene cuts back to Allah and the others, where the area had once again been leveled, now shrouded in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. In the center of it all stood Kim La-thu, a formidable aura still radiating from him. Across from him was Allah. Seeing that his opponent was still on his feet, Kim La-thu was visibly startled. His last attack, both incredibly powerful and unexpected, hadn't inflicted a single scratch on the boy. Allah's gaze shifted to where the old man and his group had been. All that remained were a few charred, unrecognizable corpses. How did he unleash an attack that powerful? Allah wondered internally. He was lost in thought, still observing the scene, when something made him jump. It was his clothes. They were now completely scorched. At that exact moment, Kim La-thu lunged forward, launching another assault. The divine doctor wants you captured alive. But after that stunt, I can't possibly let an attack like that slide. His clawed hand shot out, closing in on Allah's throat in an instant. It seemed as though he would be caught, but he wasn't. At the critical moment, another hand shot out and seized his wrist, stopping the attack cold. Kim La-thu froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The figure who suddenly appeared was none other than Baek Hyeon-gang. He shot a cold glare at Kim La-thu, then pointed his other hand, unleashing a single-finger strike. The one-finger heavenly thunder technique sent Kim La-thu flying like a kite with its string cut. He skidded across the ground for a considerable distance before finally coming to a rough stop, lying amidst a pile of debris. His eyes were wide with utter disbelief. Baek Hyeon-gang remarked smugly, "Well now, it seems you can't trifle with internal energy, can you?" Next, he turned his head to look at Allah, who was still standing there completely dazed, and quickly walked over, snapping his fingers by his ear to get his attention. "Hey, Allah, snap out of it." Allah unconsciously muttered a single word. "Clothes." Baek Hyeon-gang replied, "That's right, your clothes are completely burned." Seeing Allah turn to give him that terrifying glare, Baek Hyeon-gang hastily tried to explain, "Whoa, it wasn't my doing, so don't you dare look at me like that." He then pointed a finger over at Kim La-thu. "He's the one. He's the culprit who torched the sacred robes of the white-faced divine doctor." At that moment, Kim La-thu was still slumped on the ground, coughing uncontrollably, unable to get back up. Baek Hyeon-gang boasted proudly, "My one-finger heavenly thunder technique has already sealed his pressure points, so he won't be able to move normally for a while." But just as he finished speaking, Kim La-thu began to stir and slowly get to his feet. Baek Hyeon-gang, completely oblivious, still had his back turned to his opponent, continuing his arrogant boast. "If we were to attack him right now, we could finish this in an instant. But that wouldn't be very fair, so we should probably wait a bit." It didn't take long for him to sense something was off. He whipped his head around to see that Kim La-thu had once again risen from the pile of rubble, though his body was still trembling violently, showing the technique's lingering effects. After a moment, he finally steadied himself and let out a sharp breath. Baek Hyeon-gang let out a sigh of disappointment. He broke free that quickly? I guess the one-finger heavenly thunder is just a common technique nowadays, but oh well, everything's under control now. Just then, he shot a confused look over at Allah. Hey, where do you think you're going?" At the same time, Kim La-thu made a sudden move behind him. Before Allah could even respond, Baek Hyeon-gang whipped his head around again just in time to see Kim La-thu launch himself into the air. Seeing that terrifying expression on his opponent's face, he couldn't help but sigh, what a complete killing machine. His attention then snapped back to Allah, who was walking ahead in a trance, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Hey, Allah, get a grip, get back here, now." But before Allah could even turn around, Kim La-thu's attack had already landed. Fresh blood sprayed through the air, his eyes filled with a terrifying glint, but Allah's figure still stood tall. At the last possible second, Baek Hyeon-gang had appeared once again, blocking Kim La-thu's path. "Hey there, old man, I think you've picked the wrong opponent," Kim La-thu replied, his face grim. "The other one was supposed to be an old man. It seems my information was off." Baek Hyeon-gang was suddenly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, and in the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from their position. Kim La-thu let out a furious roar. Fire Dragon's heaven-annihilating roar. A terrifying explosion of incredible power immediately followed, once again plunging the area into a cloud of smoke and dust. At the epicenter of the battle, only the silhouette of Kim La-thu remained. Not far from him stood Baek Hyeon-gang, his entire body engulfed in scorching hot flames. The sound of his agonizing screams echoed relentlessly through the air. But just as quickly, the flames began to dissipate, as he clasped his hands together and, with a great exertion of force, blew the fire away. Witnessing this scene, Kim La-thu couldn't help but narrow his eyes in utter shock. As the flames completely subsided, Brock Hunter let out a breath. This feels just like the third master's firewheel qigong, but there's something slightly different about this martial art. Let's see just how a warrior from the Imperial City wields these flames in combat. I think I know who this is. You're the Golden Silk Beast, True Cow, aren't you? You're here for revenge on Asura for killing your sworn brother, right? The Golden Silk Beast shot back. You think you can face my firestorm with a mere staff, and block my heaven-annihilating fire dragon with your bare hands? Looks like he knows why the Divine Doctor sent me. Brock Hunter looked at him, startled and confused. Hey, hold on a second. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. The guy you should be fighting is over there. He gestured, of course, toward Asura, who was rummaging through the nearby rubble, but the Golden Silk Beast paid him no mind, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Any potential threat to the white-faced Divine Doctor must be eliminated. A powerful strike immediately shot towards Brock Hunter. Terrifying flames erupted once more, the attack so fierce it seemed to warp the very space around them, but the strike missed its mark. Brock Hunter had somehow reappeared, completely unscathed, a short distance away. He paid the Golden Silk Beast no attention, his gaze fixed on Asura up ahead. Honestly, this guy is the perfect opponent to make Asura realize the importance of hard work, but the kid couldn't care less. The Golden Silk Beast glared daggers at him, but Brock Hunter remained indifferent, casually resting a hand on his hip. Looks like there's no other way. Even without looking, he could sense the impending danger. Just as the Golden Silk Beast launched a palm strike, he raised his own to intercept. The clash of their palms sent earth and stone flying once more. The Golden Silk Beast seemed to be on the losing end, immediately getting forced backward. Brock Hunter stared at him, his expression completely blank. At this rate, I'll have to give him a hand. With that, he unleashed a strike directly into the Golden Silk Beast's chest, causing him to spit up a mouthful of blood. A hazy memory suddenly flashed through the Golden Silk Beast's mind. Amid his own agonizing screams, a figure approached, raising a blade. No matter how much he pleaded for his life, the blade still came down. He didn't want to die, but he was powerless to change his fate. He cursed in agony, "I don't want to die. Who the hell are you people to do this to me? This is infuriating." And just at that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. "Do you recognize me?" An ancient face slowly materialized, his soul seemingly long gone. Is all that remains just pure resentment? Do you wish to live? Faced with the old man's question, he reacted with extreme agitation. The old man chuckled with amusement. Oh ho, what a fierce reaction. Perhaps this isn't an obsession with life itself, but simply a result of having no memory of his past. Could it be that his rage made him forget his reason for living, leaving only a lingering grudge attached to this rotting corpse? How truly fascinating. Very well, I shall grant you a new life. While I cannot restore the parts that have been destroyed, I will resurrect you as a different being entirely, and just as before, the fire dragon will be your salvation, and it will become your power. If you wield the power of the fire dragon, no creature born of human flesh will ever be able to defeat you. Cutting back to the present. After taking that last blow from Brock Hunter, the Kimla beast was once again buried in a pile of rubble, crushed beneath the weight of the collapsed building. But this time was different. It shot back up almost instantly. Dust and debris were blasted away as a massive fireball erupted from the epicenter. In a flash, the Kimla beast's form was revealed once more. Brock Hunter didn't rush to attack, instead choosing to stand back and observe. With a mighty roar, the Kimla beast unleashed the flame dragon shockwave, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Completely unfazed, Brock Hunter stood his ground, his hands weaving through a series of intricate gestures as a glowing blue orb quickly materialized before him. The technique he was casting was the firewheel shattering art. The Kimla beast's attack slammed into it and was stopped dead in its tracks. But it didn't just stop there. Brock Hunter's technique began to draw in the attack, absorbing its power. After a moment, the flames had completely dissipated. A blinding white light then shot out, rocketing straight for the Kimla beast. With no way to escape, it could only brace for the impact. Dust and rock once again clouded the entire area, and a deep trench was carved into the ground, extending all the way from Brock Hunter. Over on the other side, the Kimla beast was left struggling amidst the wreckage, coughing up mouthful after mouthful of blood. It looked up at Brock Hunter, its eyes filled with utter disbelief. Brock Hunter didn't press his advantage, instead choosing to speak. Martial arts forged through true, dedicated training are of the utmost importance. Power gained through cheap tricks and forbidden arts can never hope to surpass techniques that have been refined and perfected over thousands of years. The Kimla beast struggled to its feet, its entire body trembling with bitter rage, but it refused to give up. Instead, it frantically surged its internal energy and charged at Brock Hunter once more. Brock Hunter easily evaded its claw strike with a simple duck. The world then flipped upside down in the Kimla beast's eyes. Brock Hunter had used some unknown technique to send it flying backward, end over end. And just like that, the Kimla beast was slammed back down onto the ground. The move seemed effortless, yet it still caused blood to erupt from its mouth. Once again, a thick cloud of dust and debris filled the air. Brock Hunter didn't even bother to turn around, his back still facing his opponent. It's useless, no matter how hard you try. Just stop. Are you ready to give up this time? The moment the words left his lips, the Kimla beast charged in again. Brock Hunter had no choice but to cut his speech short, raising a hand to block the attack, before delivering a swift kick straight to its jaw. The beast was sent reeling, spitting another spray of blood. Brock Hunter stared him down, his expression hardening as he raised a fist. Still not enough for you? He smashed a powerful punch right into the Kimla beast's torso. Blood rained down once more. The punch looked simple, but its power was absolutely devastating. The Kimla beast's eyes went wide and vacant before it collapsed limply to the ground. This time, it wasn't getting back up. Its eyes rolled back into its head as it lost consciousness. The voice of its master still echoed in its mind. No being born in human form can ever defeat your power. That question haunted its final moments as, in the blink of an eye, its body withered and aged, turning to dust. And just like that, one of the 8 La beasts was soundly defeated and dispatched by Brock Hunter. He made no further moves, simply standing there in silence, waiting. In a flash, Kimla Thu's body began to show signs of fading away. Brock Hunter's eyes were locked on, serious and unblinking, not missing a single second. After a moment, all that remained on the ground were his clothes and shoes. Shortly after, even his clothes were swept away by the wind. From start to finish, Brock Hunter just waited in silence, making no move whatsoever, leaving one to wonder what was going through his mind. The area was now completely wiped clean of any trace of Kimla Thursday. A moment later, Brock Hunter climbed out of the crater and back onto solid ground, muttering to himself as he walked. See that? I told you I was heap try long, Brock Hunter. Not far away, perched on a rooftop, someone was secretly observing the entire scene. To think that someone as formidable as Kimla Thu, True Cow, couldn't even face that man head-on. If the Batla Thu are monsters created by the white-faced divine healer, then Brock Hunter is a monster born from the murim itself, a product of 1,000 years of tradition. The observer had a sudden realization. So that's what it is. But wait, didn't we originally come here to watch the fight between Kimla Thu, True Cow, and that punk Allah? The young man was startled by the thought. Oh yeah, that's right. Brock Hunter did just butt in for no apparent reason. But then again, it's been a long time since we've gotten to see his martial arts in action, so I guess this wasn't such a bad turnout after all. Meanwhile, Ayla picked up a scorched piece of the divine garment that had survived the fire, lost in thought. As Brock Hunter walked over, he saw the kid furiously kicking at the air and asked, confused, "What do you think you're doing?" Asura shot him an irritated glare. Where is he? Seeing Brock Hunter play dumb only made him even more furious. The guy who burned down the divine healer's place, where did he go? Brock Hunter waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that guy? He left. I let him go. Asura's face twisted in anger, his killing intent radiating off him as he stared daggers at him. What did you just say? Even Brock Hunter was taken aback by the kid's expression. What's the big deal? If you've got something to say, spit it out. Asura didn't waste words. He just swung his staff straight at him. He was trying to attack me, so why did you get in the way? Are you in league with him? Elsewhere, the man in black watched through his binoculars, stunned. Why are they suddenly fighting each other? The green-haired guy shot up and snatched the binoculars. Here, let me see. Down below, Brock Hunter was busy dodging Asura's relentless staff strikes, all while trying to explain. If I hadn't chased him off, you'd probably be dead right now. But that only made Asura even more furious. So I'm supposed to thank you for that? The green-haired man watched them fight, a massive grin spreading across his face. Yes, they're fighting. Show that famous little punk a taste of the Central Plains martial arts. The man in black was startled by how worked up his companion was getting, but his intense excitement was so strong that Brock Hunter sensed their presence. He paused his defense for a moment, dodging another blow and glancing in their direction. Hold on a second. I think we've got a little rat hiding over there. But Allah didn't stop for a second, bringing his staff down hard right on his head. Up on the roof, the green-haired man was dumbfounded. What just happened? How did Brock Hunter go down like that? The man in black next to him asked, unable to contain his excitement. Did that kid actually take him out for good? The scene shifts back to the white-faced divine healer's cave, where he was glaring intently. He's Allah? Blake Huxley confirmed. Yes, sir. He pressed further. Is Allah the young boy who was traveling with an old man? One who looks quite a bit like me? Blake Huxley confirmed once more. That's him exactly. The white-faced divine healer's eyes shot wide open in utter shock and disbelief. Allah? Then, Could the man who looks like me actually be? Asterisk him asterisk? Not only is he not alone, but he's traveling with Aula? That's impossible. Something like that can't exist in this world. What in the hell is that crazy old man up to? Seeing him suddenly lost in thought, Baek Hyeon asked, "What's on your mind, sir?" The divine doctor snapped out of it. "It's nothing, but did you just say those two are the talk of the entire world?" Baek Hyeon was puzzled. "You mean you don't know? Two sects belonging to the Imperial City have fallen, and everyone believes the collapse of the Assassin's Guild and the Black Serpent House was all they're doing." The divine doctor was stunned yet again. "That happened too?" Baek Hyeon was dumbfounded. "So you really haven't heard a thing? In that case, do you know that 2 of the 8 Rakshasa beasts are dead?" According to the rumors, it was Huang Go and Cheongji. The divine doctor truly had no idea. Huang Go and Seo Cheongji were killed by them? Baek Hyeon clarified. Not them. They were both killed by Asura, and Asura alone. The divine doctor's eyes widened once more as he fell deep into thought. Meanwhile, Baek Hyeon stood there with a carefree smile. "So, are you acquainted with that group of foreign martial artists?" The divine doctor didn't respond, choosing to remain silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "Come back. If you return, I'll tell you everything you want to know." Baek Hyeon covered his mouth with a chuckle. "Are you kidding me? I'm not times curious." The divine doctor repeated with deadly seriousness. "This is not a request. If I were to forcibly keep you here, what would you do?" His words made the atmosphere go dead silent once more. Baek Hyeon stroked his chin, pondering. Why the sudden question? What other choice would I have but to risk my own life? The two locked eyes for a long moment, before the divine doctor let out a heavy sigh. "Why must you be so stubborn? I truly cannot figure you out." Baek Hyeon simply smiled back. "You never could, right from the very beginning." The divine doctor waved his hand dismissively, shouting for him to get lost. "This is the one and only time I'll be this merciful. Next time, I won't spare you." Baek Hyeon clasped his hands together and gave him a sincere, deep bow, then vanished from the spot, leaving the area. Soon, only the divine doctor remained. After a moment, he called out in a loud voice for Guanbo. The instant he finished speaking, a voice replied. "Yes, sir. Your orders?" The divine doctor instructed him to summon the Black Rakshasa beast. The scene shifts to the Black Rakshasa beast, who is sitting alone, reading a letter someone sent, his heart pounding in his chest. Even the gold Rakshasa beast was killed? This can't be happening. The Taiguan sect has been destroyed? What is going on? A young foreign martial artist destroyed the Taiguan sect and took the gold Rakshasa beast's life. Could it be the mysterious warrior? How could he possibly pull off something like that? Just then, someone entered from outside. The white-faced divine doctor summons the Black Rakshasa beast. Hearing this, the young man broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. Over in another scene, Baek Hyeon-gang, once again under the spell of a talisman, was confessing everything. "It seems I have no other choice but to face him." The leader was skeptical. "Could anything that guy is saying be true? Untie him. We can apologize after he wakes up." Allah quickly moved to untie Baek Hyeon-gang, while the leader sat by himself, studying the burnt fragment of the divine doctor's cloth. If only we'd managed to get the entire divine cloth. What can we possibly do with a single scrap like this? The scene shifts back to the divine healer's location, where Hak Lathu has arrived as summoned, kneeling with his head bowed to the ground. He looks extremely anxious. The divine healer sits above him, his face ferocious, clearly seething with anger. Moments later, his agitated, incredulous voice echoes through the cave. "The Assassination Corps, the Black Demon Guild, the Ancient Relics, Thon Chi, and now even True Cow. When exactly were you planning on telling me any of this, huh?" Hak Lathu has no words to defend himself. He can only keep his head bowed, remaining perfectly still, which only fuels the divine healer's fury. He clenches his fist so tightly that cracks begin to form on the armrest of his chair. "This person, can you recreate their appearance for me?" Kim Lathu replied. "Yes, my lord. I have seared the images of the Black Demon Guild's master, Ohio, and those who accompanied Thon Chi into my memory." The divine healer commanded, "Come closer and show me." Kim Lathu obediently complied, rising and slowly approaching. He trembles as he reaches out to take the divine healer's hand. In an instant, their hands touch, and the divine healer's eyes fly wide open. The scene of Allah slaughtering the monsters flashes before him, followed by the incident at the tavern, and then the salamander that blew up the valley. Every image appears with perfect clarity. Allah's face is also completely revealed, without any concealment. The air grows heavy with a long, profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, the divine healer finally speaks again. "Did you mark their trail?" Upon hearing Hak Lathu report that he had, he gave his orders, "Do not let them spot you." tail them, and do not miss a single one of their movements. I will summon you again soon, so await my command and return." As if granted a pardon, Huklathu immediately accepts the order with a loud voice. He then quickly rises and departs. The divine healer sits there, lost in thought, recalling his earlier conversation with Baek Hyeon-gang. At the very least, he wasn't making things up just to provoke me. He sits there, his expression incredibly grim. Saying nothing, the image of the leader and Allah appears in his mind again. But there's something off about this child. No matter how I look at it, he still looks like a human who hasn't fully matured. Yet, he bears the name Allah. What could this possibly mean? Unless he was chosen to become Allah's vessel. A normal human couldn't just use that name casually. The more he thinks, the more perplexing it becomes. Soon, a bold idea begins to form in his mind. Could this person be a divine vessel? Then what about Asura? At this thought, he shoots to his feet. He stands there, panting, extremely agitated, as if he's had a revelation. That explosion. It completely wiped out the assassination corps. Judging by its form and power, it seems he used a fire spirit, like a red salamander or a nymph. Just like that strange plant that destroyed the Black Demon Guild. It's as if he always carries those seeds with him. The only time that child acted personally was when he fought the Pala Thursday, and what's astonishing is that he defeated all three of them, especially Kim La-thu, Triu Kao. But that's only remarkable if you're evaluating the abilities of a mere human. If he's a divine vessel, however, then it's not special at all. From the beginning, a vessel is just that a container for the soul of a summoned god. Because it must contain the immense power of a transcendent being, the divine vessel itself possesses superhuman physical abilities. However, if there is no god inhabiting the vessel, then it's nothing more than a low-level monster. Right now, Allah cannot be summoned, so I can't draw any firm conclusions. Are you seriously trying to capture me with a single low-level creature? Just then, another voice echoed. Are those foreign warriors causing you trouble? If you give the word, Divine Doctor, it would only take me a few days to drag them all before you. The Divine Doctor sighed. I think I'm the one troubling you, actually. There's no need to go to such extremes. The voice spoke once more. Is it because you don't trust me, Divine Doctor? Is that why you forbid me from acting? The Divine Doctor replied. How could you think such a thing? Whether we like them or not, we'll have to confront them eventually, so there's no need to be so hasty. The other person continued. But what I'm sensing from you contradicts your words. I can feel a deep unease coming from you, Divine Doctor. I only wish to lighten your burden. The Divine Doctor mused as he walked. Unease, you say? The image of Allah flashed through his mind again. The two Allahs, along with their leader, appeared in his mind's eye. His anxiety stemmed from the great unknown. Once you realize your enemy is worthless, they cease to be an adversary and become mere prey, and how you deal with that prey is entirely up to you. What you're feeling isn't anxiety, it's the thrill of the hunt. The scene shifts over to the leader and his group. He stood watching the commotion from a distance. The disturbance was being caused by Allah and Baek Hyeon-gang. The latter furiously yelled at him, I told you, that's not how you do it. Can't you focus for 1 second? Allah snapped back, irritated. You're being way too loud. Baek Hyeon-gang grew even more furious, pointing and yelling. What I mean is, the proper way to strike is to channel your energy from your core and drive it down through your arm. I don't care, Allah retorted. I like my way better. Baek Hyeon-gang seethed. That's just a simple punch. Use your internal energy, you moron. From now on, if you don't do it right, I'm just going to hit you. Got it? Enraged, Allah immediately spun around and attacked him. The leader told me to put up with you, but don't you think you've pushed it way too far? Hyeon-gang, fending off the attack, snarled back through gritted teeth. You son of a… Allah grew even more furious, raising his staff. Oh, I'm the bad guy now? You want a piece of me? Bring it on. In fact, I'll just beat some sense into you and start your training from scratch. They immediately lunged at each other, their clash shaking the entire forest. Watching from the sidelines, the leader sighed in resignation. What a fool I was for counting on those two. The scene cuts back to the Divine Doctor. He was still walking silently, alone in the cavern, as a distant memory surfaced in his mind. He was resting, warming himself by a fire, when a voice suddenly called out to him. He glanced left and right, but couldn't find its source. The voice seemed to echo from the void itself. I am your master, the one who answered your prayers. Have you already forgotten who granted you the power you now wield? Hearing this, the man immediately fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground in reverence. My master, my God, please, tell me what I must do. The voice offered no reply. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the horizon. In the distance, a few figures were slowly approaching. Their numbers swelled as they walked, all heading towards the nearby cave. The crowd moved swiftly inside, descending the stairs in a long, winding procession. Soon, They had all reached the chamber below. As one, they all knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Our god has been grievously wounded, imprisoned, and left as if abandoned. The god yearned for vengeance against those who had brought him to this state, but we, his apostles, who had answered his call, did everything in our power to fulfill his sacred will. Since self-destruction to be reborn through a divine body was far too risky, rebirth in the current situation was prioritized. With his divine power, this path seemed much more. Countless lives had to be offered as tribute, but it was a necessary sacrifice for the god's return. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from the heaps of bodies, snaking through cracks in the earth before pooling in a nearby pit. At the center of the pit lay a corpse, battered by spears, its lower half completely torn away. Soaking in the fresh blood of his followers, the body slowly began to regenerate. As time passed, in that barren, lifeless desert, life began to sprout from the ground. The flora matured over time, and the god within was finally, completely restored. His limbs had fully regrown, and the long spears that once pierced his flesh had been expelled. Reborn once more, he was overcome with euphoria. His roar shook the very heavens and earth, and the entire mountain before him instantly shattered. His silhouette emerged from the rubble, where not far off, a multitude of followers awaited his return. The god stood and gazed upon his ecstatic followers. I will return to my rightful place. At last, the god's rebirth was a success, and he led us on our quest for vengeance. Many foes rose to block our path. The closer we drew to the paradise, the fiercer the enemy's resistance became, but nothing could stand in our way. And so, the final battle against our captors took place in the paradise. 2 horns began to sprout from our god's head, followed by 2 wings erupting from his back and a long tail whipping behind him. Then, from the sky, a single, powerful bolt of lightning struck down. The power of the masters of the paradise was terrifying beyond imagination, but the might of our god simply overwhelmed them all, his power manifesting as colossal whirlwinds that clashed violently. When the fighting ceased, only dust and smoke remained. At the heart of the battlefield, our god stood tall and defiant, while the masters of the paradise, utterly defeated, had fled in disgrace. We, his followers, celebrated his glorious victory. And that's when times at times appeared. Though defeated, the masters of the paradise refused to accept their fate. In their desperation, they summoned a terrifying entity from the east, the god of destruction, Allah. The arrival of Allah completely turned the tide of the war. Our god, the one who had exiled the masters of the paradise and declared himself the Almighty, and Allah, the god of destruction from the east, summoned by those very masters. The battle between the two of them had now officially begun. A terrifying aura enveloped the vast landscape, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Thunderous explosions echoed everywhere, leveling the ground wherever the attacks landed. The followers were no exception. We were chaotically buried under rock and debris, losing our lives. At the epicenter of the battle, the two gods clashed with unimaginable ferocity. Under Allah's relentless assault, the Almighty could only grit his teeth and defend himself. He had absolutely no opening to counterattack. His wings were quickly shredded and torn, and the tail behind him was severed. In turn, our god managed to slice off one of Allah's arms. The two then broke apart, creating distance, but Allah was completely unfazed by the severed arm. From that very wound, 2 new arms rapidly sprouted forth. He now somehow possessed 3 arms, while the Almighty being across from him, despite having a leg severed, was still brimming with power. The two then charged at each other once more. The battle erupted again, kicking up a blinding storm of dust and debris. The sheer ferocity of this exchange was far greater than before, so powerful that it formed a vortex visible even from outer space. Terrifying vortexes formed and clashed repeatedly. When the battle finally passed through this place, all that remained was a desolate wasteland. At the very epicenter of the conflict, a bottomless abyss had been carved into the earth. After 100 days of brutal combat that tore the heavens asunder and shook the very foundations of the world, our god, despite giving his all, ultimately faced annihilation. And the god of destruction, summoned by the masters of paradise, suffered the exact same fate. Both entities vanished from this world, restoring the peace that had been lost. A new world order was established by the masters of paradise. Our surviving apostles each received their individual judgment. Your sin was daring to awaken a forbidden entity and using it to seize power for yourselves. You shall be punished to exist in a state between life and death, enduring eternal agony. Sometime later, a voice echoed from the darkness, halting everything. A mere human dares to venture into this place? If you haven't received the Master's acknowledgement, I will turn you to dust. If you bear the mark bestowed by the Master, show it to me now. Another voice replied, More of this nonsense. You sound just like the guards back at the gate. I heard I'd get a warm welcome just by coming down here. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of test from the master? I'll figure it out later. For now, get out of my way, or I'll just blast my way through. The first voice rang out again. You fool, do you think this is a place a human can just barge into? Countless cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the cliff face before it exploded into smithereens. From within the rubble, a figure emerged, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. He slowly advanced, making his way toward a specific destination. He let out a sigh, then declared, "This is going to be difficult. I am the one who has been given the authority to decide your fates. Though I don't know the full story, can you all forget the past, submit to me, and follow my commands? If you swear this oath, I will lead you out of this place." The figures impaled on the wall met this question with a heavy, profound silence. In the end, they chose to swear the oath and depart with him. Upon their return to the mortal world, much had changed. The masters of paradise, once worshipped by humans as gods, had lost their power and were slowly fading. It seemed they no longer interfered in the affairs of the world. It was during that time that the greatest dangers we had feared were finally gone. The Eastern Sage, our savior, had freed us from a hellish torment, one we thought we could never escape. He is Dong Liao, our ruler, and also the leader who guides us. The ideal king bestowed upon us by the heavens, that is what everyone believed. But back then, we had no idea we were being used, destined to be discarded like sacrificial pawns. The Eastern Sage appointed us as his messengers, and we gladly carried out every task he commanded. Our mission is to reclaim the sacred artifacts left behind by the beings they call gods. The power contained within these artifacts is far beyond human comprehension. Without magic, we stand little chance of subduing them. However, with his overwhelming power, the sage defeated them all. Even the so-called gatekeepers of the underworld are wary of him. Every challenge that was insurmountable for us, he resolved with ease. You could say he's a being who stands between the divine and mortals, a sort of arbiter, or a sage. I often wondered if sages like him possessed other, more mystical abilities. In response to my question, the sage was happy to explain. Let's just say not everyone is like me. The truth is, the power I currently wield wasn't obtained through grueling training, but was borrowed from an old friend. Until I meet him again, I will transfer this power back to him. Looking back, the entire purpose of my journey was to find him. I just never expected to have the good fortune of meeting all of you along the way. Now, do you have any other questions? The young man spoke up. So, what is your true purpose for collecting the sacred artifacts? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The sage stood there, lost in thought, while our group waited in quiet anticipation. After a moment, he stroked his beard and spoke. Let's see. If I were to gather all of the sacred relics, I would obtain a power that surpasses even the gods. When that time comes, I wonder if I could become a new god of this world. And at that point, would you all still intend to follow me? Hearing this, we were all startled, terrified by the fearsome expression that washed over the sage's face. We couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After a moment, we all stammered out, "That, of course we would still." The sage sighed, cutting us off. "That was just a joke. There's no need for you all to be so afraid. I will give you the answer to your question when the time is right." Hearing that didn't bring us any relief. In fact, we only grew more tense. Was he really just kidding? There's no way my eyes deceived me. When he spoke of becoming a new god of this world, the look in his eyes was completely genuine. As I suspected, the Eastern Sage's goal is the same as ours. It's identical to the dream we once shared. At times, he plays the role of a perfect leader, but at other times, he fights with all his heart, through life and death, alongside us. In private, he's incredibly warm and friendly to everyone. Being with the sage felt like watching our old dream come to life again. I thought things would just carry on peacefully like that. And then one day, he and his companions discovered something. They arrived at a cliff, only to find the massive body of a monster lying there. Even though it was partially hidden beneath rock and forest, its sheer size made it impossible to miss. The moment he saw it, he recognized it as Allah. The rest of us were frozen with terror. The instant I saw it, my pupils constricted. If I recognized it, there's no way you wouldn't know what it was. Anyone could have figured it out. Seeing it this close, I was completely and utterly terrified. The moment we laid eyes on it, we used our poison arts and bone curses to utterly annihilate it, but we never imagined that would just trigger its regenerative abilities. We tried countless other methods afterward, but they were all useless. It's regenerating its physical form as we speak, and while we can see it happening, we have no way to stop it. Just then, a voice cut in. Hold on a moment. This situation might not be as dire as we think. Even if he is a god of destruction, he's been completely drained of his divine power. Because of that, he can't possibly wield his divine body. Therefore, his recovery process can never truly be completed. Even if he does manage to recover, he'll only be a god in form, no longer a true divine being. In that state, he's no different from a lowly demonic beast, ripe for us to conquer. If we can't kill this thing, why don't we make ourselves its master? If we can tame it, one day it could be the very weapon we use to defeat the masters of the garden. Aren't you all curious to see the looks on those bastards' faces when they have to confront this? Hearing this, the others began to murmur in agreement. Now that's a plan. A truly brilliant stratagem. To think of such a thing. You're a genius, the speaker continued. There's just one thing. What will Hwang Chunhyun say when he learns of this plan? That's the biggest hurdle. Don't worry, you can leave him to me. All of you just focus on taming this monster. The group voiced their assent, placing their absolute faith in him. He stood there, gazing down at the creature below, lost in thought. Asura, the very being who took the lives of the gods. You destroyed our god, so now, your life belongs to us. So just stay put. A once revered god like you. I'll make sure you're forever remembered as a vile deity trapped in this hideous shell. A short while later, in Hwang Chunhyun's chambers. My apologies, Jia-man. I've had a lot on my plate recently, so I'm afraid I wasn't paying full attention to what you were saying. Now, where were we? You mentioned you had something interesting to show me, correct? Jia-man affirmed. Yes, master. I believe it would be far better for you to witness it in person than for me to try and explain. Hwang Chunhyun smiled, stroking his beard. Very well, I understand. I wonder what sort of entertainment you've all prepared for me this time. Let us go and see. Inside his head, Jia-man was reasoning with himself. That's right. There's nothing for me to be tense about. After all, Hwang Chunhyun's ultimate goal is the same as ours. Even though the masters of the garden have been repelled, we still need his power to truly defeat them. If we can just persuade Hwang Chunhyun with sound logic, he's certain to agree. It's just, I can't seem to shake this terrible sense of unease in my gut. Why does my mind keep wandering back to Asura? As the two of them walked, a sound suddenly echoed through the hall. That's impossible. Jia-man's chest tightened. Wait, did I just hear? They quickly made their way outside. One of the men looked at him, confused. What's wrong, Jia-man? You look like you've seen a ghost. He didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, thinking to himself, the god of destruction, Asura, a deity summoned from the east. And Master Hwang. He's an immortal from the east. He's from the east. They're both from the east? At that horrifying realization, an uncontrollable tremor ran through his entire body. This is not good. Wait a second. Why? Why can't I breathe all of a sudden? He wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. As Master Hwang stepped forward, a low groan echoed through the air. Alla's body came into full view, and the sight of it left him utterly stunned. It was Allah. Across from him, Alla's eyes slowly fluttered open. For a moment, their gazes locked, and then, Allah began to stir. A blinding white light erupted from its body, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone stared, their eyes wide with astonishment, as Master Hwang stammered, Asura, I finally found you. Allah remained motionless, but soon, its tightly shut eyes slowly opened once more. This only deepened the crowd's shock. One man couldn't help but step forward and ask, Master Hwang, who is this being? The young man stood there, dazed, his body trembling uncontrollably as a memory surfaced. The truth is, my power wasn't earned through hard training. It was given to me by an old friend. I was meant to return this power to him when we met again. Thinking back, the entire purpose of my journey was to find that old friend. It's strange. What twist of fate brought me here to find you? As he remembered everything, the young man's eyes snapped open with realization. So that strange thing is the friend he was talking about? With that thought, he turned to the others. Has the master ever seen this thing before? Asura and Master Hwang faced each other in absolute silence, but the young man was shaking with fear. This is bad, he screamed. Stop. Everyone, get back. The others turned to him, confused. What are you talking about? But as they looked at him, Allah began to stir, letting out a low growl. Then, it reached a hand out toward Master Hwang. The group was still oblivious to the impending danger when another flash of white light erupted. Aula lunged, swiping at Master Hwang. Its intentions were unclear, but in the next instant, a massive explosion tore through the area, sending earth and rock flying. The crowd was thrown back by the force of the blast, which expanded rapidly, devastating the landscape and leaving only ruin in its wake. The young man, still alive, struggled to push himself up from the ground, his face tense as he stared into the distance. The place was completely destroyed. Aula lay on the ground, one side of its head crushed. His companions were scattered everywhere, dead or grievously wounded, their faces etched with grim expressions. Ahead, Master Hwang stood in silence. He quickly turned his head to glare at the survivors, then let out a ferocious roar. Seeing his expression, the men broke into a cold sweat. Master Huang stood with his back to Allah, and just as his eyes widened with intensity, Allah began to stir once again. The stunned survivors were instantly struck down by him, their heads obliterated in a shower of crimson. The terrified men behind them met the same gruesome fate. Only the young man, far in the distance, was left alive. He stared, frozen in disbelief. Master Huang had just slaughtered all of them. In that moment, he looked like nothing less than a malevolent god. An unknown amount of time passed before his rage seemed to subside. He then turned his gaze back to Allah, and with a swing of his arm, unleashed a powerful vortex directly at the Asura. In an instant, only a desolate wasteland remained. The only one left standing was Master Huang. This was everything the white-faced divine healer could recall. He walked, lost in thought, a truly enigmatic man. Master Huang, ever since that day, I've been consumed by one question. Why did you betray every last one of your comrades? Perhaps you were enraged by how we treated that thing you called a friend. Maybe that's what drove you to do it. Back then, it was the only explanation I could come up with. But what I could never wrap my head around was why you then turned around and killed that friend with your own 2 hands. And now, you're seeking me out again, with a boy named Allah in tow, the same being you personally eliminated? The more the white-faced divine healer pondered, the less sense it made. Trying to understand the mind of a madman like you was my first mistake. This is probably a fool's errand. Just ahead, a figure stood waiting. As he approached, the man bowed deeply, hands clasped in respect. The divine healer stepped before him, and the two went outside to speak. Below them rested a bizarre, golden egg. He stood there, gazing at it in contemplation. But no matter what happens, I can never lower my guard around you. So come. Bring it on, King of Heaven's messengers. I will gladly offer up your life, and the life of that boy, Allah, to see my grand design to completion. If it weren't for the rash actions of those dark beasts, I wouldn't have needed to accelerate this plan at all. If you think you can defeat me with that body of yours like you did before, I'll show you just how mistaken you are and how deluded you've become about your own strength. There's only one thing that gives me pause, and that's the boy, Allah, who possesses that divine vessel. If that boy can truly merge with Allah's power through the resurrection ritual, will he wield the same world-shattering might as the demon god Allah of old? And you, the man who destroyed the demon god's original form only to turn him into your underling. What exactly are you plotting? I wonder what that child will think when he finally learns the truth you're hiding. Meanwhile, over with Allah, he was currently practicing his staff forms in front of a massive boulder. A single strike sent the rock exploding into pieces. Baek Hyeon-gang, watching from the side, went wild with excitement. Yes, that's it. He then turned to the leader and yelled, "Did you see that? That's the technique you taught me. Senior, isn't it incredible?" "It's absolutely perfect, right?" the leader replied, exasperated. "Incredible? You think times is worthy of my praise?" Baek Hyeon-gang rambled on excitedly. "Don't you get it? The boulder I actually hit is perfectly fine, while the ones times behind times it shattered. That's the penetrating strike, an attack that uses pure internal energy. If he'd just used external force, the result would have been the exact opposite. You know, having internal energy and knowing how to wield times it are two completely different things. Even seasoned masters of the internal arts need years of grueling training to focus their energy into a single strike like that. And yet, it only took me a few days to teach that stubborn brat how to pull it off. If that's not amazing, I don't know what is." After listening to his rambling, the leader nodded, conceding the point. "You actually have a point." Allah, who had overheard the entire exchange, looked incredibly annoyed. Ignoring Baek, the leader turned to the boy. "What do you think, Allah?" he asked. The boy replied, "I'll admit, it conserves stamina, but my body feels exhausted and it's slowing me down. I'm starting to think you'd have to be a complete lunatic to want to learn this stuff. Seriously. I'm questioning why I'm even bothering with this when I can already wipe the floor with anyone without needing this trick." Hearing this, the leader couldn't help but look a little dejected. "Is that so?" Baek Hyeon-gang's face darkened as he shook his head in disapproval. "You've got it all wrong. You've only taken the very first steps on the path of harnessing your internal energy. Once you've truly mastered this technique, your speed, power, and even your agility will be on a completely different level. You'll be able to unleash far more powerful strikes with less effort, and you can even control the output at will. Isn't that exactly what you need at this very moment?" The leader stroked his beard, cutting in. "All right then. How long would it take to master it to the degree you're describing?" Baek Hyeon-gang hesitated. "That? Well, for an ordinary person, it would take around 30 to 40 years. But with my masterful guidance and Asura's natural talent, 1 year should be more than enough." Upon hearing this, the leader was instantly petrified, frozen on the spot. Asura stomped over, looking irritated. What did you say? A whole freaking year? You really think I'm going to waste an entire year of my life learning this junk? Not a chance in hell. I might be able to learn it, but that's just way too long. I'm out. Baek Hyeon-gang fumed. What was that? Asura's expression soured as he went on. When I perform that breathing technique you taught me, I'll admit my lower abdomen heats up, but then I feel this weird thing moving around inside me, and it's totally freaking me out. Baek Hyeon-gang explained. That means you're succeeding. That sensation is your key, your internal energy. If you learn to wield it properly, both your physical body and your spirit will grow exponentially stronger. At that point, things like illusionary arts or dark magic won't be able to touch you. Asura's eyes widened in shock at this. Hold on. What did you just say? I'm finding that a little hard to believe. You've never actually fought a real illusionist, have you? You think shattering their illusions is some kind of walk in the park? The young man roared in frustration. You little brat. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I am Baek Hyeon-gang, a knight of the Dragon Order. The leader, who had been listening to their bickering from the side, finally couldn't stand it any longer and roared at them to be quiet. The scene then shifts elsewhere. At the foot of a mountain sits a massive, sprawling manor. Not far from it, a figure is observing the estate through a pair of binoculars. They're from the Iron Sea sect. Their leader is one of the 13 Imperial Pillars, the very foundation that supports the Imperial City. Aside from them, most of the other sects are just a bunch of opportunistic bandwagoners. If we can take down those 13 pillars, the Imperial City's foundation will crumble. Speaking of which, what's the status on the Heavenly Marshal Valley? Have they still not joined our cause? The black-clad figure at his side replied, Not exactly, sir. They're still observing the situation. There's a lot of internal conflict and dissenting opinions, so they've only promised to make a move once they've reached a consensus. As of now, we've heard nothing. Even if you wait, it's highly unlikely they'll reach out. They've always been exceedingly proud of their Central Plains heritage, which means they probably have no intention of cooperating with a smaller organization like ours. The young man tossed the binoculars to his subordinate. Looks like we'll be waiting a long time then. They're not going to contact us. It's possible they're all bark and no bite, just shouting about toppling the Imperial City to look tough, without any real fighting spirit. The black-clad man looked slightly surprised. Is that really the case? The young man leaned back against a large rock, gazing up at the sky with a sigh. If it weren't, they wouldn't have turned down such a fantastic offer from me. You have to understand, the top brass in the Imperial City is completely focused on those outsiders right now. If we make our move at the same time, it's guaranteed to create massive chaos. This plan isn't just simple, it's a testament to the genius who crafted it. As soon as he finished speaking, the air instantly fell silent. After a moment of his companion's silence, he finally asked, You got something else to say? The other man shook his head. No, sir. This subordinate has no objections. As a member of the Hungry Wolf Brigade, I know only to follow orders without question, even if those orders seem a little foolish. The young man's temper flared. What was that you just said? The man sighed. Forgive me, sir. But what's the plan if they launch a fierce counterattack and swarm us like a stirred-up hornet's nest? The young man waved it off. Don't worry about it. If that happens, we just pull back to Bin Kwang. Everyone goes their separate ways, simple as that. We didn't come back to the Central Plains for some grand ideal in the first place. We're just fugitives hiding in the shadows. Who's trying to be a hero here? The other man nodded. I understand, Section Chief. Just then, a frantic voice called out from behind them. An urgent report. It's from the Blue Wolf and Red Wolf squads. The young man sat up with a heavy sigh. What is it now? I gave them clear orders to lie low and wait until midnight to make their move. Did something go wrong? The messenger stammered. Yes, sir. Well, the Blue Wolf squad is reporting that their target location, the Luminous Guild, is completely empty. And at the same time, the Red Wolf squad sent a similar report. The heaven-shattering sword sect has vanished, as if they just evaporated into thin air. The young man's eyes shot wide open at the news. What did you just say? The messenger continued his report. When we sent a scout to infiltrate their compounds, he quickly discovered signs indicating they had all left in a great hurry, as if reacting to some sudden, unforeseen event. The more the young man listened, the more unbelievable it all sounded. Just then, something clicked. They both turned their heads to look back, a sudden, chilling thought striking them as they gazed at the manor. The entire estate was now eerily, unnaturally silent. Moments later, the main gate was shattered, and the young man led his followers straight through the entrance. Just as they suspected, there wasn't a single soul in sight. The men quickly fanned out in all directions to search the grounds. The entire place was completely deserted. There's not a single person here, Section Chief. How is it possible that everyone is gone? The young man just stood there, stunned, his mind racing. What in the hell is going on here? The scene shifts to a remote canyon, where a large contingent of people is on the move. The procession, which looked like a small army, quickly arrived at the mouth of a cave. Someone was already waiting for them just inside. Seeing the waiting figure, they couldn't help but wonder to themselves, is that the black beast of the martial realm? The entire group immediately bowed in unison, their hands clasped in respect. La Thick Fong, master of the Eightfold Gate and the poisonous blood serpent hand, along with my disciples, humbly requests an audience with the great Lord Black Beast. The figure gestured for them. Esteemed sect master, welcome. You've had an arduous journey. Please, follow me this way. The entire group then proceeded to follow him deeper into the cave. The interior opened up into a massive, sprawling cavern, with a complex layout of countless passages. Everyone who entered was struck with awe, their eyes darting left and right. La Thich Fong couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the third time I have set foot in the Imperial City, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine an entrance like this existed." The Black Beast replied, "Have you forgotten, Sect Master, that the Imperial City is not fixed to any single location? It can manifest anywhere it chooses, but it's not a place one can simply stumble upon. The entrance you used will vanish completely after today. How could you forget something so fundamental?" La Thick Fong chuckled sheepishly. "I haven't forgotten, sir. It's just that every visit feels as astonishing as the first." Lord Haklathu, "What of the other clans from the 13 Pillars of the Emperor's Shadow?" Haklathu replied, "They have all gathered. Only your Fong Trong clan arrived last." Hearing this, he was startled. "My deepest apologies for that, my lord. We intended to arrive sooner, but—" Haklathu cut him off. "Enough. I do not hold it against you." The group then proceeded in silence. After a moment, La Thick Fong couldn't hold his tongue any longer. "By the way, Lord Haklathu, why has the white-faced divine healer summoned all of the 13 pillars of the Emperor's Shadow to one place? Didn't he vow to uphold the pact made 12 years ago?" Haklathu snapped back, his voice laced with annoyance. "The old clan master seems a bit too curious, but I suppose you'll find out soon enough anyway. The truth is, the divine healer has decided to leave the Central Plains. Before his departure, he will bestow his blessing upon you, as promised all those years ago. Once the ritual is complete, all 13 members of the pillars will possess power that rivals, or even surpasses that of us, the 8 beasts. Furthermore, the warriors you've brought along will have their potential awakened, their strength multiplying by 2 or even 3 times. Hearing this, La Thick Fong could not conceal the eager anticipation on his face. "Is what you say true?" Haklathu turned his head to look at him. "Yes, it is the absolute truth. Was that not the divine healer's promise from all those years ago?" They finally arrived before a large stone gate. "We have arrived. This is a private section of the Imperial City, prepared exclusively for your Fong Trong clan. While you await the divine healer's summons, please make yourselves comfortable and rest." Inside was a scene of opulent splendor, a hidden sanctuary nestled amidst the mountains, blending so perfectly with nature it was like a paradise on earth. The men couldn't help but stare, their jaws agape at the sight. To think such a place existed within the heart of this stone palace was unbelievable. The men quickly fanned out to take in the scenery, while Haklathu silently slipped out, closing the heavy gate behind him. A sinister look was clear in his eyes. The gate was swiftly sealed shut. The scene then shifts over to Allah's group. The leader said as he climbed onto the carriage, "I don't know if you're just spouting nonsense or not, but it hardly matters anymore. Thanks to that phony intelligence report, I have a grasp of the situation. In any case, we can't afford to delay any longer. It's a shame Allah hasn't mastered his internal energy yet, but we absolutely must depart at once." If only they had been clear about the timing from the start, Brock Hunter asked, bewildered. "You're leaving? Where are you going, Senior?" The leader glanced back at him. "The Imperial City. Where is that located?" Hearing this, Brock Hunter was utterly astonished. "The two of you are heading to the Imperial City? You're leaving this very moment? Why in the world would you want to go there now, Senior?" The leader couldn't be bothered to explain it to the man. "If fate wills it, we will surely meet again. Let's be on our way, Allah." Brock Hunter yelled out. "Wait, Senior. Hold on a moment. I still haven't had a chance to show you what I'm capable of, have I? So naturally, I must come with you." The young man gripped the side of the carriage, about to climb aboard, when he suddenly remembered something. He then scrambled back the way he came. "Oh, shoot. Whoops, I almost left my luggage behind. Everyone, just wait a second," Allah asked doubtfully. "So, what's the plan now, Chief? Should we just get going?" The chief stared back thoughtfully, his mind clearly on something else. After a moment, Baek Hyeon-gang emerged from the dilapidated house, luggage in hand. Seeing the carriage was already starting to move, he let out a sigh. "Oh, for crying out loud, what's the deal with those two? Don't they have any concept of waiting for people? Well, whatever. You're not getting rid of me that easily. With that, he shot forward, moving at an incredible speed. How far can an old rickety carriage pulled by a single horse possibly get, anyway? If I use my flowing step ground shrinking technique, there's nothing on this earth I can't catch up to. But he was forced to eat his words almost immediately, because the carriage that was right in front of him just a second ago had inexplicably vanished without a trace. The young warrior, still moving at a blur, yelled out, "What the hell? What's going on?" He skidded to a halt right where the carriage had vanished, glancing around frantically. How is it gone? The tracks from the wheels are still fresh in the dirt. This is impossible. How did the trail just go cold? What in the world could make that horse move like it was being chased by demons? Meanwhile, the driver was actually traversing through space itself, which is why, of course, Baek Hyeon-gang stood no chance of catching up. The chief produced a talisman and began to chant, "I summon thee, lantern fire spirit, guide to the forgotten path." The paper charm immediately began to radiate with spiritual power. It then burst into an ethereal blue flame. The chief addressed the fire, issuing his command, "I beseech you, lead us to the one who owns this scrap of cloth." Using it as a guiding offering, the wisp of flame immediately shot off at incredible speed. Seeing it take off, the chief yelled, "Quickly, Tao Ta! Follow that flame, move! We absolutely cannot lose sight of it. Since we're only using a small piece of cloth as a beacon, the flame will burn out fast. If we fall behind, we'll be lost in the borderlands of time and space forever." Tao Ta pushed their speed to the absolute limit, hurtling forward. And so, the carriage tore through the fabric of space, chasing the ethereal flame. The scene shifts to a cave within the Imperial City. My name is Lu Zilan, or, to be more precise, the Azure Smoke Wanderer, Lu Zilan. I was once the commander of the Black Assassination Division, the direct oversight agent, but in a single night, those otherworldly invaders annihilated my entire division, and my life plummeted from the highest peak into the deepest abyss. When the Martial Guard, the Black Rakshasa, read those memories of mine, they decided to spare me from execution. But my gut told me the Martial Guard wouldn't just let me live. So, while awaiting my sentence, I took a massive risk and escaped. My family, the Lu clan, possessed a secret art known as the ghostly concealment technique, passed down only to the head of the household. Thanks to that, escaping wasn't the hard part. The real trouble began after I was free. I just kept running aimlessly, with no idea how to truly escape the Martial Guard's reach. It was only when I finally calmed down that I realized I was still inside the Imperial City. Damn it all. No wonder everything felt so familiar. I knew the Martial Guard acted as representatives for the Divine Physician, but I never imagined their base of operations was right here in the inner city. It turns out, for the longest time, the only ones allowed inside the Imperial City were high-ranking leaders or one of the— And yet, I, Lu Zilan, stumbled upon something peculiar. It became clear that, like it or not, I couldn't get out of here. So, I decided to lay low and observe things from the shadows. To my surprise, I witnessed a group of warriors from the Evil Fire Sword Sect entering the city. They're one of the branches of the 13 Pillars of Imperial Slaughter. Something like this has never happened before. Typically, only the sect leaders themselves are granted entry into the Imperial City. He activated an invisibility technique, concealing himself within the cliff face to watch them pass, thinking, man, just seeing Wu Jing show up was enough to make my heart skip a beat. Thankfully, my ancestor's ghost hiding art allowed me to escape his notice. But the situation didn't end there. Before long, other sects began to appear, like the Blood Profound Tower, the Evil Fire Gate, and the Valley of Lost Souls. All of them proceeded inside, one after another. Spurred on by intense curiosity, Lu Zilan ultimately decided to tail one of the groups. He observed from the rear, silently analyzing them. It looked like they were members of the Defeated One's brigade. The scene then shifts to another location, a place where beautiful peach blossoms were in full bloom. This was the very spot where the Black Rakshasa beast had led the people from the various sects to rest. At this moment, they were completely immersed in a life of pleasure. Some were frolicking among the flowers and chasing butterflies, while others were feasting and drinking themselves into oblivion. Off to another side, a group was joyfully bathing in a hot spring. The life they were leading here could only be described as fit for kings. Lu Zilan was also present at this time. He was tense and sweating bullets, thinking to himself, what in the world is this? Could the scenery they were witnessing be different from the actual reality? That's right, what he saw was a world apart from what they did. There was no beautiful paradise to be found. Only a massive crowd of people crammed into a single space. Every single person had a dazed, dreamy look in their eyes. Even martial artists as powerful as the sect leaders were not immune. Lu Zilan stood there watching, an uncontrollable shiver running down his spine. I believe they fell into Wu Jing's illusionary art the moment they were led in here, he thought. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine an illusion could be this powerful. When the mind is dealt such a staggering blow, it's nearly impossible to recover, even after escaping. What on earth is Wu Jing planning? Turning on those who were once loyal to him? Isn't that just too cruel? This was the question that deeply troubled him, an answer he simply couldn't find. Lu Zilin didn't know how many days he'd been wandering after he left. But then, by a stroke of luck, he overheard the reason from a completely unexpected source. Using his concealment technique, he listened in silence. "My lord, you wish to hear your subordinate's thoughts? As the saying goes, when the rabbits are gone, the hunting dogs are cooked. Therefore, the task you've assigned me makes me feel quite apprehensive." Wu Jing replied, "Remember, they were kept around only because they had value. Now, they're no longer of any use. So, naturally, they become the prey. Furthermore, using hunting dogs as sacrificial offerings is far more effective than using common folk, so don't you worry about a thing." After hearing the divine doctor's words, Wu Jing had no further objections. "I understand completely," the subordinate said. Hiding off to the side, Lu Zilin watched them, utterly astonished. "Is that the white-faced divine doctor? But hold on, what are they talking about? What do they mean by offerings? Don't tell me they intend to use everyone from the 13 pillars of the Emperor's assassins as sacrifices? But what purpose would these sacrifices serve?" As the divine doctor was walking, he suddenly whipped his head around and glanced back. He stared intently at the cliff face where Lu Zilin was hiding and called out, "Wait a second, I think there's something over there." Hiding inside, Lu Zilin immediately began to panic. "This is bad. Have I been discovered?" As he stood there tense with fear, two horse legs suddenly emerged from above him. The presence the divine doctor had sensed wasn't him, it was Tao Zuo. He had brought the group of leaders here by traversing through space. In a flash, all of them materialized right before everyone's eyes. The Black Rakshasa's eyes went wide with terror upon seeing Aula, just as the leader revealed himself from behind. The divine doctor was equally stunned, his eyes bulging in disbelief. The Black Rakshasa quickly snapped to his senses, shielding the man. "My lord, it's them, the outsiders I told you about through the memory transmission. But how in the world did they get here? I'll hold them off. You need to get out of here, now." Allah's face was an emotionless, icy mask. Seeing his opponent about to strike, he launched himself forward, not even waiting for Tao Ta to land. He charged straight at the two of them, staff in hand. The Black Rakshasa, seeing this, made no move to dodge, instead rapidly gathering his energy. Allah gripped his long staff and raised it high. The Black Rakshasa's eyes widened, his face contorting as their collision instantly triggered a massive explosion. The ground around them shattered, with the two fighters at the epicenter of the devastation. In an instant, the area was reduced to a wasteland. Tao Ta and the leader had finally touched down, while the divine doctor could only watch, still reeling from the shock. His eyes were already bloodshot. After that frantic maneuver, Tao Ta was completely drained, panting heavily. True to form, he just collapsed on the spot from exhaustion. The leader climbed down from the cart and instructed, "Tao Ta, you should find a safe place to hide and wait for us." But as soon as he was off the cart, he saw the boy sprawled out and yelled, "Hey, don't you dare fall asleep right here, Tao Ta." Meanwhile, Allah and the Black Rakshasa were still locked in a tense stare-down. The beast had now drawn his twin blades. Allah let out a cold smirk. Well, well. You're not quite as pathetic as I thought. So, does that mean you're one of the 8 Rakshasas?" The Black Rakshasa didn't waste words and immediately charged. Just then, a voice called out to Allah from behind. He ignored the Black Rakshasa and turned his head to look. The moment he turned, his opponent's blades sliced through the air. It looked as if he'd been cut to pieces. But no, at the very last second, he managed to leap into the air, evading the attack. What the blades had struck was merely an afterimage. Allah paid the beast no mind, instead turning his gaze back to the leader. The man was standing there, calling out to him, but his lips moved without a sound. Allah stared intently, focusing on the shape of the leader's every word. Finally, he landed back on the ground. The instant his feet touched down, he spun around and swung his staff. The Black Rakshasa hadn't even had a chance to press his attack before Allah's strike was upon him. With no time to dodge, he could only raise his twin blades to defend. This single blow from Allah carried immense power. The ground buckled and erupted violently, kicking up a chaotic cloud of dust. The Black Rakshasa was sent flying, slammed into the distant cave wall. He lay there, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Allah didn't press his advantage, simply standing there in silence, waiting. After a moment, he once again glanced back towards the horse-drawn cart, but the leader was nowhere to be seen. Only Tao Ta remained, fast asleep. The leader's disappearance sparked a flicker of suspicion in Allah's mind. The scene shifts. The divine doctor, having already left the battlefield, was now moving leisurely through the cave. As he walked, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. The spatial mage had made his appearance. You've been lingering around aimlessly this whole time. I have to wonder, how long did you plan on dragging this out? Your goal from the very beginning was to separate me from Allah, wasn't it? Isn't that the real reason you led me all the way out here? The divine doctor didn't answer. Instead, a fissure suddenly split the ground beneath the leader's feet, and in the next moment, a massive maw of rock erupted, swallowing him whole. The leader had no time to evade, and only after he was completely engulfed did the divine doctor turn to watch. True, Master Huang, I truly cannot comprehend you. I may not know how you shattered the time-space barrier to get here, but you gave up your power long, long ago. I don't understand why you'd walk so calmly into a trap, knowing full well what it was. But, to be perfectly honest, this quick and clean ending isn't what I had in mind. However, I'd rather finish you now than blindly follow a plan that could leave an opening for failure. I suppose that's the biggest difference between us, isn't it, true Master Huang? The rocky prison encasing the leader suddenly began to tremble. The divine doctor's smug expression faltered, startled. A torrent of power was building inside, ready to burst forth. In an instant, the rock was completely shattered from within by the leader. He emerged perfectly unscathed, without a single scratch. A talisman was pressed into the palm of his hand. The moment the rock prison shattered, the talisman's light began to fade. The two men stood in silence, staring each other down. For a moment, not a word was spoken. Finally, the leader let out a sigh. Jia man, you're as long-winded as ever. Even though I relinquished my internal energy and power a long time ago, my fundamental abilities alone are more than enough to handle your pathetic little tricks. The divine doctor's eyes widened in shock, but he remained silent. The leader continued. It's been a long time, Jia man. But I must say, something feels strange. Why is it that you look exactly like me? Blood vessels flared in the divine doctor's eyes. Elsewhere, Allah had finally defeated the black Rakshasa beast. The creature was now just a mangled lower half, its upper body having been obliterated into a gory mess of flesh and blood. Allah, slightly exhausted, stood panting over the remains. He waited in silence for a moment, then turned to leave. He looked questioningly toward Tao Ta's position, but where was the leader? At that very moment, a sudden feeling made him whip his head around, because the black Rakshasa beast, the one he had just torn to shreds, was now standing there again, completely unharmed. Allah was completely stunned. What the hell? The black Rakshasa beast answered in a chilling tone. Are you wondering how? It's because you were only seeing an illusion of my demise, weren't you? Hearing that, it all clicked for Allah. He suddenly recalled the moment he'd finished it with his staff. The headless body of the black Rakshasa beast had been lying right there. But now, it was completely gone. There wasn't even a single drop of blood on the ground. Allah's eyes widened in disbelief, still unable to process this reality. Just then, the black Rakshasa beast's voice echoed in his ear. It's far too late. You've been caught in this black Rakshasa beast's spell for a while now, kid. Allah instantly spun around, but his attack struck nothing but air. The black Rakshasa beast had vanished. This only fueled his rage, causing him to glare and growl in frustration. The beast's voice taunted him. Struggle all you want. It's completely useless. You're not leaving this place alive, you worthless scum. At that moment, Allah's pupils began to change, mirroring those of the black Rakshasa beast. Caught in the illusion, he found himself lost in an endless, dark void. It was a place where he was utterly alone, surrounded only by piercing screams, and just like that, he began to sink deeper and deeper into the suffocating darkness. This part of the cavern was also a wasteland, choked with a thick haze of dust and shattered rock. In the center of it all, the leader stood, perfectly unscathed, his expression an icy mask. Across from him, the divine doctor was scrambling for his life, vanishing from sight in an instant. Immediately after, a stone door thundered shut, sealing the passage. Through it all, the leader remained perfectly still, making no move to stop him. A moment later, a talisman was hurled at the door. The once impenetrable stone was instantly spiderwebbed with countless fissures. In the blink of an eye, it crumbled into nothing. The leader stepped forward with a commanding, unhurried gait, but upon entering, he found no trace of the divine doctor. Ahead was another chamber, and the leader paused, observing in silent contemplation. It was impossible to know his thoughts. Meanwhile, the divine doctor had reached another section of the cave. This area was still completely untouched by the destruction. As he walked, a sudden realization made him jolt, and he looked down at his feet. A few small pebbles had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, he shot his gaze up to the cavern ceiling. It was now covered in a web of fractures. A second later, the ceiling gave way, collapsing with a deafening roar. A rain of stone descended, plunging this chamber into ruin as well. The leader appeared before the divine doctor once more. You truly are a savage, Gia man, always with the sneak attacks, and the moment things get dangerous, you run. All these years, and that cowardly streak of yours hasn't changed in the slightest. Gia man's face flushed with anger. You call me cowardly? Let me ask you, a man like yourself, who would trample on us as if we were insects? We, who served you with the loyalty of a dog for so many years. How can you have the audacity to utter those two words without taking a single look at yourself? Faced with the accusation, the leader fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Gia man, do you actually believe that? Or is that simply what you tell yourself? Those are the two questions I've genuinely wanted to ask you. But then again, what's the point in asking at a time like this? It seems that to have survived and endured for so long, you must be driven by more than a simple lust for revenge. Fine then, let's put that matter aside. The most important question I have for you now is this. What is the grand scheme you're plotting, hiding away in a desolate place like this? Tell you what, for the sake of the time we were once comrades, I will give you one final chance to explain yourself. The divine doctor gritted his teeth. Is that so? You say that as if you've already driven me into a corner. The leader seemed slightly taken aback by his response. If this isn't what you'd call a corner, then I'm curious what is. Or do you still have some pathetic escape trick you'd like to perform for me? The divine doctor offered no explanation, but instead shouted a name. Quan Bo. The words had barely left his lips when the ground beneath the leader erupted. He had only a split second to register the shock before his own blood sprayed into the air. Countless sharp spikes had shot up from the earth, brutally impaling his body. The leader roared in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. The divine doctor smirked. My apologies for the belated introduction, Master Hong. Allow me to present to you one of the three great divine generals, a creation into which I poured my entire being. His name is Quan Bo. That boy has forsaken his human shell, and has completely fused his being with the Iron Guard demon god. It has become a living, inseparable part of this subterranean stone palace. That's precisely why it can so easily alter its own form and density. Let me spell it out for you. Every structure, every cliff face you've destroyed up to this point, it's all been a part of the boy's body. The truth is, I was never running away. It was all a ploy to lure you in. It allowed me to gauge the destructive power of your talisman arts, to see just how potent your charms truly are. And now that you're ensnared in this state, simply moving your body is a struggle, let alone trying to execute your talisman arts. Besides, even if you could somehow use your talisman arts, Hong Chan Yan, given your current level of strength, you can't even dream of destroying Quan Bo's body. The ground around the leader morphed from solid rock into a liquid state, with sharp spikes erupting to cage him. The surrounding cliff walls are doing the same, slowly transforming. The leader was quickly imprisoned. Across from him, the divine doctor gloated. Hong Chan Yan. Oh, Hong Chan Yan. If you somehow make it out of here alive, I'll gladly tell you everything you're so curious about. The leader, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, winced as he glared at the doctor. Finally, the gap sealed completely, entombing the leader within. The space became nothing but an inky, black abyss. Elsewhere, Allah found himself lost and alone in an endless void created by an illusion. He walked on mindlessly, fresh blood dripping constantly from his blade. He glanced down at his hand and was shocked to see not a club, but a dagger drenched in fresh blood. Using the blade's surface as a mirror, he watched as his reflection twisted into the face of a complete stranger. He had no idea who this person was. This man was standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with bodies. The lone survivor, a blood-soaked dagger clutched in his hand. An entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, with the dead scattered everywhere. The city was situated in some desolate desert, and across the vast sea of sand stretched a long, straight line of footprints. The blood-stained dagger had been cast aside, but the trail of footprints continued onward. After an untold amount of time, the owner of those footprints collapsed from exhaustion. Just then, another figure approached, saying, "At last, I've found you. Allah, my boy. I can't imagine what you've endured in your life, but I imagine, like so many other children born with a divine body, your life has been anything but easy. Especially since you were the one personally chosen by Allah, your destiny must have been even more cruel. Fortunately, I managed to get here in time. I wasn't too late." The scene then shifts. Back to the place where Atula's original body had fallen, his defiant roar echoed with ferocious intensity. Sometime during the night, the leader awoke in a daze. Seeing Atula sitting up, he immediately asked, "What's wrong? Was it that same, familiar dream again? The one where you're fighting some demon king or great evil?" Allah nodded. "Yes, but this time, there was another dream as well. I couldn't tell if I was alive or dead. All I know is that I was collapsing in a desert, and you were standing there, just looking at me. You kept muttering something as you watched me, but my mind was a complete blank. The leader pressed on. Have you ever had a dream like that before? For example, seeing me in the desert, or maybe remembering something from your childhood? Aula shook his head. No, father. This is the first time I've ever had a dream like that. The leader mused. A memory that was supposed to have been erased, now resurfacing in a dream? Aula was taken aback. Are you saying that wasn't just a dream, but a real memory from my past? And that memory you said you erased from my mind. That was it? The leader didn't try to hide it, simply giving a calm nod. That's right, it all clicked for Atullah, so that was it. It made perfect sense. He must have had a compelling reason for doing so. Because every time I relive that moment, my chest tightens, overcome by an anger I can't seem to shake. The leader cut him off. But the real issue here is that a memory I personally erased, you've managed to recover all on your own. That can only mean your power has begun to surpass my own. Atullah's face lit up with an excited grin. For real? Isn't that a good thing? Does that mean I'm even stronger than you now? The leader nodded. If we're talking about pure potential, then yes, that's correct. He looked at the boy with a grave expression. As I have told you time and time again, the terrifying thing is not the power you possess, but whether or not you can truly control it. As of now, I still have what it takes to keep you in check if necessary. But once you've surpassed even me, the only one who will be able to stop you is you. Hearing this, A2 asked with a newfound seriousness, and what if I can't do that? The leader began to explain. If you continue to draw upon that source of power, without the ability to command it, it's no different than unleashing a monster lurking deep within your soul. After that monster has finished crushing your enemies, it will no longer be able to tell the difference between a friend and a foe. It will lay waste to everything, leaving nothing in its wake. And in the end, the one it will devour is you. Cutting back to the present, Aula had been captured by the black Rakshasa beast and bound to a cliff face. The creature stood there, observing him with a puzzled look. What in the world is going on here? I clearly dragged that brat into my illusionary landscape, and yet, I can't sense a single thing from his experience. A situation like this is completely unprecedented. Just what in the hell did you witness in that dream, you damn kid? The scene shifts to another location. A skeletal figure, nothing but skin and bones, sat cross-legged inside a cave. I cannot restore the entirety of the power you once possessed. However, should you accept this request, I shall bestow upon you a different kind of gift. Something you once craved so desperately you sought it out in despair, the very essence of power itself. One half from me, and the other half from Atullah. Elsewhere, the divine doctor had just turned to leave when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He whipped his head back toward the place where the leader was imprisoned, just as a massive surge of power erupted. Flames burst forth, beginning to incinerate everything in their path. In a flash, the entire cage had transformed into a glob of molten rock. The divine doctor could only stare in horror at the scene unfolding before him. A scorching crimson orb materialized right before his very eyes. That couldn't be, could it? Catching a glimpse of the silhouette shimmering within, the intensity of the flames filled him with an even greater terror. Isn't that one of the beings they call the Masters of Heaven? A terrifying conflagration blazed to life, lighting up the entire cavern and blinding him from seeing anything clearly. When the blinding light finally subsided, a lake of pure magma had formed where the cage once stood. Immediately after, the ground itself began to crack and shatter. It gave way to a massive, deep pit. Down below, lava churned and burned with a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all of creation. The chasm kept widening, and the cave was slowly being consumed by the erupting flames. Meanwhile, Allah's body had been pierced by countless sharp spikes from the black Rakshasa beast. He was still in a daze, lost in the illusion. He showed no reaction as his body was being tortured. The black Rakshasa beast sneered. I heard your body was as tough as a monster's. I thought your flesh would be as hard as steel. But looking at you now, you're no different from any ordinary man. It makes me wonder, if I pierced your heart or smashed your head, would you just drop dead on the spot? Now then, which should I choose first, the heart or the head? Just then, the cave trembled violently again. The beast momentarily ignored Allah and turned to look as the ground rapidly began to crack and terrifying lava started creeping toward them. Witnessing this, the black Rakshasa beast was utterly stunned. What in the hell is this? The cliff holding Allah had also shattered. The chains binding him loosened, and he fell with the debris. The scene shifts to the tea room of the white-faced divine doctor. Here, too, the ground had split open, revealing the raging crimson flames burning relentlessly below. The martial artists who had been summoned were still trapped in the illusion, standing there in a daze, enjoying their dreams even as the world collapsed around them. Elsewhere, a group of people was running for their lives. Boulders rained down, crushing them under their weight. Horrific screams echoed without end. The entire place had suddenly transformed into an erupting volcano. Over here, the divine doctor was still running frantically. He ran and screamed, "Guanbu, if you're still alive, answer me. Guanbu." Despite his desperate cries, only silence answered from ahead. He fell to his knees, powerlessly, clenching his fists as his face tensed up. Sweat poured down like rain as he cursed inwardly. Damn it all, who could have guessed that old man could summon the power of the heavenly lords? It was so powerful that even Guanbu met a tragic end. This is my fault. I was too arrogant, thinking I had anticipated every possible scenario, and the price for my pride was Guanbu's life. The flames behind him were now licking at his heels. He sensed it, startled, and whipped his head around. The cliff face behind him was instantly obliterated by the inferno. The scene cuts back to another location, where the leader and Asura are. The leader sat on a rooftop and said to Asura, "What if the rest of those 8 Rakshasa beasts are all lying in wait in the Imperial City? You have to calculate the odds. Either their tactics are on par with ours, or their strength far surpasses the 2 you've already faced. Plus, he has 3 trusted bodyguards, whose power is said to be even greater than the 8 Rakshasa beasts. I believe they're called the Divine Guardian Generals. And finally, there's the Lord of the Imperial City, who people call the White-Faced Divine Doctor. If we recklessly charge into the Imperial City now, it means we'll have to face all of them at the same time. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?" Asura, standing before him, nodded innocently. "Yes, but I'm not entirely sure I get it all, leader. I have a question. Why don't we just wipe them all out in one go? Why do we have to think about it in such a complicated way?" The leader explained. "If you put it that way, then fine. Let's assume you could unleash your full, unbridled power. In that case, it wouldn't be an impossible feat. But, as I've reminded you time and again, you must distinguish between the power you possess and the power you can actually wield, and also how to wield them at the perfect moment. Only when you can command that power with your own will can you truly call it your own. And to achieve that, there is no other way but to train every single day, gradually expanding the scope of your control. Therefore, aside from basic advice, like learning to regulate your power as you use it, it is difficult for this old master to guide you in any greater detail. It would be a blessing if someone else could teach you how to control and manage the immense power you've been gifted." Hearing this, Allah's eyes suddenly shot wide open. He dropped his staff, clutching his arm and crying out in pain. The chief asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with you?" Allah stammered in response, "For some reason, my shoulder is in excruciating pain." At that exact moment, back in the cave, sharp spikes were repeatedly piercing Allah's body. This agony seemed to be happening in perfect sync with his conversation with the chief. The chief, confused, asked, "Where are you right now?" Allah, trembling all over, stuttered, "I feel like my entire body is being torn apart. I don't understand why it hurts so intensely for no reason." The chief sighed, "Listen, you're speaking nonsense. There is no such thing as pain without a cause. Pain without reason is nothing more than a figment of your imagination." Asura retorted, "No, I can truly feel it. It hurts so much. I can prove this isn't in my head." The chief sighed. "This kid. How many more times must I teach you before you finally understand? If the baseless pain you're feeling isn't a product of your imagination, then the you that is currently existing is the illusion." Hearing this, Asura was startled, as if he'd just had a revelation. The chief continued his lesson. "In short, the pain is real, but the you that is here with me right now is fake. Therefore, you must wake up immediately, before your real body is torn to shreds again." The more Allah heard, the more shocked he became. His eyes bulged as wide as they could go. Just then, the collapsing rock and earth began to settle. The area was now nothing but a desolate ruin. From beneath a massive boulder, there was a sudden movement. The black Rakshasa beast quickly burst out from below, sending the rock flying. His face was tense, his eyes wide in disbelief. His magnificent, colossal emperor's city was now just a pile of rubble. He stood there, looking down at the devastation, thinking to himself, "Until this very moment, nothing like this has ever happened in the emperor's city. Just what in the hell is going on?" Just then, a clattering sound startled him. He turned his head and saw Aula lying there motionless. He quickly strode over to inspect him. The chains had been loosened, but the boy was still deep in a coma. He stood there, staring down at him with a cold, calculating gaze. "I originally wanted to dissect your body while you were still alive, to see for myself what a vessel chosen by the gods truly looks like. But now, I have no choice but to prioritize the current situation. After I take your life, I need to meet immediately with the white-faced divine physician." It was then that he noticed the iron spikes he had driven into Allah's body had fallen out. This discovery was quite a shock. He bent down and picked one of the fallen spikes up, puzzled. When did this fall out? Could the shock wave have been strong enough to shatter the chains? Just then, Allah's hand twitched. Seeing this, he was even more stunned, his face instantly contorting. because Asura, right in front of him, was now sitting up. The Huklathu let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. No, how in the world did this punk snap out of it? It frantically swung its arm, trying to impale him with its thorns once more, but in that exact moment, Allah shot his hand up and caught its wrist. His other hand shot out, seizing the beast's head as his eyes snapped open, his consciousness flooding back completely. The Huklathu's entire body shuddered, but there was absolutely no way for it to break free. Not far away, tucked within a cliff face, a hidden observer was watching the entire battle, witnessing every moment of Allah's confrontation. The Huklathu's skull was smashed into a gory mess, leaving nothing but a crimson spray. The young man hiding and watching had a look of absolute horror on his face. Allah didn't let up, relentlessly pummeling the Huklathu's body before grabbing it and mercilessly thrashing it about. The young observer's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, how could he possibly defeat the legendary Huklathu so easily? Is this even happening for real? I can't be sure anymore. But what's more important is that kid. He's just unbelievable. After finishing off the Huklathu, Allah suddenly clutched his chest as he slowly rose to his feet. Several sharp thorns were still embedded in his body. He stood there, confused. I've been feeling this constant, aching pain. Turns out it's because something was stuck in me. Over in the rocks, the young man was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, could I have been caught in the Huklathu's illusion too? There's no way a creature that powerful could be taken down by some kid. Is any of this even real? Compared to the master, that kid is a complete amateur. Nobody escapes the Huklathu's illusion, unless the beast itself dispels it. So how in the hell did he get out? Unless someone other than the Huklathu planted an illusion-shattering counter-suggestion deep in that kid's subconscious. After a moment, after a painful struggle, Allah finally managed to yank out the remaining thorns. He collapsed to his knees, trembling and groaning in agony. A moment later, he calmed himself and glanced around at the devastation. But what just happened here? What happened while I was caught in that illusion? Is Tauta still asleep? He got to his feet again, calling out for Tauta as he started walking. The hidden youth watched this, puzzled by his behavior. Suddenly, a noise nearby startled him, and he whipped his head around to look. In a flash, Tauta appeared from out of nowhere, pulling the horse-drawn carriage. The steed thundered to an abrupt halt right in front of Allah, and then immediately, it collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Allah quickly climbed into the carriage. All right, time for me to get a little shut-eye too. Now, where did I put that first aid kit? A short while later, he had finished bandaging his entire body by himself. Once that was all done, he put his clothes back on and called out, "Hey, Tauta, get up." Hearing the call, the warhorse immediately rose to its feet. Allah asked his steed, "Were you able to find the leader's location?" Tauta turned its head to look at him and nodded, confirming that it had. Seeing that, Allah urged the horse to get moving. Meanwhile, the Huklathu's corpse lay utterly mangled and lifeless, no longer a threat to anyone. The scene shifts to the place where the divine doctor left the egg. Despite the violent tremors shaking the cavern, the egg remained perfectly still, without a single crack. Just then, a figure approached from above. As he stood there observing the egg, he was suddenly startled by something. Not far away, a man suddenly burst up from the ground. It was none other than the divine doctor himself. The moment he was free of the earth, he collapsed weakly. The other man rushed over immediately, bowing deeply in respect. "Greetings, white-faced divine doctor. Looks like something's gone down. What in the world happened?" The divine physician didn't answer. Instead, he urgently asked, "Is the divine master here?" The man replied, Yes, but he won't be for much longer." The divine physician explained as he rushed past. "We've got a situation. I can't afford to wait. The time has come. Seal this passage now. I need to buy some time." Seeing the man just standing there, dumbfounded, he roared, "Move it!" The stone door immediately rumbled shut. Just then, searing hot flames began to lick their way into the chamber. Wherever the fire touched, the cave walls exploded into pieces. The entire area was rapidly obliterated, and from within the smoke and dust, the leader's silhouette slowly appeared. He was wounded now, spitting up fresh blood. Just as I'd expected. But this power, it isn't compatible with my body. It's putting way too much strain on this vessel. If I keep this up, my body is going to give out. Even though its power has weakened considerably since its masters entered their slumber, it still came to this. At this rate, I'm going to lose his trail completely. Right at that moment, Aula and Tauta showed up. After a long journey, the two of them finally found the leader. The moment he landed, Aula excitedly waved in his direction. Meanwhile, the leader and his group quickly made their way to the outside of the stone door. Using some kind of magical artifact, the leader was able to see a vision of the divine physician's earlier conversation. He saw the two of them close the door and head deeper inside. The device he was using looked like an eye-shaped spyglass. After taking it all in, he sighed. Just as I suspected. Allah then gave an order to Tao Ta, you wait here. Tao Ta immediately flopped onto the ground to rest and recover his strength. The leader noticed Allah was holding a massive blade and asked, did you lose your staff? Or did you just toss it aside because you wanted to use that sword? The two of them walked right up to the stone door and stood there, observing in silence. The cave wall was perfectly still, but then, suddenly, countless cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. An instant later, the entire rock face shattered into a million pieces. The area was immediately engulfed in chaos, with debris and dust flying everywhere. Allah and the leader charged inside without hesitation, but they were too late. The egg within had already shattered. All that remained were the broken fragments of its shell. Allah blurted out, completely bewildered, what was that thing? It looks like an egg. The leader, however, stared with wide, astonished eyes, as if he recognized exactly what it was. The two of them slowly approached the remains of the egg. Getting closer, Allah's amazement grew. This thing is massive. Something must have just hatched from it. The leader then commanded, stand back, let me take a look. Allah didn't question him, quickly stepping aside. As he did, his foot suddenly began to sink into the ground, which caught him by surprise, and he glanced down. He then crouched and reached out, touching the muddy pool to see what it was. This isn't ordinary water. It looks like this situation is far more serious than I imagined. The leader, meanwhile, was still standing silently, examining the eggshell. After a moment, he finally spoke. It was absorbing blood. This is clearly a component for a dark ritual, one used to resurrect a demonic entity. I've never seen one of this magnitude before. Just what kind of horrific monster has Jiaman summoned back to this world? He then raised the spyglass once more to get a closer look. The magical spyglass instantly replayed the events that had just transpired. Time rewound to the moment the egg was submerged in a sea of blood, a vast pool of fresh blood, being absorbed at a rate so fast you could see it with your own eyes. In just a few moments, the entire pool of blood was drained dry by the egg. Immediately after, countless pulsating veins surfaced all over its shell. Inside, a faint phantom began to materialize, its meridians growing denser and more defined as the figure itself swelled in size. Its eyes then slowly began to flutter open. At that moment, the leader snatched the binoculars away in sheer terror. His own eyes shot through with veins of red. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, This is impossible. That's the king of the underworld. He was supposed to have entered his eternal slumber. Why would he manifest himself in a place like this? Meanwhile, Allah was still sitting on the ground, very seriously playing with the dirt. He slowly dug through the mud, and soon, several faces that looked just like demons appeared from beneath the surface. Faced with such a sight, he remained completely unfazed, showing not a single trace of fear. Back with the leader, after getting over his initial shock, he managed to compose himself. He called out to the boy, Hey, A2, you were injured before, weren't you? How are you holding up now? Hearing this sudden question, Allah just stared blankly for a moment, having no damn clue what was going on. After a second, he snapped out of it and replied, I'm all right. I found some medicinal herbs, including a cactus from the divine healer Vo Huang Yen, and used it for treatment. The wound has gone down, and it's not swollen anymore. The leader frowned, lost in thought. If I try to force myself to unleash the full power of the underworld now, I'm afraid this physical body will be utterly destroyed, even if there's a slight chance of success. With that thought, he turned to Atulala and said, I'm warning you, don't push yourself into a realm of power that's beyond your control. The moment he finished speaking, two figures appeared above them. These two were none other than the group of divine healers. Moreover, one of them was holding a child. The child's entire body was eerily dark and radiated a gloomy, sinister energy. Upon seeing that child, the leader's expression grew even more tense. He then spoke up, shattering the heavy silence. Jiaman, even in the world of sorcerers, there are ultimate taboos that no one is permitted to cross. And yet, you dared to summon this malevolent entity to challenge the rulers of the Lost Garden? When the time comes to face the consequences, you can't even begin to imagine how severe they will be. The divine healer just sneered, completely unafraid. I still haven't been able to confirm its identity. But don't get the wrong idea. This decision didn't come from me. This being is the one who sought me out first. Hearing this, the leader was even more stunned. He roared in fury through clenched teeth. Don't you lie to me. The divine healer remained perfectly calm. Whether you believe my words or not, the underworld king has rejected the temptation cloaked in the guise of eternal rest and has chosen to remain in the mortal realm. I am merely following his request and completing this. Although, according to the original plan, you were designated to be the final sacrifice to complete this very rebirth ceremony. It was none other than the underworld king himself, who designated you as the offering for the moment of his return to this world. Just then, the little kid in his arms slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the ground beneath Aula and the leader began to stir. Sensing the disturbance, he turned to look, and from below, countless demons began to claw their way up from the earth. In no time, the two of them were completely surrounded. Aula was confused. I thought they were all dead. The leader confirmed, they were. But because times has awakened, the others will be resurrected one by one in his wake. Atulala asked doubtfully, do you think I can finish him? The leader commanded, do it now. Focus and maintain complete control over your body. It'll just take a moment. Finish all three of them. Aula didn't waste words. He immediately lunged into action. The horde of monsters surrounding them was instantly obliterated, sent flying in every direction. Watching from above, the divine doctor couldn't hide his surprise. The Nether King in his grasp raised a hand, then clenched it into a tight fist, and immediately, a wave of darkness erupted from their location. A sinister, demonic aura rapidly swept towards Allah and his companion, as countless more undead claws burst forth from the earth. The horde swarmed towards the two of them like moths to a flame. Seeing this, the leader roared, what are you just standing there for? Get a move on. Without another word, Allah shot forward. He stood alone against a colossal army of the undead. With a single swing of his blade, he tore through their ranks. Wherever the powerful sword chi traveled, the horde was utterly decimated, scattering their foul remains across the ground. Allah then fixed his gaze upon the divine doctor and his partner. He raised his blade once more, unleashing another incredibly powerful aim directly at the two of them. But they neither dodged nor defended, simply standing there with an air of indifference. As the attack neared them, it suddenly dissipated into nothing. It failed to make even the slightest impact. Allah couldn't hide his shock. The divine doctor simply stood there and scoffed. He may look a bit drained, but that brat's sword chi isn't half bad. Still, it's completely useless. You may not have realized it, but this entire area where we stand is enveloped by an infinite spatial barrier. Nothing can penetrate that boundary to reach us. In other words, where you are and where we are two entirely different dimensions, even if they appear to be the same place. From below, the leader's voice cut in, the infinite barrier. Hearing this, Atu's expression soured. The divine doctor continued, all of those wandering souls were sacrifices made to the Nether King. As for us, we are warriors who chose to cast aside the burdens of a mortal life to attain immortality. A sudden silence fell over the battlefield. The undead horde, previously cut down by Allah, began to stir once more. They were actually getting back up. Standing in the middle of it all, Allah was completely dumbfounded. The divine doctor's voice echoed out again. It's pointless to kill what is already dead. No matter how many times you cut them down, you can't stop them. Unless the Nether King himself recalls his order, they will pursue you to the very ends of this world. Now, go on. Your opponents are an army of immortal warriors. Let's see just how long you can last. Allah stood there, completely stunned. Suddenly, a sound erupted from behind him. Startled, he whipped his head around and called out to his leader. The man was already in the thick of it, fighting off the undead with a talisman in each hand. I told you before that you possess an incredibly resilient body, correct? Allah confirmed. Yes, that's right. However, the leader continued, do you remember what happened when you were trapped inside the space-time labyrinth? The what? Allah froze. The space-time labyrinth? The leader's expression was grim. If you remember how you escaped from there, then you need to shatter the wall of this infinite barrier in the same way. Your chance will come when the enemy lets their guard down, so be quick about it. Allah replied, I remember. The space-time labyrinth. That was in the North Sea. In the next instant, he charged headfirst back into the horde of undead. A powerful wave of sword chi erupted from his blade. Everywhere Allah went, the undead were torn to shreds. Every single swing of his blade cut down another group of them. He used the face of one ghoul as a stepping stone to propel himself forward, clearly having no intention of getting bogged down by the endless. His target, of course, was the divine doctor and his companion. Seeing Allah charging toward them, the man could only let out a weary sigh. How utterly foolish. It seems my explanation of the barrier was lost on you. Allah paid him no mind, his grip tightening on the greatsword. The technique he was about to unleash was called the space-rending slash. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Flashes of blade energy weaved together, coalescing into a colossal, shimmering guillotine that hovered in the air. The divine doctor and his man lost all their composure at the sight. Their calm facades shattered, replaced by masks of pure terror. His subordinate scrambled in front of him, shouting, "Snap out of it!" He immediately erected the turtle shell barrier to protect them. Just as the barrier formed, Allah's attack slammed into it, and the cliff wall behind them exploded into a million pieces. The area was once again choked with dust and debris. Through the haze, Aula landed gracefully. He stood tall, greatsword in hand, waiting. The space before him was a swirling vortex of dust and shadow, concealing everything from view. After a tense moment, the figures of the Divine Doctor and his man emerged. They were struggling to pull themselves from the rubble, battered and bruised. The subordinate asked frantically, "Are you all right, Divine Doctor?" But he didn't answer, his eyes widening in stunned silence. For there stood Aula, his greatsword resting on his shoulder, waiting for them. The subordinate shot to his feet, vowing to take Aula down himself. But before he could even make a move, the Divine Doctor's voice stopped him cold. Completely bewildered, he turned to look back at his master. A smirk of amusement played on Aula's lips. But then, he sensed something and glanced down. Right there, at his feet, was Min Vuong. The infant lay in his swaddling clothes, his skin as dark as obsidian. Slowly, his golden eyes began to open, his gaze locking onto Aula. Faced with those eyes, an involuntary shudder ran through Aula's body. Min Vuong's eyes shot wide open. In that instant, Aula's own eyes glazed over, becoming vacant and lost. A dead silence fell over the entire area. Min Vuong's piercing, hawk-like eyes stayed locked on him. Bloodshot veins began to crawl across Aula's eyes, and he found himself completely paralyzed. Min Vuong's gaze continued to burn with a predatory intensity. Then, the corner of the infant's mouth twitched. He then let out a long, slow breath directly at Aula. The Divine Doctor watched in horror, recognizing it immediately. That was the breath of the damned. Aula was completely frozen, forced to stand there and endure the attack. The moment the spectral breath reached him, his eyes shot wide open. In the next instant, his pupils rolled back, turning completely white as if his very consciousness had been snuffed out. And then, a web of crimson veins erupted across his face. His strength gave out, and he began to pitch forward, collapsing. But just then, his heart began to pound violently in his chest, as if fighting back against the curse. Aula's greatsword slammed down, embedding itself in the ground and propping up his failing body. It was the only thing keeping him from collapsing completely. A change came over Aula's eyes. Seeing this, even Min Vuong seemed to grow uneasy, watching with tense focus as Aula's gaze grew increasingly savage, staring daggers at the infant. Min Vuong realized something was terribly wrong, but it was too late. Aula's hand shot out and seized him by the head. He dragged himself back to his feet, lifting the infant into the air as the crimson veins from his eyes spread like a bloody mask across his entire face. Dangling in his grip, Min Vuong was utterly powerless to resist. Just then, the ground behind the infant began to stir. In a flash, a figure appeared, snatching Min Vuong away while simultaneously landing a powerful palm strike right on Aula's chest. The unexpected blow sent him flying backward, completely caught off guard. And just like that, Min Vuong had narrowly escaped death's door. A look of sheer bewilderment flashed across Aula's face as his body plummeted like a kite with a severed string. Below, a horde of ravenous zombies waited like starving tigers. Seeing Aula fall, they erupted into a frenzy. Just as expected, he landed right in the middle of the undead swarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they lunged forward, intent on tearing him to shreds. Aula remained completely still, letting them have their way. His body, his very flesh and blood, was viciously ripped apart. Then, the heart in his chest began to throb violently once more, followed by a massive explosion that blasted a wave of zombies away. From within the bloody mist, Aula's body slowly rose. His condition was absolutely gruesome to the extreme, his entire body riddled with wounds so deep they exposed the bone. From the cliff above, the Divine Doctor watched in disbelief, thinking, impossible. How could this be happening? That kid clearly inhaled the Wraith Chi, so why isn't he dead? In fact, he seems even stronger than before. His gaze sharpened, focusing on the boy's body specifically, the heart in his chest. The longer he stared, the more shaken he became. Unbelievable. Is his heart still beating? Suddenly, the wounds on Aula's body began to knit together, healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a moment, all his injuries had vanished, restoring his powerful physique. The very aura radiating from Aula had transformed. The Divine Doctor stood there, tense and breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, that lethal energy, it seems to have no effect on him at all. Not only that, but he can restart a body that had ceased to function, even regenerate entire layers of flesh that were destroyed. Wait a second, could he be? Just then, another zombie lunged at him from behind, grabbing a hold of Aula, and the rest of the horde quickly swarmed him once again. At that moment, it seemed the Divine Doctor had a sudden realization. Could the heart inside that boy be the heart of the god of destruction, Asura? Meanwhile, the zombies were still charging like hungry tigers when suddenly, a talisman appeared and slapped onto one of their heads. Instantly, a group of the undead was blown to smithereens. The one who had intervened was none other than the leader. He had finally caught up. His own condition wasn't looking too good either, as he was panting heavily. But he had no time to worry about himself. His eyes quickly locked onto Allah, who was in the middle of a crazed slaughter, like a demon god incarnate. Seeing Allah's current state sent a chill down the leader's spine. This is bad. What in the world is going on here? Has the boy been completely consumed by that power? Tendrils of blood-red energy shot out from Allah's position, and none of the zombies could withstand his destructive power. Even though they were mindless, they began to tremble in the face of this overwhelming force. Allah, however, showed no signs of fatigue. After a moment, the horde was driven to charge forward once more. Up on the cliff, the divine doctor hadn't left. He remained, silently observing. Down below, the Asura was once again locked in combat with the horde. His demonic figure moved in a blur, swinging his claws and unleashing another powerful shockwave that sent blood spraying everywhere. Countless more zombies were annihilated by the attack. The divine doctor grimly analyzed the scene from the cliff. That kid bears the heart of Asura. Could it be that this terrifying power comes from more than just possessing a divine body? Even if that were true, a punk like you can't change a single thing, unless you're reborn into a perfect vessel. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you become, as long as you're made of mortal flesh, you'll always be shackled by your body's limits. And by comparison, these undead suffer none of the limitations or weaknesses of the living. They are immortal beings, driven by the singular purpose of annihilating any enemy in their path. They're like a swarm of ants that can bring down an elephant. You'll never escape them with your life intact. Just as he predicted, despite being constantly struck down, the jianghu frantically surged forward, and one of them lunged, sinking its teeth deep into Allah's arm. In response, he sent its head flying with a single punch, only for another to immediately lunge and latch onto his leg. No matter how hard Allah fought back, for everyone he dispatched, another would instantly take its place, clinging to him. Their numbers just kept growing, and soon, he was completely engulfed by the horde. A literal mountain of jianghu now stood where he had been moments before, but in the next instant, the entire pile was blown away by his power. Time and time again, the jianghu swarmed and scattered like the tide. Watching from the cliff, the divine doctor smirked. It's hopeless. Struggle all you want, this is the best you can do. For everyone you destroy, 3 more will take its place. Destroy those 3, and 9 more will swarm you. On top of that, they regenerate endlessly, never knowing fatigue. I wonder, what can you possibly do now? Elsewhere, the chief stood with a heavy sigh. This was my mistake. My greed has overstepped its bounds. Even though the underworld king has yet to achieve a divine body, he is still a transcendent, one of the former cornerstones of the heavenly realm. With the boy's current level of power, how could he possibly stand against such a being? I should have been the one to act from the very beginning, even if it meant my body would be shattered to dust. As he was lost in these regretful thoughts, the surrounding jianghu regenerated once more. How to even describe it? I once believed that even in my prime, this body could never handle such power. That's precisely why I refused the transference. But now, there is no other choice. The enemy my disciple Chu-in and I must face is the king of the netherworld. The jianghu quickly closed in, surrounding him completely, just as a bolt of lightning crackled across the sky. The underworld king was startled by this, frantically screaming and signaling to the 2 divine doctors. Just then, the lightning bolt struck down upon the jianghu horde. A blinding flash of white light erupted violently, and with it, the chief's voice boomed, echoing through the cavern. I don't know if this old body of mine can handle this strain, but if I'm going down, none of you are getting out of here alive. The lightning then began to arc relentlessly, striking the jianghu all around. They shrieked in agony, as if meeting their natural predator, before instantly disintegrating into nothing. This allowed Asura to break free from their grasp. The divine doctor's attention, meanwhile, was drawn to the underworld king's screams. But in the next moment, they all snapped their heads back toward the battlefield, completely stunned. The entire area was now a wasteland, ravaged by arcs of lightning. The jianghu were being obliterated one after another, unable to regenerate. At the very center of it all, the chief stood like a god of thunder, struggling to bear the immense pressure. The entire cavern was now illuminated by the raging electricity, as a terrifying power surged out in all directions. Over here, Tao Tao was still out cold, but the tremors from the battle were so intense they jolted him awake. The aftershocks were racing towards his position at an incredible speed. The warhorse scrambled to its feet and bolted. It wasn't just A2's battlefield being torn apart, the destruction was spreading everywhere. An entire mountain range, once peaceful in the dead of night, and was suddenly being hammered by flashes of lightning. Up in the sky, clouds were swirling together into a massive vortex, and a storm of divine thunder came crashing down with ferocious intensity. Time flew by, and in what felt like a blink, 1 month had passed. The mountain range was now a lifeless wasteland, practically leveled to the ground. A group of people had gathered in this desolate place, splitting up to survey the area and assess the situation. On a nearby cliff, someone was lying down, leisurely watching the clouds drift by when another person approached from behind. We've received a message from the Heavenly Marshal Fallen Valley leader. They request that you visit the Great Wind Pavilion at your earliest convenience. The young man remained lying there, completely unfazed. And for what reason? The other man shook his head. I'm not sure, sir, the young leader sighed. Put yourself in the shoes of the Heavenly Marshal Valley's master and tell me why they would summon me. Hearing this, the man fell into a brief, contemplative silence. After a moment, he uttered a single phrase, that damn leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. The young man immediately reminded him to put his personal feelings aside. The man in black regained his composure and began his analysis. Could it be that the Wild Wolf Gang's very existence is an eyesore to them, and they intend to ship us off to some remote territory to get rid of us? No. The young leader was still indifferent. Why would they need to be so complicated? The man in black was once again lost in thought. 1 month ago, when you proposed a simultaneous strike against the 13 core sects of the Imperial City, the Heavenly Marshal Valley didn't actually object. That's why our Wild Wolf Gang proceeded to plan and execute the attack ourselves. But for some unknown reason, all 13 of those sects, along with the Imperial City itself, suddenly vanished. Back then, leader, you said that if we encountered the G-King's sword, we were to show no mercy. Afterward, you led our forces in a massive, unprovoked assault on the remaining sects within the Imperial City. The fact that the Imperial City and its 13 main sects were caught in a surprise attack must have dealt them a crippling blow. In the ensuing chaos, those arrogant fools were unable to mount a proper defense against our ferocious assault. They either fled to save their own skins or dropped their weapons and surrendered. Hearing this, the young leader of the gang asked, "And do you believe our success was thanks to the strategy and intellect of your esteemed leader?" The man in black nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir. Of course. After all, a full 10 days had passed since we began tearing through the Imperial City's sects like a tidal wave, before the Heavenly Marshal Valley finally sent their representatives. While they praised the Wild Wolf Gang for our astonishing achievements, the sects of the Heavenly Marshal Valley and the Martial Arts Alliance officially declared they would join the war against the Imperial City with their full strength. In other words, their message was, "We'll take it from here. You all can back off now." It was a thinly veiled warning from the Heavenly Marshal Valley faction. However, our young leader obediently complied, and shortly after, most of the Imperial City's sects declared their intention to withdraw or, at the very least, adopt a neutral stance. This wasn't just empty talk, it became their near-official position. It's going to take more time to completely crush the opposition, but the tide has clearly turned. Now, it's time for this whole absurd situation to be judged. Is it possible they aren't even considering our role in all of this? We're ignored, disrespected. They even look down on the Imperial City and refuse to acknowledge our right to unify the realm. From their perspective, people like us are nothing but lowlifes, completely unworthy of a second thought. The young man sat up, musing. An existence to be looked down upon. Huh? I thought as much, but hearing you say it out loud just really grinds my gears. I'm already on edge, and now that damn Heavenly Marshal Valley crew is starting to stir up trouble. Maybe I should just wipe them all off the map and become the supreme ruler. What do you think? The man in black immediately chimed in. Your subordinate supports that idea wholeheartedly, sir. But the young man quickly shook his head. No, that would just leave a worse taste in my mouth. The man in black then offered his thoughts. In that case, leader, is the Imperial City truly down there? If it is, once we find it, may I ask what your next move will be? The young man gazed down below and sighed. Honestly, before we even think about what to do next, everyone's been blinded by the sweet allure of the so-called Imperial City's treasure. But they all seem to be missing the bigger picture. Why would a place that seemed eternal, like the Imperial City, along with all its loyal factions, meet such a tragic and desolate end? There are probably countless reasons. But no one can deny the biggest factor was the sudden disappearance of the Imperial City and its 13 core sects. So, why did the Imperial City and the 13 sects just vanish into thin air? What were they plotting, and where did they go? No matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't come up with a clear answer. And while it's all a mystery, is it really wise to just focus on these trivial details? Right when I was wrestling with these doubts, I heard about the earthquake at Heavenly Marshal Valley, so I came to investigate on the sly. It wasn't just idle curiosity that brought me here. Since that day, I've been following the trail of the Imperial City, and it's led me to this very spot. If the witness accounts are true, then the Imperial City must be buried beneath all that rubble. The strange phenomena people witnessed back then, plus the sheer scale and shape of it all, points to one thing. This is the Imperial City. The man in black looked perplexed. But isn't the Imperial City said to be able to traverse through space? Assuming it was here, wouldn't it have just warped somewhere else before this disaster struck? The young man shook his head in disagreement. Impossible. There are absolutely no traces left behind when the Imperial City appears and vanishes. This was a catastrophe. A disaster so immense that the entire Imperial City was imprisoned in a place like this. And if someone managed to infiltrate the Imperial City and cause a disaster of this magnitude. The man in black flinched. Are you referring to that Outlander warrior? The young man nodded. Exactly. If you look at it from that angle, a lot of the pieces start to fall into place. For instance, it explains why the affiliate sects are being picked off one by one. Yet there's still no sign of the 13 core sects or the Imperial City. Furthermore, the timing of the Imperial City's disappearance almost perfectly aligns with when this place was sealed off. That just adds more weight to my theory. A showdown between that little monster who preys on bounty hunters and the Imperial City, you ask? Tell me you're not excited to see what secrets lie buried beneath the ruins of the Imperial City. Just then, another figure approached. Reporting, sir. I have the results of my investigation. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. Oh? So, what did you find? The man quickly began his report. Besides the main pit and the tunnels, there's nothing. As you commanded, we continued to excavate deeper between the existing passageways, but the underground spring has been breached, so we can't go any further. Should we pull back? The young man roared in frustration. Shut your trap. There's no way this is it. Keep digging until you find something, anything. The other man replied, It's no good. The water's flooding in, making it impossible to continue the survey. Then, the scene shifts. Rolling green mountain ranges stretch out beneath a deep blue sky. Atop one of the peaks, a lone figure stands, watching. This man is none other than Baek Hyeon-gang. He stands there, gazing into the distance, lost in memories of the past. He recalled the moment the leader asked for the location of the Imperial City. It's been 3 months since they departed. With a sigh, he leaps down from the peak. Looking back, it all feels like one long dream. The Lord of the Imperial City and his followers appeared before the masters of the Central Plains martial world, carrying the corpse of the Blood Demon Grand Master, the leader of the demonic, the very masters who were preparing for a final showdown with the demonic cult. With their bizarre dark arts and overwhelming martial prowess, they seized control of the Central Plains in a shockingly short amount of time. Then, under the banner of the Imperial City, they began a reign of terror, demanding absolute loyalty and submission through brute force. After more than 10 years of their relentless tyranny, the martial world of the Central Plains had crumbled, leaving it unable to fight back. Unable to ignore the pleas of the 3 Grandmasters, the celestial beings of the Xianyu realm finally assembled. Around that time, rumors started spreading about 2 outsiders who were fighting back against the Imperial City. From the day they announced they were heading to the Imperial City and then vanished, it was a strange coincidence that the white-faced divine healer and his accomplice also disappeared without a trace. It might have been a mere coincidence, but it also marked the beginning of the rebellions that swept through the Central Plains martial world. The warriors from the sects allied with the Imperial City panicked at the disappearance of their leader. Lacking the strength to resist the uprising, some retreated, while others were completely wiped out. Even as the rebellion overwhelmed the leaders of the 13 sects, the high masters of the Imperial City never showed up, and so, the dark era under the Imperial City's rule finally came to an end after 14 long years. The martial world once again belonged to the people of the Central Plains. Reaching a stream, Baek Hyeon-gang cups some water and splashes it on his face. He hadn't even realized he'd wandered to the bank of a stream. After the cool water clears his head, he's lost in thought once more. In this whole war, the one who accomplished the most was the young leader of the Wild Wolf Brigade, Cheol Yalong Nam Gyeong-sun. To think he was that con artist I met by the carriage. If I ever get the chance to see him again, I want to offer him a formal apology. But who knows if our paths will ever cross again. According to the rumors, some conflict broke out during the decisive battle at Cheonmu Valley, but I'm sure they'll sort it out themselves. It's better to just let them handle their own affairs. On second thought, that's definitely the right call. But, is it really over? He wonders, staring at his own reflection in the stream's surface. Are the monsters from the Imperial City truly gone for good? Could they just reappear and lay waste to everything all over again? And what about those 2? Is their arrival at the Imperial City connected to its sudden disappearance? It would be crazy to think it's not. If they managed to capture the white-faced divine healer, there has to be a mastermind pulling the strings. But the real question is, who? And what were the casualties on the losing side? Surely they didn't just take each other down in a blaze of glory, right? Even though I have no idea what state they're in, if it's those 2 we're talking about, anything is possible. Knowing them, they probably just slipped away quietly after the fight was over. But even if the white-faced divine healer were to win, it would surely come at a great cost. That's why he couldn't interfere with the situation in the Central Plains and could only watch from the sidelines. But I wonder how they're doing now. Will they be back soon? At that thought, he hastily slapped himself across the face. Why am I getting bogged down by so many useless worries? He then turned and walked away. Well, since I've already left the Shandu realm anyway, should I just kick back and travel the world for a year before I return? But what if my fears become reality in less than a year? The scene shifts elsewhere. Deep within a forest lies a cave, and standing before its entrance is a lone figure. Judging by his appearance, he's definitely not one of the good guys. And that's not all. Behind him stood many others dressed in a similar fashion. Hidden deep within the crowd was an old, white-haired man, none other than the white-faced divine healer. Behind him was another man with eyes that blazed like a hawk's. One glance was enough to know they belonged to the underworld king. At the same time, by a certain lakeside, someone stood watching the sunset. This person was none other than Blake Huxley. In a forest not far from there, a group of people was moving at an incredible speed. Leading this group was Nate Cannon. Over here, Brock Hunter was frozen like a statue, staring at the battle before him. A single figure stood there amidst a pile of fallen bodies. This man was, without a doubt, Asura.